Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Live Now from Fox. It is Thursday, July 15th. We are almost at the end of another week, everybody. It is one day closer to Friday, so if you are waking up with us here on Live Now from Fox this morning, and maybe you are listening to us as you head to work, maybe you're watching us as you get ready for work or school or summer camp, thank you so much for being with us here this morning. You are currently taking a live look over our Fox News headquarters in New York City. It actually just moments ago was a beautiful shot of the New York City skyline, but I do think I can get you that shot once again here on Live Now from Fox. If you are new to our show, everybody, this is what we do. With a click of one button, we could bring you all these beauty shots from all across the nation. Look at that concrete jungle right there. Absolutely beautiful. If you've tuned into Live Now from Fox before, you may have heard me say that I am from New York. I'm from Long Island, and I love Florida. We are here in the Live Now from Fox East Coast hub in Orlando, but this will always be home, and it's absolutely gorgeous this morning. Again, July 15th, everybody. Good morning, and thank you so much again for tuning into Live Now from Fox. My name is Regina Gonzalez, and once again, I'm joining you from the Live Now from Fox East Coast hub in Orlando, Florida. This is where you have me, Pilar Arias, Rain Augustine. You will actually only have me today. I'll be holding the show, hosting for you until 11 a.m. Eastern time this morning. That's when we pass things off to our Live Now from Fox headquarters in Phoenix, Arizona, where you have Mike Page, Christy Larson, Daytona Everett, Andrew Kraft. They bring you all of the live events, the stories that are happening throughout the afternoon and throughout the evening. And be sure to tune into Live Now from Fox on the weekends, everybody. You not only have Rain Augustine here in Orlando, but you also have Stephanie Weaver out there in Los Angeles, California. So a nationwide operation here at Live Now from Fox. And again, if you're new to our show, we are a non-stop stream of breaking news, live events. We have exclusive interviews with guests related to any top stories that we are following that day. And the host actually controls everything that you are looking at on the screen. And I can actually give you a little sneak peek at what we have here. So welcome to the Live Now from Fox East Coast Hub Mission Control Desk, as Pilar Arias likes to call it. This is how we control the show, everybody. We've got a couple of monitors, we've got an audio board, we've got we control the graphics, the video that you see, the audio. We're in constant communication with the reporters at our owned and operated stations to bring you live reports here on Live Now from Fox. So yeah, we are not only live and nationwide, but we are also worldwide as well. And sometimes, once in a blue moon, we get that live feed from space too. So really cool stuff here at Live Now from Fox. Again, thank you so much for tuning into our show this morning. And like I just said, with the click of one button, we can go from one shot to another. So again, hello everybody. Do want to let you know that again, we are continuing to follow several top stories that are happening across our nation this morning. I do want to start by bringing you this news that we have for you here this morning. And actually in just about 15 minutes, we will be joined by Fox 35 Orlando's Amanda McKenzie to talk more about it. Starting today, qualifying American families could see at least $250 extra in their bank accounts for every child in their home from now until the end of the year. They can claim the other half when they file their 2021 tax returns. For many in the hospitality industry who were laid off or furloughed during the pandemic, it's a much needed step up. Depending on the child's age and the family's 2021 income, that will determine the amount that you get. And I apologize, everybody. I do not know why it brought me back on camera, but I do want to show you that video one more time here on Live Now from Fox. So, the program is part of the most recent stimulus package, and experts believe the payments will slash child poverty almost in half. So again, keeping tabs on this story here on Live Now from Fox, and we will have a live report for you here in just moments. But do want to continue on with some more top stories that we have for you here on Live Now from Fox. Again, my name is Regina Gonzalez, everybody, and we've been covering it all week long, and we will continue to cover it here on our show. We're learning this morning that at least one person is dead and at least 115 have been detained in Cuba, stemming from some of the most intense anti-government demonstrations on the island in more than 60 years, as citizens face an extreme economic crisis. And now Cubans are getting a boost from constant international support. Fox News correspondent Phil Keating has more from Miami, Florida.
Continued cries for help in Cuba. Embroiled in an economic crisis, Cubans are voicing grievances against crippling shortages of goods like medicine and food and rising prices. Some calling for an end to the communist regime.
This is an inflection point, and America ought to stand up and speak boldly on the side of freedom and against the communist dictatorship.
And many Americans are. Frustration boiling over outside the borders of the island nation, with shows of solidarity in several states and multiple cities in Florida. On Tuesday, a group of protesters in Miami blocked several streets, including a major highway in both directions, during rush hour to make their voices heard.
The world needs to know what's going on in Cuba. The world needs to know that government needs to be brought down.
Lawmakers on Wednesday echoing those calls. Florida Congresswoman Kathy Castor is calling for island government to step down.
There has been a total collapse under this communist regime of civil society. It's a collapse under the weight of corruption and communism.
The Biden administration is also under tremendous pressure to step in, with Democrats unhappy the president hasn't reversed President Trump's hardline stance against Cuba. Meanwhile, the Cuban government is tightening its grip on the country by shutting down the internet and social media, leading some Florida Republicans to call for private companies to mobilize to provide access so the Cubans' voices can get out. In Miami's Little Havana, Phil Keating, Fox News.
Again, we will continue to bring you any of the latest developments surrounding the demonstrations not only happening in Cuba but around our nation, specifically many happening in Florida where that just happened as well. So again, we are continuing those updates here on Live Now from Fox, a story that we have all been following very closely this morning and yesterday. Brittany, she appeared in court yesterday, and her lawyer, Angela's judge, is giving her the green light to change her legal count. Could this signal the beginning of the end in her long-standing conservatorship? Fox News correspondent Fox 11's Coco McAvoy for details from Los Angeles.
In conservatorship now! The Free Britney movement gaining more steam Wednesday after a major development in her 13-year conservatorship case. Britney is now allowed to hire her own attorney, prompting immediate cheers outside of the courthouse following the judge's decision. High-profile attorney and former federal prosecutor Matthew Rosengart is now set to represent Britney Spears moving forward.
Her testimony was clear, it was lucid, it was powerful, and it was compelling.
And it was filled with emotion. Britney broke down in tears for her testimony Wednesday, accusing her father, James Spears, of conservator abuse and asking for him to be removed as her co-conservator. Attorney Rosengart also called for James to step down.
Can anyone disagree that it is not in the best interests of the conservatee for James Spears to be a co-conservator?
Fans traveled from all over to show support.
You say Britney free! Britney free!
Even Florida Republican Representative Matt Gaetz, who faces legal troubles of his own, showed up in solidarity.
There is no stage in the world too big for Britney Spears, and I think the United States Congress would be a great place for her to come and demand accountability.
Some of the fans say they followed Britney's tumultuous case for decades.
A lot of it was speculation, and so for the longest time I was just like, well, we don't know, and we just have to hear from Britney herself. And so finally hearing her say these things, even though it was heartbreaking, was also validating for this movement.
Following the latest ruling, Britney Spears posted on social media expressing gratitude for new representation and to her fans.
I'm so proud of Britney for the bravery that it took for her to speak and talk about this.
And fans say Britney's case raises awareness about other controversial conservatorship cases across the nation.
We really need to take a look at this, and if she's the poster child for it, let's do it. Let's free Britney.
All right, everybody. Again, that was a step forward for Britney Spears. Could this signal the beginning of the end in her long-standing conservatorship battle? We will continue to stay on top of that story here on Live Now from Fox, because that is what we are all about. Heading out to a live look at the White House in our nation's capital. That is because President Biden met with a bipartisan group of governors and mayors yesterday to discuss infrastructure after meeting with Senate Democrats to discuss their plan to invest in human infrastructure. Fox News correspondent Caroline Shively is in Washington with the details.
We're going to get this done. We are getting this done.
President Biden and the top Democrat in the Senate sounded confident on Wednesday about a pair of bills that deliver on Democratic priorities. But the road to passage is still unclear. The first bill is a $1 trillion deal fixing the nation's aging infrastructure and so far has bipartisan support. It could come to the floor of the Senate as early as next week. Mayors and governors met with President Biden at the White House on Wednesday to ensure their priorities are included.
We know we're on a short time frame here, and so we want to do everything in our power to make sure that the stuff that our communities need, which are roads, bridges, water, wastewater, broadband, housing, happens.
While the infrastructure bill is being written by members of both parties, the so-called human infrastructure bill is all Democrats. That $3.5 trillion measure aims to expand Medicare, lower prescription drug prices, and increase money for education and social programs. It faces a tough debate.
When you do something this monumental, it's going to be a long, hard road.
Democrats want to pay for it with new taxes on the wealthy and corporations.
This is something that they're going to need every Democrat to pass, because there's not a single Republican in the House or the Senate who's going to support this level of taxing and spending and regulations.
Not all Democrats are sold on the human infrastructure deal, saying they're waiting to see the details. In Washington, Caroline Shively, Fox News.
All right, thank you to Caroline Shively for that report. Meanwhile, former President George W. Bush is slamming President Joe Biden's move to remove American troops out of Afghanistan. Fox News senior foreign affairs correspondent Greg Pockett has more from London.
The Taliban continues to make gains across Afghanistan, militants claiming to have seized another border crossing, as the Biden administration throws a lifeline to some threatened.
We are launching what we are calling Operation Allies Refuge.
It's feared locals who worked with U.S. troops could be targeted by the Taliban if they take over. The White House announcing an expedited visa program for needy Afghan applicants. Chartered civilian flights could start evacuations by the last week of July.
Our objective is to get individuals who are eligible relocated out of the country in advance of the withdrawal of troops at the end of August.
Also potentially targeted if a hardline Taliban government takes over, women oppressed during the earlier militant rule. Former President George W. Bush outspoken in an interview about President Biden's hasty withdrawal of troops.
I'm afraid Afghan women and girls are going to suffer unspeakable harm.
Is it a mistake, the withdrawal?
I think it is, yeah. Because I think the consequences are going to be unbelievably bad.
This as sagging local troops cope. Live fire exercises at a base outside of Kabul try to get volunteers on target. After just 3 months, these recruits could face off with the Taliban. They're drilling, determined, but rough. A general told us he needs more ammo, gear, and missing U.S. air power. This 18-year-old says he joined because the Taliban killed his father.
I've seen the Taliban kill a lot of people. I'm here to defeat them and give my country a peaceful time.
The Biden administration's visa announcement is seen as good news for the thousands who might benefit. But as one leading Afghan figure asked us, what about the millions of others who remain in the Taliban fire? In Kabul, Afghanistan, Greg Palcott, Fox News.
All right, thank you to Greg for that report. Currently taking a live look over El Paso, Texas. And that is because I want to head out there for this next story that we have for you here on Live Now from Fox. As the crisis at the southern border continues, cartels are putting American teens at risk. Fox News multimedia reporter Jayla Whitfield is in Sunland Park, where the issue is taking place.
Cartels are using social media to recruit teenagers to help them smuggle illegal immigrants into the United States. Once those immigrants are in, the teenagers are traveling these immigrants from one destination to another for thousands of dollars. Thousands of undocumented immigrants cross the border every day, and now border cartels are recruiting American teenagers to do their dirty work.
Transnational criminal organizations are recruiting our youth, U.S. citizen children.
El Paso Sector Chief Patrol Agent Gloria Chavez says cartels are using platforms like TikTok and Facebook to find teenagers.
To be drivers for smuggling organizations, to come right here to this border, to this community out here in Sunland Park, pick up people and take them from here to a destination.
Teens here are a target because of how close this community is to the border.
I know it's happening. I've seen it with my own eyes.
Javier Piedra, the mayor of Sunland Park, says they are working to warn their community.
The city council recently approved between $5,000 to $10,000 to be used for a media campaign to target these issues.
The campaign will work to make parents aware of the situation and the consequences juveniles will face if they help transport migrants.
I mean, you can get arrested, you can go to jail, but it pretty much stays in your juvenile record. And I think that's where some people are taking advantage of the situation.
Chavez says cartels are offering teens up to $3,000.
We need to stop that. And we need to ensure that our youth does not get involved with that type of criminal activity.
The mayor of Sunland Park says the media campaign that will inform and warn parents on this issue will begin in a few weeks. In Sunland Park, New Mexico, Jayla Whitfield, Fox News.
All right, thank you to Jayla Whitfield for that report. Currently taking a live look over Orlando, Florida on this Thursday morning. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we return, we are going to stay in Orlando and be joined by Fox 35's Amanda McKenzie, who is talking all about the child tax payments that are going out today. So stay with us, everybody. That live report will be here when we return. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, everybody. A little after 6:20 a.m. here on the East Coast, and you can see the sun rising over Orlando, Florida in this shot here. Absolutely beautiful. This is where our Live Now from Fox headquarters is, East Coast hub is located, everybody. Our headquarters is in Phoenix, pardon me. But our East Coast hub is actually located in Fox 35 Orlando studios, and we have the pleasure of speaking with their reporters here and there. Well, it is time to do just that, everybody, because many parents are about to see some extra money in their bank accounts in the form of a monthly child tax credit. Roughly 36 million families will start getting those payments as soon as today. And Fox 35 Orlando's Amanda McKenzie is joining us live right now on Live Now from Fox, telling us everything we need to know. Amanda, good morning to you. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. This is some good news for parents who are in need of those extra funds, especially after being hit hard during the pandemic, whether they were laid off or furloughed. But the Federal Trade Commission does have a warning out for families to be on the lookout for scammers and fraudulent calls. They say they saw an increase in those calls as soon as the pandemic began, and they fear that they could see that with the enhanced child tax credit as well. So starting today, qualified American families could see at least $250 extra in their bank accounts for every child in their home. That money is set to be deposited each month over 6 months. This is all thanks to the temporary expansion of the federal child tax credit. It increases the original $2,000 annual credit you would normally get up to $3,600 per child. So the money is set to be deposited each month over 6 months. Parents can then claim the other half when they file their 2021 tax returns. And Regina, financial planners warn that if you make more income this year than you did last year, you may be at risk of having to pay some of that enhanced child tax credit money back to the government when you file. Regina?
Yeah, Amanda, now if people, if people have not registered for these payments, what exactly can they do? I know you just kind of touched on it.
There is still time to register. You have to go online, and we have a link to that on our website, fox35orlando.com. But some of those payments could be starting as early as today, and they go until the end of the year. So there is still time to do that. Otherwise, if you don't, you can still file for it when you fill out your 2021 tax returns.
All right, Fox 35 Orlando's Amanda McKenzie out there in Orlando, Florida with all of this information. Again, this starts today, everybody. So, Amanda, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. We appreciate your time. And a huge thank you to all of our owned and operated stations across the nation, bringing us this information and these live reports. That is what we are all about here on Live Now from Fox, everybody. But I do want to continue on with a morning brief. That is the top stories that you want and need to know about as you go about your day. Well, members of Team USA descending on Tokyo ahead of this summer's Olympic Games. And with a little more than a week until opening day, many are still preparing to compete in empty arenas and maintain strict COVID-19 safety precautions. Fox News correspondent Kevin Cork has more on that story, plus an inside look at the special technology being used in some of the uniforms.
With the Summer Olympic Games beginning next week, members of Team USA are embarking on their treks to Tokyo. Gymnastics star Simone Biles and her teammates getting an exciting send-off Wednesday. For them, the desire to compete is only getting stronger.
We have a really strong team going, so I'm excited to see what we'll bring.
But when Biles gets the chance to go for the gold, she'll do it without the support of live fans, something she's coming to terms with.
It's going to be really tough, I think, only because I've never competed without a crowd.
Members of the International Olympic Committee support the decision to not allow fans due to COVID-19, saying the athletes' safety is their top priority. Still, officials say there's so much fans around the world can celebrate.
These games will send a message of unity and solidarity during this still ongoing pandemic, and a message of hope.
And leading up to the games, you can catch an early glimpse of the innovative Team USA opening ceremony uniforms. American fashion house Ralph Lauren has outfitted the flag bearer jackets with tiny air conditioning units, while incorporating sustainable elements into the rest of their designs.
The belt is made of recycled bottles. The fabrics we're using are using less water in the dyeing process.
Meanwhile, it seems like preventing the spread of COVID-19 in Tokyo could prove an awfully daunting task. In fact, Japanese health officials say they've recently experienced the highest number of daily cases in the country in the past 6 months. In Washington, I'm Kevin Cork, Fox News.
All right, thank you to Kevin Cork for that report. I'm going to need to get me one of those air-conditioned jackets. That is so cool. I think that those should be mandatory to wear here in Florida when it comes to living here in the middle of the summer. It gets so hot, and that is just some really, really cool technology. Glad to see that the Olympic athletes will be getting to wear those. Again, the games just around the corner, everybody. Meanwhile, we are heading out to Port Canaveral, Florida this morning. This is right down the road from us here at the Live Now from Fox East Coast Hub in Orlando. And as you can see, we're taking a look at a gorgeous Disney cruise. I actually have never been on a Disney cruise ship, everybody, but I hear that they are a lot of fun. We've got cruise ships making their way in and out of the port. As you heard Kevin Cork before say, COVID-19 restrictions have loosened, but there is new concern for new cases. That brings me to my next story, everybody. All but 2 states are now reporting big surges in COVID-19 cases blamed on the loosening of restrictions and the fast-moving Delta variant. Fox News correspondent David Spunt has more from the White House.
The numbers are going in the wrong direction. COVID cases in the United States more than doubling over the past 3 weeks as the new surge accelerates. 48 states and the District of Columbia are reporting a spike in cases. Only Maine and South Dakota are experiencing declines. The biggest increases include young people who still are not signing up for the vaccine in large numbers.
The spread of the Delta variant means that it is perhaps the most dangerous time to be unvaccinated.
So everybody been vaccinated? Yes, ma'am.
This new surge is prompting the White House to step up its push to get shots in arms, sending volunteers door to door in some communities with low vaccination rates. On Wednesday, Disney star Olivia Rodrigo visited the White House to meet with President Biden. The goal is to encourage younger Americans to roll up their sleeves.
It's important to have conversations with friends and family members, encouraging all communities to get vaccinated.
Some medical experts are also suggesting a return to COVID restrictions like mask wearing, but it's causing confusion. New York and California are announcing this week they may still require students and teachers to wear masks in classrooms, despite new CDC guidelines that say that masks are not needed in school for fully vaccinated people.
Masks have side effects like carbon dioxide retention and socialization. It's not easy, and it interferes with performance.
America's largest nursing union is asking the feds to reinstate mask guidelines for everyone when they're in public. At the White House, David Spunt, Fox News.
All right, thank you to David Spunt for that report. Again, you saw singer Olivia Rodrigo at the White House yesterday as President Biden and his administration are now pushing for younger people to get vaccinated. She's got more than 1 million followers on Instagram, so President Biden hosting her at the White House yesterday, hoping she can convince her fans, people her age, to also get the COVID-19 vaccine. So Wanted to take you out to a live look we have right now of the Windy City. This is Chicago, Illinois, everybody. That is because Chicago health officials have actually reactivated the city's COVID-19 travel advisory beginning this week due to an uptick in cases in Arkansas and Missouri. Fox's Tia Ewing has the latest.
This is not over.
Ramon Lorenzo Redondo is a research assistant professor at Northwestern Medicine. He says as the country opens back up, many people that aren't vaccinated or partially vaccinated have been infected with COVID-19.
Where we are seeing that areas where vaccination levels are not as high as we would like to be, the virus is finding these populations and spreading there.
Some areas have it worse. Missouri had a 45.9% jump in cases. Arkansas had a 43% surge. Both have lower vaccination rates. Chicago's Department of Public Health went as far as reinstating the emergency travel order. Both states are on the list.
If you are headed to Chicago, please stay up to date on our Chicago travel advisory. And if you are unvaccinated, you have to make sure that you either have that negative COVID test or that you quarantine for that 10-day period upon arrival.
Chicago health officials say the U.S. Virgin Islands, Nevada, Louisiana, Utah, Wyoming, and Florida could be added to the list. The uptick in infections is being driven by the fast-spreading Delta variant.
These new variants, at least the data that we have so far, has shown that these variants are well stopped by the vaccine, are controlled by the vaccine. So far it won't be a problem, except in the populations where there's low vaccination.
All right, thank you to Tia for that report. Again, several states, cities, entities trying to figure out how they can combat new surges in COVID-19 cases as the Delta variant is beginning to spread at a faster pace. So we will continue to stay on top of any COVID-19 related stories here on Live Now from Fox. Meanwhile, you're currently taking a live look at our XRAD radar. Temperatures very different across the United States this morning. We are still keeping tabs on the heat wave being felt across the western United States. We have heard within the last couple of days that temperatures have started to cool down, but we've still got dozens of wildfires sparking across the western United States. So I'm going to send some of you on a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we return, we're going to have that story and some more environmental related stories here on Live Now from Fox. So stay with us, everybody. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, everybody. Currently taking a live look at our XRAD radar. You can see temperatures climbing this morning out there in several parts of the United States. Meanwhile, fire crews in the western U.S. are growing concerned about potential for jet fuel shortages. This coming as they continue to battle dozens of wildfires. Fox News national correspondent William LaJeunesse has more.
Wildfires continue to rage across the western U.S. A major blaze in southern Oregon destroying about 24 homes and threatening thousands more.
We're waiting to hear back. We're not for sure what all we've lost.
The bootleg fire has exploded in size to more than 212,000 acres. Heat and gusty winds force some crews to back off for safety. While in Northern California, aircraft and helicopters have a lightning spark blaze about 70% contained. Officials say steep terrain made it difficult for hand crews to attack the fire directly, which has burned more than 145 square miles near the Nevada border.
It went by before and then it come back and exploded and just burnt my house clear to the ground. Nothing left.
Fire crews face an additional challenge of potential jet fuel shortages. Some tanker bases in Oregon, Utah, and Arizona reported sporadic shortages in the last month. Officials worry that multiple bases could dry up at the same time, grounding tankers during the height of the fire season.
We've already experienced an entire summer of high fuel prices and shortages in some places in the region. So I think for them, I think there was a lot of frustration at the airport more than at the airlines.
Airport officials say jet fuel demand plummeted during the pandemic, impacting supply chains that have yet to fully recover, prompting the shortages that we see today. In Los Angeles, William LaJeunesse, Fox News.
Meanwhile, that wildfire smoke has settled over Denver, Colorado, as visitors are in the city for the MLB All-Star Game. Fox's Deborah Takahara has more on this story.
This is not the All-Star Chamber of Commerce weather Colorado needed to show off on the national stage.
I did notice when I was in the airplane as we were going over the Rockies, I pointed out, I'm going, look at this layer of brown. I go, this has to be from the fires. There's no way, you don't have this type of smog normally.
Bob Shaw is visiting from Burbank, California, and is definitely noticing the impacts of the wildfire smoke.
Am I coughing a little bit? Maybe through allergies, maybe there's smoke around.
According to the National Resources Defense Council, Colorado wildfire smoke leads to dangerous health consequences, including 174 premature deaths, 1,432 emergency room visits, 256 hospital admissions, and $1.6 billion in total health costs in 1 year alone.
It's literally small bits of matter. It can be ash, it can be dust, it can be a whole number of air contaminants, and that gets into our lungs. It gets into our bodies, and it causes pretty serious health effects.
Experts say toxic air pollutants and wildfire smoke can cause long-term health problems.
Even just an hour of wildfire smoke can have negative effects on our health, especially for those who are elderly, young children.
But some out-of-state visitors put it into perspective.
No, the air quality hadn't been bad. I mean, I'm from Dallas, so it's comparative to a big city, so it's a lot fresher and better quality in Colorado than what it is in Texas.
Once again, everybody, taking another live look over our XRAD radar, that royal blue color meaning an excessive heat warning, and the brownish color that you're seeing in several parts, especially Colorado out there over the Denver area, that is a heat advisory. So again, the smoke, the air quality being impacted by the wildfires, and just absolutely tragic to see lots of areas, lots of homes and residential communities being impacted. So again, if you are joining us from any of those areas here on Live Now from Fox, please be careful. Meanwhile, drought conditions in the Midwest are leaving some cattle farmers with a very tough choice: pay way too much for hay to feed their cows or sell off their herds. Fox's Courtney Godfrey has this story.
Here at Brenny Farms in southern Minnesota, the hay barn should be full right now. This supply not dipped into until winter. But this year, with the conditions, the cows will likely be getting this hay next month.
We're getting to that point where we just don't have a whole lot of options left to go here.
One look at her fields, and Katie Brenny knows this isn't nearly enough grass to feed her herd.
On a typical year, if they hadn't been here yet, the grass would be up to my waist. And now, as you can see, I can see bare spots.
These cows just came off a patch that normally would have fed them for a week, and they ate it up in 2 days. Supplementing with hay isn't much of an option either, as it's hard to find right now. And when you do, it's extremely expensive.
But we're just at a point where I can't take out another loan from the bank to pay for feed when I don't know, is it going to rain tomorrow, is it not?
The Minnesota State Cattlemen's Association says many are being forced into early retirement, selling the entire herd. Brenny says they'll be sending half of theirs to auction in the coming weeks.
It just comes down to keep the cows and buy expensive hay, or try and sell some cows and get some sort of money and try and keep what we can keep, as hopefully it will rain at some point.
She just hopes they'll still be here when the rain does come.
It's just a huge challenge, because will there be any farmers left?
In Goodhue County, Courtney Godfrey, Fox 9.
All right, everybody, staying on top of some weather-related stories this morning here on Live Now from Fox, specifically taking a live look over Yakima in Washington State. I have actually never been to Washington. It's on my list of places to visit in the United States. But as this threat of wildfire conditions grows amid hot and dry conditions out west, a group in western Washington is doing its part to help homeowners mitigate their risk. Fox's Steve Higgins has this story.
It really feels like you've left the city behind when you come to communities like this one here in Miramont. But this isn't the evergreen forest you might remember. Conservationists tell us what's on the forest floor now is almost perfect fuel to help spread wildfire. They also tell us it's never been more dry than it is right now.
This is what starts your fires.
To understand how the risk of wildfire is moving closer to home, you're going to have to get dirty.
This is more of a 100-hour fuel, which says it takes about 100 hours to get back to the moisture level of what it would to not burn.
That's Matthew Axe's specialty. He works for the King Conservation District, running a program that teaches homeowners how to reduce the chances wildfire takes everything.
To reduce the chances of a fire and coming and damaging your home and your structures.
I love trees. I couldn't live without trees.
That's why Linda Shepard immersed herself into the forest. But her plants are struggling. Prolonged hot and dry weather pulled the water out of what once was her lush dream.
It's really tragic to see this happening in Western Washington. Hey, Matt. I'm great.
She's been working with Axe and the district to learn how to protect her sanctuary.
I've worked on getting no plants touching the house.
That's good. It's good for a start, but Shepard has more work ahead because wildfire season is here. Back at the end of June, a fire scorched 25 acres only a few miles away. Many of Shepard's neighbors also asked Axe and the district to review their wildfire resiliency. The district's personalized report cost homeowners nothing.
Pulled off most of the dead leaves.
Because otherwise, doing nothing could mean the next wildfire cost homeowners everything.
We are still a wet ecosystem, but yet fire is becoming more of a concern here in Western Washington. And to be prepared, you need to start managing for it.
In King County, Steve Higgins, Q13 News.
All right, everybody, taking a live look over St. Pete Beach, Florida, out there near the Tampa Bay area. That is because some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. But when we return, we are going to stay on some environmental related stories because for days, crews in St. Pete have been struggling to clean up miles and miles of dead fish off their coast, and it's making city resources overwhelmed and stretched thin. So when we return, we're going to take a report from Fox 13 Tampa to talk more about the red tide and algae bloom. And then we've also got an interview with our very own Christy Larson, who spoke with an official out there in the St. Pete area about how this is impacting the local community and beachgoers and tourists as well. So stay with us, everybody. Live now from Fox. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, everybody. 6:55 a.m. here on the East Coast, currently taking a live look over St. Pete Beach in Florida. Now, there have been several officials making remarks within the last couple of days as they are dealing with red tide out there. More than 600 tons of dead marine life have been removed in Pinellas County, Florida, as red tide is impacting the Gulf Coast. Our very own Christy Larson did an interview with the director of Pinellas County Public Works, Kelly Levi, on the red tide cleanup. So I do want to bring you that interview here on Live Now from Fox, everybody.
Beachgoers are dealing with red tide in the Gulf Coast, and I am joined with Pinellas Public Works Director Kelly Levy, who is joining us here on Live Now from Fox. And let's just first start with the basics of what this red tide is. Obviously, it's something you guys have to deal with every single year.
Red tide is a harmful algal bloom, and unfortunately, we dealt with it in 2018, and it's back here in 2021. When it's blooming, it can cause a significant fish kills, which is obviously what we're responding to. It also can cause public health issues with respiratory irritation and other issues that people are being affected by now.
And let's talk about the aquatic life that you guys are now seeing start to wash up onto the shores, because you've already cleaned over 600 tons of this life there. So it really is something that affects all sea life when they come across it.
Yes, part of why we're seeing so many dead fish is, one, the red tide it does have toxins, it produces toxins, but also because it shades the water and it creates pockets of low dissolved oxygen, which will also kill the fish. So it's kind of a combination of factors that the bloom impacts fish and other wildlife here locally. So it's not just the fish. The toxins are very harmful to our shorebirds, also very harmful to our marine mammals like dolphins, manatees, and our sea turtles.
So how concerning is that this year you guys do seem to be seeing a little bit of elevated levels with it? How concerning is it to the aquatic life? Because obviously a lot of people who visit there or live there, obviously they like to see, those manatees swimming through the canals and in the ocean. So I'm sure that's something you guys have to be concerned about.
Yeah, we are very concerned. Part of the, real big concern here this year is because the blooms, it started so early. In 2018, this didn't happen. It came in off the shore, off the Gulf actually, in August, and it went through till almost the end of November, early December. So the fact that this bloom is started in June, right in the heart of the summer, the hot weather, it really, the potential for this to be a long-lasting bloom is high, and that has all of the area very concerned. Obviously, with the loss of, you're seeing a lot of the marine life, dying. You're seeing a lot of dead fish. Obviously, when people see the sea turtles and manatees, it's just heartbreaking. In 2018, we had a significant number of dolphins and manatees die off, and it's just devastating. We've already, as a state, lost 10% of our manatees, due to issues in the Indian River Lagoon. So to add a red tide event to that is just, it's very sad, and we are all very concerned about the long-term health of Tampa Bay and our coastal waters.
So I was going to ask that then, what can be done not only right now but also in the future? I mean, this is a problem that you can't really just hope goes away.
Yeah, I mean, the bottom line is, algae blooms all over the state of Florida, whether it's a blue-green algae bloom, it's a bloom in your backyard retention pond, it's a bloom here in Tampa Bay. It's all driven by excess nutrients. And, we as a society, grass clippings and fertilizer, not picking up after pet waste, poorly maintained septic tanks. There are a lot of different sources of nutrients. So what we all can do is to do our best to make sure that doesn't end up in your local storm drain, or ultimately it's going to end up out here in the environment and help feed these blooms. So we really all need to be good stewards of managing those nutrients, keeping them out of the water, and that will go a long way to helping us fix these problems.
Now, when you say that you guys have been removing over 600 tons of these dead fish, marine life from these waterways, what's being done with it? What do you do to properly dispose of that? Because obviously there's some health risks that come with these animals that have been sitting in the red tide.
Well, what we do is like fish, and as you're seeing there in that picture, this will be harvested from the water and placed in a dumpster, and this material will go to our waste to energy plant. where it's actually burned and electricity is generated. So that's the easier mechanism for disposal. For those fish that are coming off of land, off of the shore, and have a lot of sand tied up in them, that cannot go to our waste to energy plant. So those actually have to be buried in the landfill. So those are our two mechanisms for disposing of the fish.
And I'm sure, too, that as you mentioned before, it's not only the aquatic life that you're worried about, but obviously some people who might be visiting the state of Florida might not understand some of their health risks with the red tide. So what kind of information would you want to pass along to them?
Yeah, I just want to make sure that folks recognize that you're smelling dead, rotting fish, and, nobody enjoys that. But also associated with red tide, is a toxin, that you're taking in. So when you're feeling that, tickle in the back of your throat, your eyes are really irritated, you get a headache, that is the toxin. And so I really encourage everyone to not stay in areas of high concentrations of red tide for extended periods. It's really not good for you. If you have asthma or you have some other respiratory illness, heart disease, I just would recommend that you stay away from those areas altogether. The Department of Health has some good guidelines, and we're really encouraging folks to make sure they're familiar with those and to use the resources we have on our website. We have a respiratory forecast tool on our website that was built in conjunction with health experts and then NOAA to better educate folks on where to go and where to stay away from. Because red tide isn't everywhere. We do have beaches at the north end of the county that where red tide is not present. And so we'd encourage people to go visit there versus, say, Fort DeSoto, which today it's really bad down there. And it's, I would not encourage people to go in that location today.
And finally, Kelly, just a last question for you. How long do we anticipate to be dealing with this? I'm sure that your crews have been working around the clock trying to keep those beaches clean, trying to get this cleared out of the way. I'm sure they're looking forward to an end as well.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's a conversation we had yesterday with the state of Florida and talking about when this bloom might end. And that's just a complete unknown. Because it started so early in the summer, there is the potential that it continues through summer into the fall, or it could end, with a, good set of storm events. We don't know. And that's the challenge with red tide. It's not like a hurricane. It doesn't just pass us, leave, and then we recover. It's here, and we have no way to know when it will stop.
Well, hopefully that will end soon, or at least start to decrease in those amounts as you guys continue that cleanup. But just want to say thank you again, Kelly, for joining us live here on Live Now from Fox. Again, we just want those beaches cleared and, of course, those aquatic animals to be safe as well.
Yes, thank you. I agree.
All right, huge thank you to our very own Christy Larson with Live Now from Fox for conducting that interview. Again, a story that we are continuing to follow here, especially with the fact that we are located right here in Florida. I was saying yesterday myself, I went to the Tampa St. Pete area over this last weekend, and it was advised that we, really didn't even go to the beach. They're asking beachgoers to avoid the shores. A lot of dog beaches were also closed, and as you heard her say, over 600 tons of dead fish have been picked up in the last couple of weeks. So absolutely tragic. But again, we are continuing to keep you updated on any developments as far as research and what beachgoers who are visiting the Florida area need to know. But we are going to entirely switch gears here on Live Now from Fox, everybody. Currently taking a live look again over the Windy City in Chicago, Illinois. Thank you so much for waking up with us here on this Thursday, July 15th. It's an exciting day out there in Chicago, everybody. So the 2020 Chicago Auto Show was actually one of the last big four auto shows to take place before major events began to be canceled due to the coronavirus pandemic. Well, the 2021 edition is opening to the public today and will be the first since restrictions have been eased. So we have the pleasure of being joined by Mike Caudle. He is live out there at the auto show right now to give us an update on what we need to know as far as new vehicles, restrictions. Mike, good morning to you. How are you doing? That's a really cool backdrop you got there.
You know, Jeep rolling out the red carpet for us here in their booth at the Chicago Auto Show. And to go back to what you said a minute ago, you're right. Chicago was actually the last auto show I broadcasted live from a year and a half ago. So it's great to be back on an auto show floor here in Chicago. They've opened up their doors. They're giving consumers a chance to see some of the vehicles that were launched during the coronavirus pandemic. And even better than that, they're giving consumers a chance to actually do some ride and drives like the Ford Bronco right there. Now, big news from Jeep here at the auto show yesterday. They actually were holding press conferences, and the all-new 2022 Jeep Compass is making its debut here in Chicago. It's right over my shoulder. I love what they're doing. So they're taking that front exterior like you saw with the Grand Wagoneer that was launched last year. They're integrating it into the Compass. It's all about four-wheel drive. This is the Trailhawk edition. It'll have a premium luxury interior. The exterior is all about premium experience as well. Newly defined interior, newly defined exterior. The Trailhawk edition is all about four-wheel drive, and just look at that interior. So you get a 10.1-inch touchscreen, Apple CarPlay, Android Auto, a variety of cool safety features, and Jeep wants you to know that you can take this vehicle off-road. Now, Lexus, I was just down in Plano, Texas, about a month ago with the all-new Lexus NX, and this is their all-new crossover with 4 different powertrains, but everyone's talking about the NX 450h, and this is their hybrid version that'll get up to 36 miles of pure electrification. And Lexus wants you to know it's all about luxury on the inside of this vehicle with a 14-inch touchscreen. All of the automakers are going to these larger touchscreen and a 0 to 60 time of about 60 seconds. All right, so for me, this was in my driveway as a kid. Our family had a Toyota Corolla. It's the best-selling car of all time. At 45 million of them sold. This is the Toyota Corolla Cross. So it's their first ever entry into the crossover utility vehicle segment. And for the first time, you'll actually be able to say that a Toyota Corolla has a towing capacity of 1,500 pounds. And of course, you'll get Toyota Safety Sense on this vehicle as standard. So you'll get all those great safety features as well on a really cool vehicle. The Toyota Corolla Cross was a shock to me when I saw it in person about a month ago. Now, Ford, I was in Los Angeles, right? We're back on the road traveling. I was in Los Angeles with the Ford Maverick. This is their entry-level truck. This is going to be under the Ford Ranger and a starting price, get this, of under $20,000. But it's all about this new design. You've seen this in the Ford Lightning. That truck bed on the back is called a flex bed, which means you'll have the ability to power your power tools in the rear of it. And on the interior of this vehicle, they're using a variety of recycled products on the inside of the Ford Maverick to really marry technology with a truck. And I'll close it out with this one for you. This is really cool. So over the last year, you've seen about 10 vehicles launched from Nissan as a whole, and they're calling it like Nissan, everything from A to Z. So it starts with the Aria. This is their electrified Aria. It's a really cool vehicle that they're going to be bringing to market, but everyone here in Chicago wants to get their first glimpse of this right here. It's the Nissan Z Proto, which stands for prototype. It's one of America's best-selling sports cars of all time. Low to the ground, wide. It's all about track performance. It almost looks like Lightning McQueen. It's got on the inside a manual gearbox, double-stitch interior. I love what they're doing at Nissan right now to showcase some of these new vehicles coming to market. So a lot of great stuff. By the way, the rumor mill that I have heard is that they are actually going to be showcasing an actual production version of the Nissan Z later this year. So there's a lot of great stuff happening here in Chicago. By the way, over my shoulder, again, consumers can come here if you are in the area, test drive a vehicle, or in the case of Jeep, do a ride along. So a lot of great stuff happening here, Regina.
Yeah, Mike, first of all, I have a Nissan Rogue right now, and that electric SUV, that's beautiful. That's an upgrade. I'm going to have to take a look at that. Now, actually, my golden question for you right now is we have continuously been reporting on the chip shortage. So let's say, people there are interested in a specific car. How can they go about getting it? Is it possible, or is there a production hold? Tell me a little more.
Yeah, so the good news right now in the auto industry as a whole is that putting the chip shortage aside, sales are through the roof. All automakers are selling vehicles, and the used car segment is also through the roof. Here's what I would offer is that automakers during the coronavirus pandemic, they've worked diligently to get vehicles into production. So there was a little bit of a slowing during the pandemic because things were closed down. The chip shortage is allowing automakers to really catch up with the production cycle right now as a result of what happened during COVID. So what you're finding is that consumers that are interested in vehicles like the Ford Bronco, they're putting an order down on it. And the Ford Lightning, they're putting an order down on it. You're seeing these vehicles now start to roll out to dealerships nationwide. And although there is a chip shortage, you're still seeing sales through the roof and consumers are still looking to buy new vehicles. So I would say that over the next 6 months, you're going to see us pick up volume as a result of the chip shortage. They're going to start making their way back in, and you're going to see vehicles even more readily available. But right now, if you want to buy a car, dealerships across the country, they do have vehicles available. Trucks are the hot button right now, sold out in many dealerships nationwide.
Yeah, and Mike, you mentioned that people will be able to test drive, go inside the vehicle. So, you know, the main topic is the fact that this is one of the first major events as COVID-19 restrictions have been eased. So talk about the precautions in place that people may need to know about if they're going to head that way.
Yeah, so what's interesting here in Chicago is I thought getting off the plane, I live in Nashville, I thought getting off the plane that there were going to be a variety of restrictions here. I think that what they're doing is they're mitigating the number of showgoers. Now, they're sold out for this show. They haven't told us what the number is of people that are being allowed in, but I think they're doing a good job by keeping things a little bit distanced out here at the auto show. And they've got the ventilation system in here. I came in this morning and it was like, whoa, I'm like in a turbo fan in here. I think Chicago Auto Show, they're saying, look, we're gonna give this a go. We're half the size of the normal show. They're going to allow consumers in here a little bit later this morning. And I think they're going to make a run at providing a good experience for consumers. I do know that in the vehicles that you're going to test drive in, they're going to ask that you wear a mask if you have one on you to just try and mitigate. So they're doing the right things here. It feels good, Regina, to get back to business. I know that everyone's been looking forward to it.
Yeah, Mike. Now talk to me about scheduling, times, tickets. If people still want to head out to the auto show, what can they do?
The best thing is to go to the Chicago Auto Show website. You can find all the details there. You can get tickets for the show as well. And they're saying they're sold out. You're hoping to be able to get some walk-ins. I know they said they're going to provide some of those as well. So that Chicago Auto Show site is the best one to go to. And to learn more about the vehicles, of course, go to that individual vehicle manufacturer's website.
All right. Well, Mike Cowdell, he is an automotive expert out there in Chicago, Illinois. Thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. Exciting stuff. We really appreciate your time and hope you have a great time out there.
Awesome. Thank you, Regina. Appreciate it.
Absolutely. Huge shout out to Mike. Again, exciting times out there in Chicago, Illinois. We've got events getting underway as coronavirus restrictions are easing. So if you do plan on heading out to the auto show, gosh, those cars look so cool, especially that Nissan Z. I've always been a fan. I actually have parents in the car business. So my dad did work with Nissan for basically decades. So I've had Nissans my entire life and always wanted a 350Z, so may have to get on that. I am actually on the hunt for a new car myself. But again, taking a live look at the Windy City, everybody. The auto show is taking place again in Chicago, Illinois. I am going to send some of you on a 2-minute commercial break. We will have more top stories when you return. Welcome to Live Now from Fox, everybody. If you are just waking up with us here, good morning. It is Thursday, July 15th, and we are so happy that you are here. Currently taking a live look over the White House out there in our nation's capital, continuing to bring you some stories regarding the Biden administration's schedule and everything that happened on Capitol Hill yesterday that we will continue to follow today. However, I do want to stay in that general vicinity for just a moment because we have a news alert to bring you here on Live Now from Fox. These are actually not live anymore, but this is Fox 5 DC's chopper over an apartment fire in New Carrollton, Maryland. Prince George's Fire Department is still on scene in the 5500 block of Karen Elaine Drive. So if you are from the New Carrollton, Maryland area, that is where this is happening. They had 4 people removed from the stairwell, and the searches of the apartment of origin are negative. There are no word on any injuries at this moment, but as you can see, crews were hard at work to help any residents that needed to be evacuated. So this did happen just a couple of minutes ago. We got word from our Fox 5 DC team. So wanted to bring you these aerials here on Live Now from Fox, everybody, because that is what our show is all about. We are that front row seat to everything happening across our nation and around the globe as well. But again, good morning, everybody. My name is Regina Gonzalez. I'm joining you from the Live Now from Fox East Coast Hub in Orlando, Florida. Again, thank you so much for waking up with us. If you are new to our show, we are that nonstop stream of breaking news, live events. We have live interviews with guests and reporters from across the nation, bringing you any updates on top stories that we are following that morning. Specifically this morning, we are continuing to follow several top stories, including demonstrations that have reached a 4th day here in the United States. A lot of people taking to the streets, showing their support for Cuba, as we have learned that at least one person has died over there and more than 100 people have been detained. We did have Florida Governor Ron DeSantis trying to call on President Biden to help Cuban residents get Wi-Fi because we have learned that internet restrictions are in place out there. So we are continuing to bring you any news surrounding what is happening on the island anytime we get them. So again, keeping tabs on that. Today is also the first day that child tax credit payments will be going out. We did have Fox 35 Orlando's Amanda McKenzie live with us here at around 6:30 this morning. So we will bring you some more information on that story as well in just a little bit. We are less than 10 minutes away from heading out to Detroit, Michigan, where we will be joined by Fox 2 Detroit's Ryan Armani to talk about all of the top stories that are going on in that area in Michigan. So we always love having him here on Live Now from Fox. That live report is also just minutes away. But again, as we stay on top of the demonstrations happening across the nation, specifically, I want to stick to the demonstrations happening in Florida. And I want to bring you to a live look we have right now of Tampa, Florida, everybody. That is because we have seen them in Miami. We have seen them here in Orlando. We've also seen them in Tampa. And I do want to bring you the latest story from the Fox 13 Tampa team. They've had reporters out there among demonstrators for the last couple of days, and they filed this report.
The crowds were loud. Cars honked their horns. People coming together, calling for change in Cuba.
I honestly want to see some type of change. It's been 62 years. We've been going through this for a very long time, generations and generations, even from my mom, my family.
Signs saying things like SOS Cuba and Patria y Vida, meaning homeland and life. Some of the demonstrators have powerful stories as to why they're out here among the crowd.
We came by boat. My mom was 7 months pregnant with me. My dad was a welder. He actually made the boat by hand. There was about 30-something people in the boat, and this means a lot to me because we all almost drowned in the ocean. trying to get away from the government over there, the oppression, and just like the way of life over there. There's no like food, there's no medicine. Everything over there is so restricted.
Demonstrators say these gatherings aren't just about showing their support to end the Castro regime, but to also call on other nations, including the U.S., to help Cuba's health and economic crisis.
We're looking for a helping hand. We're honestly at this point right now where we're looking at trying to just get as much support as we can, bring people out here.
Once again, everybody, taking another live look over Tampa, Florida on this Thursday morning. That specifically, that demonstration that you were seeing in that story was taking place in Ybor City. It's actually a strip of restaurants, bars, a lot of parades happen there. So as you saw, a lot of people showing their support for Cuba. Meanwhile, I do want to bring you this next report from our Fox 13 Tampa team staying on this exact topic, because some now think Florida might face a huge influx of migrants fleeing from Cuba. It's happened before. So our Fox 13 Tampa team is taking a closer look at what could possibly happen now.
Senator Marco Rubio warned us the Cuban regime may try to drive a mass exodus of migrants into Florida, and it appears to be moving in that direction already as the regime responds to the protests for freedom. Let's bring in Fox 13's political editor Craig Patrick here now with a closer look at the threat and how the Biden administration may respond here. Craig, I know you've been watching this closely. What do you think?
Well, we start with the history. Cuba has done this twice before, prompted mass migrations from Cuba to the United States in 1980, the biggest 1994 as well. What it does, blames its failings on the United States and then encourages the people of Cuba to flood north into the United States, and specifically the state of Florida. So with that, yes, there are warnings and there appear to be threats that this is happening again, because the Cuban foreign minister is using the same kind of rhetoric that we heard just before the last two mass exoduses to the United States. And the Secretary of Homeland Security said we cannot let them do this again. In 1980, Cuba blamed its financial woes on the United States and prompted a mass migration to Florida, sending waves of refugees and also emptying its prisons and dumping its criminals into the mix. Well, Senator Marco Rubio said they could do it again and warned the Biden administration to stop them from even trying.
And President Biden needs to be clear, whether it's through private channels or saying it publicly, be abundantly clear that we will treat the encouragement of mass migration towards the United States as a hostile action and act accordingly. That cannot be tolerated.
And just hours after Rubio said that, Cuba's foreign minister said the regime accuses the U.S. of being directly involved and of having serious responsibility in the incidents that occurred, meaning the protests, and warned the U.S. will be responsible for the consequences that arise, which he said could risk the incitement of irregular and disorderly migratory flows between the two countries. Our Cuban-born Secretary of Homeland Security, Alejandro Mayorkas, is already warning the regime to back off and urging the Cuban people not to buy into it.
The Coast Guard, along with our state, local, and federal partners, are monitoring any activity that may indicate increases in unsafe and irregular maritime migration in the Florida Straits. Some people make the mistake of attempting that perilous journey. Those individuals are interdicted and returned to Cuba. Allow me to be clear. If you take to the sea, you will not come to the United States.
For many years, of course, we had a very different immigration policy with Cubans arriving called wet foot, dry foot. That's what it was known as, that if people actually reached land, they could stay. But that phased out at the beginning of 2017. And with that, the Biden administration is sending as strong a message as it can to the Cuban people. At this point, they will not accept floods of migrants heading into Florida.
So what more could the administration do to head off a mass exodus from Cuba, you think?
Well, the reactive thing that they're already doing is stepping up the Coast Guard presence all through the Florida Straits to try to head it off if it does start, to try to prevent it from starting. That's where the Biden administration is likely working, perhaps behind the scenes, to send clear signals to the regime that there will be retaliation or there will be a very firm response, and then explaining what that response in terms of additional restrictions or what have you might be.
Sure. We know you keep watching it for us. Craig, thanks. Senator Mark.
All right, huge thank you to Fox 13's Craig Patrick. He is their investigative reporter, and he's done a wonderful job not only with Cuba, but also doing some investigative work following the Florida Surfside condo collapse as well. So again, my name is Regina Gonzalez, everybody, with you here at the Live Now from Fox East Coast Hub in Orlando, Florida. I'm going to send some of you on a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we return, we are going to head out to Michigan and be joined by Fox 2 Detroit's very own Ryan Armani to talk about some of the top stories not only happening in Detroit, but across the state of Michigan as well. So stay with us here on Live Now from Fox. That interview is coming up right after this break, everybody. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, everybody. It is Thursday, July 15th, and we always say here on our show that with the click of one button, we can bring you to just about any place you want to go here around the United States. We've got about 500 cameras across cities and towns around our country, and I actually, of all those cameras, I do not have a camera of Detroit, Michigan right now, so I'm bringing you out to this shot of Flint, Michigan. We are heading out to Michigan because it's been a couple of weeks. We had Ryan Armani on vacation, some well-deserved time off, but we do a weekly hit with Fox 2 Detroit every Thursday to kind of catch us up on the top stories that are not only happening in the city of Detroit, but also in the state of Michigan as well. So he is back on with us here on Live Now from Fox. Ryan, good morning to you. I must say, I'm so excited to chat with you. It's been polar, it's been rain, so I feel so lucky this morning. How are you?
Well, the pleasure is all mine, Regina, and I will tell you, the minute you came to me, my little background here changed.
I know, I saw that. What's
Forget
going
the backdrop
on
there. I'm not swimming on the golf course or anything like that, or playing on a playground. Look, it's perfect. It's all good now.
Isn't that the great thing about green screens?
But it is so good to be with you, and Flint is close enough. So don't worry about the camera shot. Not having one from Detroit. Flint is close enough.
Right? I know. We were just talking about how I need to get out to Michigan because so many cool cities, so many cool towns, and apparently behind you, you can really be in any one of them at any given moment.
All it takes is the snap of a button, the click of a button, and you're there. But yes, you have to come to the great state of Michigan. It is one of the most beautiful states in the country. If you have not been here, plan a vacation here. It is northern Michigan, Metro Detroit, west side of the state, the Thumb area. We've got it all. And the state doesn't even pay me to say that, actually.
You're just saying it all on your own there. Well, okay, so we are talking about some of the top stories that are happening across that great state today. So I want to start off with, apparently, Ryan, Michigan unemployment is asking for people to return their money. What can you tell us?
So, yeah, this situation, not so great. And it's a big, huge, enormous story here. About 650,000 people who got unemployment benefits in the state of Michigan over the last year due to COVID are being asked one of two things. A, to either return their money, or B, prove again that you really deserved that money. So the Michigan Unemployment Insurance Agency says that the people who qualified didn't actually qualify under federal guidelines. So everyone is asked to confirm their jobless status, which is the unemployment situation here, Regina, over the last year has been a disaster. If you go back to the early part of the pandemic, March 2020, April, May, June of 2020, it was a disaster. You couldn't get through at all. There were wait times of upwards of 8, 9, 10 hours to speak with a representative. And now the state is saying, well, we made a mistake, and now it's incumbent upon you to A, pay us our money back, or reprove that you actually qualified for these benefits. That is an incredibly difficult task and an ask of these people who have been through so much already, and really mind-boggling that the state just doesn't say, okay, you know what, even if it was our mistake, just go ahead and keep your money. And it's not even keeping money. Regina, this is money that was used to pay for food, pay for rent, mortgage, car payments, tuition bills, whatever the case may be. That money is out and paid for already. So I don't know what these people are going to do, but it is going to be a big story around here for weeks to come.
Yeah, kind of going off of what you just said, forgive me, but I know as soon as we got stimulus checks, as soon as money was in our bank accounts, especially after a lot of people were not working, they spent it. So how does that even necessarily work?
Well, you just nailed it. Once people got money, they paid their bills with it because, their jobs were essentially gone. Economically, our state has been one of the hardest hit that there is in the country, and it has been that way. Now, we are coming out of that for sure, but over the last year and a half, 15, 16 months, it has been devastated economically, and if this is how the state is going to treat people who relied on them the most to get them through this difficult time, that's incredibly difficult to navigate that situation, and we're going to be on it for sure for weeks to come, I'm sure.
Yeah, definitely. All right, Ryan. Well, I want to get to our next topic on the agenda because even here on Live Now from Fox over the last couple of months, we've been following, former Detroit Police Chief James Craig. There's been some speculation on whether or not he will run for governor of Michigan, and now apparently he's got a big announcement. So what do we know?
Yeah, it is the worst kept secret, I think, in the state of Michigan, that former Detroit Police Chief James Craig is going to eventually, and it sounds like last night he made the announcement on Tucker Carlson's show on Fox News Channel that he was teasing a big announcement for next week. Anybody around here and everybody around here is going to go ahead and assume that big announcement is that he is going to run for governor of the state of Michigan as a Republican and challenge Democrat incumbent Gretchen Whitmer. It is a huge announcement and somewhat of a surprise over the last couple of weeks since he announced at his retirement press conference that he was a Republican. Look, the city of Detroit, in which he served for the last 8 years specifically as chief, is heavily Democratic. He is beloved in the city. If you go back to social unrest in the summer of 2020, it was the city of Detroit that was really a beacon of how to protect your city, protect major cities in the country. There were relatively no problems at all in downtown Detroit. No buildings were looted, nothing in terms of large-scale vandalized buildings. And it was Chief Craig, along with community activists, and that is something that Chief Craig built with the community members in the city of Detroit over the last 8 years. He is beloved by block managers in neighborhoods, and it's interesting to see now what that little R to the left of his name, R for Republican, is going to do to that relationship. The city of Detroit, heavily Democratic. We will see Gretchen Whitmer, I believe, took 92% of the vote in the governor's election a few years ago from the city of Detroit. Can James Craig, and everybody is going to assume here that he's going to be the shoo-in nominee for the Republicans here in the state, can James Craig eat into that a little bit? That is going to be the question. And if he does eat into that Detroit margin, which was so lopsided in favor of Gretchen Whitmer last time, you could be looking at the next governor of the state of Michigan. It is going to be a very close race here, and we'll see when he officially gets in, but that's expected to be sometime next week.
Yeah, and Ryan, you just mentioned how he's very active in the community, very well known. I feel like when police chiefs or anybody on the force retires, it's because they are ready to relax. They've served their time, but it seems to me like he is really just getting started.
And Regina, you mentioned it, when he has had a life in public service for the last 40 years. That is really hard to just kind of put off to the side. So for him, his whole thing is now I want to continue that legacy in public service. And, in my 60s, I want to retire. So, I don't know if I'd be running for office, but some people want to do it. And it is fascinating because if you look at one of, if not the major issue in the country and here in our state, here in the city of Detroit, the number one issue right now is violent crime. President Biden and Vice President Harris spoke about violent crime in the last few days. It has been all over the news, no matter which channel you turn on. And here you have this police chief who did a really good job, specifically in 2020 and even in the 8 years prior as police chief in the city of Detroit, who comes in with that crime background. So it'll be a very intriguing race when he does get in.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we are curious to see what will happen within the next week. As you said, probably a really bad kept secret out there in the state of Michigan. But all right, I do want to play some video here and change your lower for just a second, Ryan, because we've seen this a lot in several states, you know, Michigan being one of the states to try and boost vaccination rates with a lottery. Now, I haven't heard of one in Florida. I definitely haven't won any money, but tell us a little bit about the first drawing that is happening soon. Oh, Brian, I think I lost your microphone there.
A daily drawing of $50,000 winners all in the month of July. There is a $2 million lottery and a $1 million lottery. If you are under the age of 18, there's 9 $55,000 scholarships that could be paid out to you, so you could go to college or whatever the case may be. And believe it or not, that has not moved the needle at all in terms of vaccination rates. So on July 1st, when this program was announced, when this sweepstakes was announced, the number of people in the state of Michigan eligible to get the vaccine was 62%. Well, today is July 15th, and the numbers haven't come out yet, but as of yesterday, 62.4% of people have gotten the first dose of the vaccine. So less than 0.5%, 0.4% increase in vaccination rates in the last 2 weeks here in the state of Michigan. It is an increase. That is good. It is not nearly the increase I think the state was hoping for when they announced this sweepstakes.
Yeah, Ryan, I apologize.
And I did not win. Unfortunately, I have my vaccine, 2 shots. I have applied for the sweepstakes. I was not one of the winners, but we'll see what happens over the next couple of weeks.
I know. I was saying the same thing recently, too. I'm like, I'm vaccinated, but I actually haven't received or gotten any incentive. I don't believe there is a lottery here in Florida, so I guess you'd just be lucky that you were even able to try and participate in one. And, you know, the drawing hasn't happened yet, so you never know.
You can't win if you don't play, right?
Exactly. Now, I apologize, Ryan. We lost your microphone for just a second when you started explaining. Do we know the amount that could be won today?
Yeah, so every day in the month, there's going to be one $50,000 winner selected. So every day there's a winner plucked out of that, you get 50 grand. And the big prize, there's a $2 million prize and a $1 million prize. So, but there's one of those, one $1 million winner, one $2 million winner, but every day in the month of July, there's a $50,000 winner. So, hey, I'll take that.
I will take that. That's some good money. Well, Ryan Armani with Fox 2 Detroit, it is always a pleasure having you here on Live Now from Fox, and I'm glad that I finally was able to speak with you myself. I hope you have a great rest of your day.
Regina, you rock, my friend. Enjoy yourself, and we'll see you next week.
See you next week, Ryan. Thank you so much for joining us here. All right, everybody, you heard him say Flint, Michigan isn't that far, so let's take another live look over Flint right now. Always a pleasure having Ryan Armani here on Live Now from Fox with us to keep us updated on any of the top stories that are happening out of the state of Michigan. Again, we are a national show, everybody, so sometimes we're not always on each story as it breaks in any state. So really good to catch up with these anchors at our Fox owned and operated stations across the nation and touch base on what is going on, what they are following as well. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. We will return with some good news, some positive news. Ryan Armani is such a great energy, so we will stick with some really, really positive stories that we have for you here on Live Now from Fox as we reach the 8 o'clock hour. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, everybody. The sun has risen here on the East Coast. It is almost 8 a.m. out here in Orlando, Florida, where I, Regina Gonzalez, am joining you from the Live Now from Fox East Coast Hub. It is actually right down the road, about 30 minutes from where you are currently taking a live look right now over Port Canaveral, Florida. Again, you can see this Disney cruise ship docked out there. We've got several cruise ships making their way in and out of the ports. We did have the first cruise with paying customers go out just a couple of weeks ago. So feel free to let us know. Tweet us at LiveNowFox and let us know if you would be that person to get on a cruise right now as restrictions are easing amid the coronavirus pandemic. I know a lot of people are beginning to book those vacations that they weren't necessarily able to take during the pandemic. So again, just wanted to bring you this really cool shot. We're going to stay on some good news here as we end the 7 o'clock hour here. We were just being joined by Fox 2 Detroit's Ryan Ermani. He's such a great energy, so fun to talk to. So wanted to stay on some positive news here right now. I do want to bring you this really sweet story. A wedding dress is a major expense for brides-to-be. Let's face it. That's why a Chicago area bridal shop is taking part in a nationwide effort to say thank you to first responders and other heroes who've gone above and beyond over the last year. Fox's Sally Schulz has this story.
Trying on that first wedding dress is momentous.
When we walked in here, we were all just taken back by just how gorgeous everything is.
And after this past year, dress shopping is all the more moving for Rebecca Benavides.
It makes me emotional, not gonna lie, because like I said, our story is one that should definitely be on a Hallmark channel.
She's in healthcare. Her fiance's in the National Guard. They've had family illness. So this trip to Mira Couture in the Gold Coast for a wedding gown giveaway is just what they needed.
We've had a very, very rough year, and then he's deployed again overseas this time. So to get a dress basically at no cost is just, oh my, we can't even express enough like how thankful we are for this.
Julie Romelli owns Mira Couture and teamed up with brides across America to outfit 8 women.
They're different kinds of healthcare workers, police officers, military, and they're getting a free dress today. So we're donating our dresses to some brides that just to say thank you and give back.
There are several racks of dresses here where brides-to-be can have their pick.
A lot of times they haven't tried any wedding dresses on, so it's their first chance to try on a dress, and they're leaving just so happy. I mean, we see some emotions, and it's just wonderful.
This is definitely an experience I will always treasure and remember.
Now the hard part is finding the right dress.
This one, no.
Luckily, there are plenty of others to pick. In the Gold Coast, Sally Schulz, Fox 32 Chicago.
Really sweet story out there. Again, wedding dresses can be so expensive, and if anybody deserves a beautiful dress, it is healthcare workers. They have been superheroes throughout the COVID-19 pandemic. Well, as we stay on the topic of weddings and relationships, there is a new show coming out. It's called Family or Fiance, and relationship expert Tracy McMillan is speaking with our very own Fox 5 Atlanta team about how engaged couples and their disapproving families will come together for 3 days under one roof. Would you do this? Talk about loving your in-laws, not liking your in-laws. Well, let's get the latest here from Fox 5 Atlanta.
All right, well, the title of the show says it all, Family or Fiance. The program showcases engaged couples who bring their disapproving families together for 3 days under one roof. Now, the goal is to strengthen their bonds and unpack some of their differences, but relationship expert Tracy McMillan says that's a lot easier said than done. Tracy McMillan.
What is the core issue, do you feel like, is the thing that you want to get out of these 3 days?
We do not see eye to eye on parenting. Kim is real big on babying CJ and Connor. I believe in communicating, and he's more old school, do what I say.
Authoritarian.
Yes.
You've raised 5 kids.
Well, Tracy McMillan hosts Family or Fiance, joins us now to talk about the second season on the Oprah Winfrey Network and how she's trying to help these families sort through some really complicated issues. Good morning to you. Congratulations on season 2.
Thank you. Good morning.
Let's just dive right into this. This is going to be an interesting season in terms of some of the issues you're focusing on. Tell me what will we see and learn this season?
We're going to see all kinds of issues that families and engaged couples are dealing with, like polyamory. We've got a 30-year age difference. We've got domestic violence. There's all sorts of issues. And, you know, people come in and they think they have this issue. And very often you uncover something in the first 24 hours that shows a much deeper level of, you know, something that needs healing, either in the family or in the couple.
And let's talk about is there ever a common denominator in terms of what you see from family to family? Because there are all kinds of issues, whether the families are getting along with the fiance or not. Is there ever a common denominator that helps you sort of narrow in and help these families?
Well, one thing about the show and why it's so amazing is that our issues inside our couples, you know, as partners, our issues originate in our families. So you basically get the cause and the effect under the same roof. And what that does is it allows both people to get the healing. I think oftentimes the family thinks they're coming here to air their complaints or you know, weigh in on what they think this relationship needs to be or needs not to be. And what they oftentimes find is that they're confronted with something inside themselves, whether it's a mom, sister, best friend, or a whole family system.
Right. So when you've got a situation like this where you've got the family really pushing back against the fiance, how much of that do you spend trying to get the fiance to conform, or is it getting the family to conform, or is it both?
Well, sometimes it's usually really about shifting perspective. Like people come in and they have an idea of what they think is happening, either what they want for their couple. For example, there's one couple where the woman fiance's mom wants her to reconcile with her ex-husband. Now, the reason she wants that is because there's something inside of the mom that preferred that relationship, but it wasn't necessarily right for her daughter. So these are the things that once you see what the issue is, very often people kind of spontaneously grow and open their hearts. I feel like people spend decades, years, trying to keep the issues down. They try to never speak on the most controversial issues. And what they find is that when they are willing to just open their hearts and just be honest, radically honest, growth happens, healing happens, love happens.
I like that, radically honest, which allows the growth to happen. Well, Tracy, we appreciate the work that you're doing. I'm sure a lot of folks are going to have an opportunity to learn from this show. And again, we'll look forward to this second season starting this Saturday. Thank you so much for joining us this morning.
Thank you.
All right, and we want to
All right, everybody, welcome to Live Now from Fox. If you've been tuning in to our coverage for the past couple of minutes, you were just listening in to a segment from our very own Fox 5 Atlanta as they spoke with a relationship expert who is hosting a show called Family or Fiance. It's when couples get to get the lowdown and talk about their disapproving family members. It's going to be in its second season and it airs on Saturday. So wanted to bring you that story here on Live Now from Fox, but it is a little past the 8 a.m. hour, and I do want to keep you up to date on the top stories that we are following this morning. But first, I should let you know you're currently taking a live look over Atlanta, Georgia, where that report just came from. We do have our very own Fox 5 Atlanta out there, and huge shout out to their reporters constantly bringing us the latest developments on top stories in the Atlanta metro area, as well as the state of Georgia. So since we just took that story, I figured I would start off the 8 o'clock hour in Georgia, specifically the beautiful city of Atlanta. Love Atlanta, one of my favorite places to visit. But again, my name is Regina Gonzalez. Good morning, everybody. Happy Thursday. I am joining you live from the News Now from Fox East Coast Hub in Orlando, Florida. If you are just flicking on our show, and if you are new to our show, we are a 24/7 non-stop stream of breaking news, live events, and any stories that are happening across our nation and around the globe as well. We also have on live guests to bring you exclusive information on any of these headlines that we are following. And if you, again, are new to our show, the host that you see, so myself here in Orlando, you also have Pilar Arias, you have Rain Augustine. I actually will be the only person hosting the show from Orlando this morning. You'll have me until 11 a.m. Until we pass the show off to our Live Now from Fox headquarters in Phoenix, Arizona. But the point I was making is that our hosts actually control everything that you are seeing on your screen, and I can actually give you a look at the setup that we have here. So welcome everybody to the Live Now from Fox. Oh, I'm sorry, look at that. It didn't even it didn't even turn. See, that's what I mean. We control everything. Already turned my head. Apologize everybody, but welcome to the Live Now from Fox set here in Orlando, Florida. As you can see, we've got several monitors, we've got audio boards, the hosts control the video, the graphics, anything that you are seeing on your screen. We are in control. We are in touch with our guests. We are speaking with our live reporters ahead of any live reports that you may see here on our show. So really cool stuff here on Live Now from Fox. We like to call ourselves the future of news. We actually are that front row seat to everything happening across our nation. Sometimes we get live helicopter footage of scenes of breaking news. Sometimes we have ground footage of the breaking news, and other times we are actually, bringing you the latest developments here ourselves. We've got video, we've got several updates coming in to our Live Now from Fox desk. So that's what we're all about here, everybody. We do have some live events expected to get underway beginning at around 9:30 a.m. Eastern time this morning. So we will break down that schedule a little bit later here on Live Now from Fox. But do want to let you know that we are continuing to follow several top stories here this morning. We're going to do another version of your morning brief. This is everything that you may want to know about as you start your Thursday morning. So I do want to let you know that today is the first day that child tax credit payments are starting to go out. Qualifying American families could see at least $250 extra in their bank accounts for every child in the home from now until the end of the year. They can claim the other half when they file their 2021 tax returns. For many in the hospitality industry who were laid off or furloughed during the pandemic, it's a much step up. So most families, again, will receive up to $300 a child. It actually depends on the child's age and the family's 2020 income. So the program is part of the most recent stimulus package. Experts believe the payments will slash child poverty almost in half. So that is one of the big top stories that we are following today. Woke up with us here on Live Now from Fox. We did have a live report from Fox 35. Amanda McKenzie, she was bringing us the latest information, what you need to know you haven't filed for these child tax credit payments. So again, we are tabs on this story today. We are also keeping tabs on the Cuba protests that are not only happening out there on the island, also happening out here in South Florida and other parts of the United States as well. We have learned this morning that at least one person is dead. More than 115 people have been detained in Cuba. This is stemming from some of the most intense anti-government demonstrations on the island in more than 60 years as citizens face an extreme economic crisis. And now Cubans are getting a boost from international protests. Fox News correspondent Phil Keating has more from Little Havana in my.
Continued cries for help in Cuba. Embroiled in an economic crisis, Cubans are voicing grievances against crippling shortages of goods like medicine and food and rising prices. Some calling for an end to the communist regime.
This is an inflection point, and America ought to stand up and speak boldly on the side of freedom and against the communist dictatorship.
And many Americans are. Frustration boiling over outside the borders of the island nation, with shows of solidarity in several states and multiple cities in Florida. On Tuesday, a group of protesters in Miami blocked several streets, including a major highway in both directions, during rush hour to make their voices heard.
The world needs to know what's going on in Cuba. The world needs to know that government needs to be brought down.
Lawmakers on Wednesday echoing those calls. Florida Congresswoman Kathy Castor is calling for island government to step down.
There has been a total collapse under this communist regime of civil society. It's a collapse under the weight of corruption and communism.
The Biden administration is also under tremendous pressure to step in, with Democrats unhappy the president hasn't reversed President Trump's hardline stance against Cuba. Meanwhile, the Cuban government is tightening its grip on the country by shutting down the internet and social media, leading some Florida Republicans to call for private companies to mobilize to provide access so the Cubans' voices can get out. In Miami's Little Havana, Phil Keating, Fox News.
All right, thank you to Phil Keating for that report. Again, protests not only happening in Miami, but in Tampa, right here in Orlando, out there in Los Angeles, and Washington, D.C. as well. So seeing a lot of people taking to the streets to show their support for family members or people that they just want to show support for out there in Cuba, everybody. Currently taking a live look over Los Angeles, California, specifically at the Los Angeles International Airport, LAX for short. If you are just waking up with us on the West Coast, it's a little after 5 a.m. out there. Thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. Well, it was a big news that we were following out of the Los Angeles area yesterday and wanted to bring you the outcome this morning. Britney Spears' conservatorship case was back in court yesterday, and now a Los Angeles judge is giving Spears the green light to change her legal counsel. Could this signal the beginning of the end in her long-standing conservatorship battle? Fox 11 Los Angeles' Coco McAvoy has more.
In conservatorship now. The Free Britney movement gaining more steam Wednesday after a major development in her 13-year conservatorship case. Britney is now allowed to hire her own attorney, prompting immediate cheers outside of the courthouse following the judge's decision. High-profile attorney and former federal prosecutor Matthew Rosengart is now set to represent Britney Spears moving forward.
Her testimony was clear. It was lucid, it was powerful,
and it was compelling.
And it was filled with emotion. Brittany broke down in tears for her testimony Wednesday, accusing her father, James Spears, of conservator abuse and asking for him to be removed as her co-conservator. Attorney Rosengart also called for James to step down.
Can anyone disagree that it is not in the best interests of the conservatee for James Spears to be a co-conservator?
Fans traveled from all over to show support.
You say Brittany free! Brittany! Free!
Even Florida Republican Representative Matt Gaetz, who faces legal troubles of his own, showed up in solidarity.
There is no stage in the world too big for Britney Spears, and I think the United States Congress would be a great place for her to come and demand accountability.
Some of the fans say they followed Britney's tumultuous case for decades.
A lot of it was speculation, and so for the longest time I was just like, well, we don't know, and we just have to hear from Britney herself. And so finally hearing her say these things, even though it was heartbreaking, was also validating for this movement.
Following the latest ruling, Britney Spears posted on social media expressing gratitude for new representation and to her fans.
I'm so proud of Britney for the bravery that it took for her to speak and talk about this.
And fans say Britney's case raises awareness about other controversial conservatorship cases across the nation.
We really need to take a look at this, and if she's the poster child for it, let's do it. Let's free Britney.
Again, a step forward for Britney Spears. She is now able to choose her own legal counsel. So we will continue to follow that story here on Live Now from Fox. We've been bringing you any developments regarding her case. You did hear her powerful, emotional testimony a couple of weeks ago. We had some remarks and quotes from her phone call where she was speaking with judges in a courtroom. And again, you heard Coco McAvoy say that she allegedly did break down yesterday as well. So a very emotional case that we are continuing to follow here on Live Now from Fox. Meanwhile, the next top story that I have for you here is actually some audio that has recently been released. Guys, believe it or not, it has been 3 weeks since we first brought you the breaking news that a condo building in South Florida, specifically in the Surfside area, partially collapsed. We have been airing any and every updates provided by officials. The other day, we actually did get informed that they will not be doing any more live press conferences like they have been for the last couple of weeks anymore, but we are still continuing to get information about the recovery efforts out there. We have learned that the death toll has now risen to 97. Well, yesterday the news broke that police did release the official 911 calls that were made moments before the building collapsed out there in Surfside, and we did air them here on Live Now from Fox yesterday. So I do want to play those for you here. I do want to let you know that viewer discretion is advised. It's very, very upsetting to hear, but it's crazy that we were able to obtain the audio. So wanted to bring you that here on Live Now from Fox, everybody. Again, let's listen in. This is our very own Live Now from Fox's Daytona Everett, kind of breaking down what you are hearing and playing them for you. So let's take a listen.
The death toll is rising to 97 people at this time. Officials have confirmed that as the recovery effort is underway, but we are just getting in new audio released from the Miami-Dade Police Department. 911 calls made in the moments after the Surfside condo collapse actually happened. Again, viewer discretion is, of course, advised.
Miami-Dade, this is Miami Beach with a transfer. Complaint is calling from 8777 Collins Avenue. Advising that the roof collapsed in the garage. 8777 Collins Avenue. Yes, ma'am.
Oh my God.
I'm at 88 Collins Ave. It's across the street. The building is completely smoking.
Okay. Do you know if there's anyone inside that building?
Yes, there's people inside. I see the lights on.
What type of building is it?
Okay.
What type of building is it?
It looks like a condo or a hotel. There's police out there right now.
Can you tell how many floors there are?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's 6 floors. I see the lights on the top floor. I see.
Where do you see the fire coming from?
I don't see the fire exactly. I see a lot of smoke, like a bunch of smoke.
Okay.
Holy. Hello, 90 days.
What? Yeah. Hold on.
Okay.
I'm trying to track them.
He's mapping at 88th Street and Collins
Hurry
Avenue.
up, hurry up.
He's,
There's a big explosion.
he's reporting a collapse in a garage.
877 Collins Avenue.
8 garage. Okay. What is the phone number?
877 Collins Avenue.
He's calling from.
Okay, so tell me exactly what happened. Sir?
I'm sorry.
What's going on? Tell me exactly what happened.
I don't know. There's a lot of smoke going on. I can't see anything right now.
You see smoke?
Get out of here.
Sir?
Where are we going? We gotta go. We gotta keep going.
Hello?
Oh my God.
Hello?
Yes, I'm here.
What are you seeing?
I can't see nothing but smoke. And the cops are right here.
Okay, so if the police are there, we can hang up, sir, if the police are there.
We can't see a thing. It's all smoke here.
Okay, I heard Miami Beach say something about a bridge collapse.
Yeah.
A bridge collapse?
No, a building.
A building collapse?
Yeah. Mom, go down. Mom, relax. Take a deep breath. Look at that smoke. Mom. Jesus! It's earthquake outside! Earthquake! You gotta open up. Hurry up.
Again, those were just some of the 911 calls made following the condo collapse right there. The death toll rising to 97 as of today. An exact cause for the collapse has not been determined, although there were previous warnings of major structural issues with the building. The death toll is...
Again, absolutely tragic to hear. I want to correct myself. Earlier, I said that these calls were made before the condo collapse. This was actually the calls made right after it happened. You can hear the yelling, the crying, the emotion. Still such a very unknown situation at that time. Again, it was 3 weeks ago that we brought you this breaking news of the Champlain Tower South out there in Surfside, Florida, partially collapsing. The search and rescue efforts about a week ago did turn into recovery efforts, and as of this morning, we know that the death toll has risen to 97. So very emotional phone calls, but did want to bring you that segment here on Live Now from Fox. As soon as our team obtained the audio from these 911 calls, you saw that they brought it to you here on our show in that segment. So that was our own Daytona Everett, and we thank you to our our Live Now from Fox team in Phoenix for bringing you those calls. I do want to send some of you on a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we return, we're going to head out to Washington, D.C. to discuss the latest news surrounding President Biden's push for an infrastructure deal. He is inching a little bit closer, meeting with bipartisan governors and mayors yesterday. We are also going to hear from some of the legislature, to some of the members of the House out there in Texas, speaking after they fled the state on Tuesday to stall some voting bills. So we will send some of you on a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll have more top stories when you return. All right, everybody, welcome back to Live Now from Fox. A little bit of a shaky shot here. You can see the photographer on scene was moving around, placing his camera shot out there, but you are currently taking a live look out of Lorton, Virginia. Now, Fairfax County law enforcement officials are gathering here with an update on the search for a missing 72-year-old woman who was last seen over a month ago. And we actually do have a picture of her here on Live Now from Fox. This is Emily Liu, and she's been missing since June 3rd. Her family is desperate for answers. Her daughter has been traveling back and forth from Arkansas to make sure her mom's case stays in the public eye. On the day she disappeared, Emily was last seen around 7 in the evening in Lorton. She is described as 5 foot 2 inches tall, 130 pounds, with brown hair. She was wearing a white shirt with a purple design and white pants. Police consider her endangered due to her mental and physical health concerns. Ball reported her mom missing on Friday, June 4th, after she didn't show up at her job where she cares for senior citizens. Liu was last seen on Thursday, June 3rd, walking out of the Aldi's in Woodbridge. Surveillance video showed her sorting through some groceries at the checkout line around 8 in the evening. She then drove to her home in Lorton. Investigators said she parked but never took her groceries out of the car. Police found evidence there was a struggle and that Liu may have been hurt inside of her home. So anyone with information is asked to contact Fairfax County Police. That number is 703-691-2131. So again, a little bit of a shaky shot there. Again, you can see the photographer moving his shot around, trying to give us different vantage points of the scene. But again, this is a 72-year-old missing woman. The search has continued. It has been going on for the last several weeks. Again, Emily Liu now missing since June 3rd. So this is breaking news that we have for you here on Live Now from Fox this morning. I also did get word that Fox 5 DC's chopper is headed over the scene as well. We are trying to get some footage of the chopper right now here on Live Now from Fox, but it does believe that that shot is dark as well. So again, this is breaking news that we have for you, a news alert this morning, and we will continue to keep you updated on this story. If we do get a press conference from Fairfax County officials, you can bet that we will bring it to you live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox. This is what our show is all about, everybody. We are that front row seat to breaking news that happens across our nation. So this is the scene of Fairfax County Police out there in Lorton, Virginia right now. Again, a little bit of an unsteady shot there. The photographer moving to different points of the scene. So again, wanted to bring you that update here on Live Now from Fox, but I do want to continue on with our morning brief. This is the top stories that you want and need to know about as you start your Thursday morning. We're going to head out to Capitol Hill for this next top story that we have for you, talking about infrastructure. President Biden is making his push now for a huge $3.5 trillion spending package that could soon start making its way through Congress. As Fox News correspondent Doug Lazater reports from Washington this morning, if it passes, it could be a defining moment for the administration.
Well, they haven't worked out the exact combination of spending priorities and tax hikes, and that's where things are going to get dicey, because in the Senate, Democrats do not have a single vote to lose.
We're going to get this done. We are getting this done.
President Biden and Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer walking in lockstep, eager to pass a new spending package that covers everything from climate change to child care to Medicare expansion. Democrats call this human infrastructure, and it's in addition to the bipartisan physical infrastructure deal that's still coming together.
We are not going to stop. We're going to fight so hard to get this done.
And Schumer heads out now to start selling this plan not to Republicans, but to other Democrats, because this would likely have to pass the Senate on a straight party line vote, and there are holdouts.
I've been very clear then I want to see the pay-fors and make sure that whatever we do is going to be globally competitive.
Under Bidenomics, the price is up.
Republicans, meantime, deployed a game show prop on the Senate floor, spinning the wheel of inflation that they say would skyrocket if the government keeps spending money at this pace.
To me, that $3.5 trillion that was announced last night really is the extreme Democrats' freight train to socialism. And the American people are going to end up paying for that in many different ways.
Now, Democrats will have to move pretty quickly to get this done. They want to pass a framework before the August recess to avoid a Republican filibuster. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
All right, thank you to Doug Luzader for that report. Again, everybody, taking you live back out to the scene as the search continues for a 72-year-old missing woman out in Lorton, Virginia. The photographer bringing us several different vantage points of the scene there. And while he does so, I actually do want to show you the woman that they are looking for right now. This is Emily Liu, everybody. She has been missing since June 3rd, and her family is absolutely desperate for answers. I do want to read you again the latest information surrounding her disappearance. So again, she's been missing since June 3rd, and on the day that she disappeared, Emily was last seen around 7 p.m. in the 9200 block of Davis Road in Lorton. So if you are joining us from the Lorton, Virginia area and you know of that specific area, she is described as a 5 foot 2 inches tall, 130 pounds, with brown hair. She was wearing a white shirt with a purple design on the day that she disappeared. So again, police are on scene in Lorton, Virginia right now, and they are expected to give an update on the status of this investigation. Again, her daughter reported that her mom had been missing since June 3rd. She officially reported her mom missing on Friday, June 4th, after she got word that her mom didn't show up at a job where she cares for senior citizens. She was last seen walking out of the Aldi in Woodbridge, and surveillance video from Aldi grocery store shows her sorting through her groceries at the checkout line around 8 in the evening before driving off to her home in Lorton. Investigators said that she parked but never took her groceries out of the car. Police found evidence there was a struggle and that Liu may have been hurt inside of her home. So again, very tragic to hear that this woman has been missing for over a month. But we are expecting an update from Fairfax County Police. Again, this shot is courtesy of our Fox 5 DC team. Fairfax County, Lorton, the Virginia DMV area is part of their viewing area. So they are out there on the scene currently, and you can see that Fairfax County Police does have a truck out there. And it looks like a very active scene at the moment. Again, anyone with information is asked to contact police. I will update the lower to give you this number here, but if you know anything about Miss Liu's disappearance, you can call the police at 703-691-2131. So continuing to follow this story here on Live Now from Fox, everybody. Again, an absolutely tragic turn of events, but you can see police officers walking around out there, several cars parked. So when we do get word of an update from police, we will bring it to you live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox. Again, everybody, my name is Regina Gonzalez. I am joining you live from the Live Now from Fox East Coast Hub in Orlando, Florida. It is a little past the 8:30 a.m. hour here on the East Coast. If you are waking up with us from the West Coast, the Midwest, thank you so much again for being with us here this morning. Again, we are continuing to follow that news alert that we have gotten to our Live Now from Fox desk. A Virginia woman missing for over a month and her family is desperate for answers. Again, we are expecting an update from police here very soon, and we will bring it to you because that is what our show is all about. We are a front row seat to breaking news and events that are happening live across the nation and around the globe. Again, we are continuing to move on with our morning brief. These are the top stories that we're not only following, but the top stories that you want to know about as you go about your Thursday morning. It is July 15th. We are near Friday, everybody. Hang on there. We're almost there, almost to the weekend. But it's been something that we've been following very closely here on Live Now from Fox. Tuesday, House Democrats in Texas fleeing the state to stall a voting bill. Now, our Fox 26 Houston team actually did speak with State Senator John Whitmire. So I do want to bring you that interview here on Live Now from Fox as we continue to follow this situation very closely. The Democrats do remain in Washington. Over the last couple of days, they have met with members of Congress. They have met with Vice President Kamala Harris. So we are very closely following any developments on this story here on our show. But in the meantime, let's take a listen in to this interview with Fox 26 Houston.
State Senator John Whitmire. Good morning, Senator. Thank you so very much for joining us. First off, why a walkout? And tell me why you feel it was so important to stay in Austin.
Well, why a walkout? Obviously, you'd have to talk to those who walked out, but having done that as a young state rep for one day over redistricting, then in 2003, we went to Albuquerque. It's a very individual decision. Obviously, there's peer pressure if you're in a Democrat caucus. It's a personal decision. Where can you make the strongest statement, and how do you use your influence to the best of your ability to represent your district and the people of the state of Texas? First of all, the House left, and it's pretty darn hard to pull off 50 plus people to leave. It'll be very interesting to see if they can sustain that. The Democratic senators chose to go support that Democratic group of House members. They wanted to meet with the leadership in Congress and the Vice President. Now, as I just said, it's a very personal, individual decision. I weighed all of my options. We not only had the election bill on the Senate floor yesterday that passed. I believe we made that bill better by being there and fighting for availability of access to the polls. But also we had bail bond reform on the Senate floor yesterday. We had committee meetings the day before on transgender athletes. I chose to use my influence on the Senate floor to debate those important issues. One, because the House had already broke quorum, so breaking another quorum in the Senate really essentially, other than making a statement, would not accomplish any parliamentary procedure benefits. If I'd have left, there was still going to be a quorum because we had 3 Valley senators said they weren't going anywhere. So I weighed my options. I've been in contact with those in Washington, but I believe that we needed to talk about the election process. Let me just make something real clear. This is a new issue. I've been in the legislature 48 years, 10 in the House, 38 in the Senate. None of my Republican colleagues who I work across the aisle with have ever brought these issues before us. It started after the November election when you really challenged them to show where was the fraud. Where was the fraud in the Harris County drive-through balloting or 24-hour polling, voting? It's just real difficult. Now, can things always be improved? Yes, but there was strong resentment about some of the innovation that Harris County used. Didn't hear much complaints before we got to Austin because of the virus. People wanted to social distance. Convenience of voting was certainly emphasized. So I personally think we need to have a grown-up discussion. Voting should not be partisan. It's a very, quite frankly, sacred process, very private. And there's some provisions in the proposed Republican reforms that concern me. The activity of a poll watcher. When you go into a poll, It's very private. You don't want anybody to know how you vote. If you ask for assistance, it ought to be given. But to have a poll worker that is often from out of the community in which you're voting, it could create some real confrontations, which I'm concerned about.
Senator, I don't mean to interrupt you, but I do want to try and get in a question here. The governor has threatened to arrest all of those who have left. What charge is there?
The governor can't arrest anybody. The governor has no authority, and there's part of the problem we've got. There's too much rhetoric going around. We need to calm down, get back to the Senate floor, the House floor, and debate. And quite frankly, I don't even think we need to be in a special. Special should be for unfinished business. I'm for less government involvement in our lives. If you looked at the list of things we're taking up this summer, it looks like a regular session. But the Speaker has already put out the order. There's the authority, the House leadership, that they will be arrested if they don't come back. They can't be arrested in D.C., so you probably won't see them return to Texas. But there's too much politics going on. This is the time to govern. Never before in my career have I seen an entire session spent on political issues instead of governing. We need to be talking about education and mental health and transportation, flooding. We haven't even mentioned flooding this session. So anyway, I'm anxious for everybody to sit down and work together.
Senator Whitmire, thank you so very much for joining us this morning and sharing your thoughts about what's taking place in Austin.
Anytime. I'm always glad to talk with you.
State Senator John Whitmire.
All right, everybody, you heard that interview there. Our very own Fox 26 Houston team is speaking with Senator Whitmire on the fact that House Democrats remain in Washington this morning. Again, over the last couple of days, they've spoken with Vice President Kamala Harris. They've met with members of Congress. So very curious to see how long they will stay in Washington to stall this voting legislation. But from the the state of Texas to Chicago, Illinois, everybody, I do want to make sure that I've got this locator for you here, match a live picture to a name here. So again, taking a live look over the Windy City. Today is actually the first day of the auto show out there. We were joined by an automobile expert a little earlier here on Live Now from Fox, showcasing the really cool vehicles that will be out there on the floors, as well as any COVID-19 precautions and ticket information that people who are planning on attending need to know about. So when we return to Live Now from Fox after this 2-minute commercial break, we're going to be talking about the ongoing chip shortage. Our Fox 32 Chicago team actually doing a report on it, because I even asked the automobile expert earlier, with the chip shortage, if somebody is interested in a vehicle, can they even go about getting it? So we will listen into this report from our Fox 32 Chicago team when we return. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, everybody. Taking a live look over Chicago, Illinois. If you were tuning into our coverage a little bit earlier here on Live Now from Fox, we were actually joined by an automobile expert out there in the Windy City because the Chicago Auto Show is kicking off today. It is one of the first large events taking place out there in that area since COVID-19 restrictions have been eased. Actually, some fun facts: the 2020 Chicago Auto Show was the last of the big four auto shows to take place before events began to be canceled due to the pandemic last year. So restrictions will be in place today for anybody who plans on visiting. The expert did say you are allowed to test drive cars and go inside the really cool cars that he showed us there, but you will have to wear a mask, and there is also some information regarding tickets that you can find on the Chicago Auto Show website. But wanted to head out here and stay on the topic of cars, because actually one of the questions that I asked the auto expert was, if people see a car that they are interested in, how can they go about getting it with the fact that there is just such a scarce supply of vehicles right now due to a microchip shortage? Well, that shortage is not only impacting cars, it's impacting everything from computers to appliances, and it hasn't shown any sign of letting up. So our Fox 32 Chicago team actually filed this report. They interviewed a technologist about what we can expect and maybe when we can expect this chip shortage to end.
The microchip shortage has wreaked havoc within the auto industry. Locally, car dealers are running low on inventory, while the Ford plant in Hegewisch has been idled for weeks, and that is just, Anita, part of the story.
Well, yeah, that chip shortage is impacting everything from cars to computers to appliances, and it really shows no signs of letting up. Joining us right now with some insights on this is Carl Prouty. He is a technologist with APT, and I want to say good morning to you. Thank you so much for coming on the show. We appreciate it.
Good morning. Thanks for having me.
Okay, so we keep talking about this microchip shortage. What is behind this shortage? What's driving it?
Well, it was basically people didn't think they were going to need them, and then everybody started buying stuff that had them. So that sort of created a huge demand, and they don't make them overnight. It takes several months for them to be produced. So everything just kind of caught up at the same time, and now there's a shortage.
Well, we've been talking a lot here on Good Day about that chip shortage and how it's impacted the car market. We know that prices are way up. Used car prices like 45% higher than last year. What do you want our viewers to know if they're looking, though, for other things like electronics? How's it impacting those consumers?
Well, electronics, appliances, if you think you're going to need something, buy it now while it's in stock. A lot of these shortages may not catch up until 2022, 2023 in some cases even. So if there's something you think you're going to need, you're better off getting it while it's here, because there's no way to tell when people are going to have them back in stock.
That's really interesting, because everything pretty much has a computer chip in it to operate it. So yeah, that's really interesting. Now, should we be thinking about possibly holding on to the computers that we have, the gaming consoles, appliances? I know my dad's refrigerator was kind of going out on the fritz, the computer board, the motherboard that operates everything. And I said, if we can just get that repaired, because buying a new appliance is a problem too.
Yeah, we're very fortunate. We have a lot of stock. So if you do need appliances, you're definitely going to want to check our store out, because we have a huge warehouse, and we are very fortunate to have things that we can get to our customers. But yeah, if you can get another year out of your computer, or if you don't need the latest gaming system, you're certainly better off waiting right now, because one, they're going to be hard to find, but two, you're probably going to be paying a little bit more of a premium right now too. So if you are able to wait, that's going to probably benefit you in the long run a little more.
Well, we got less than 30 seconds. We saw the president talking about this almost like with his hands tied. Is there any good news to report this morning?
Well, I mean, it's good news for repair companies. They're getting an opportunity to really go out and sort of create some business for themselves. We also have a repair department. So if you need things fixed, we can come out and fix it. So there is some hope, and we're hopefully able to provide some.
All right, that's from our friends at APT. Carl Prouty, thanks so much for joining us this morning. Appreciate it.
All right, everybody, we've got a feed coming to our Live Now from Fox desk as Vice President Kamala Harris will meet with German Chancellor Dr. Angela Merkel. She is the Chancellor of the Federal Republic of Germany, and she will meet for a working breakfast at the Vice President's residence. There will be some press coverage later on of the arrival, so right now you can see lots of media on site at the Vice President's residence, and we are expecting Chancellor Merkel to arrive any moment here. So if we do get word of her arrival, we will bring it to you live, raw, and unfiltered here on News Live Now from Fox, everybody. So gonna send some of you on another quick 2-minute commercial break. We will have more live coverage and more top stories when we return. Welcome to Live Now from Fox, everybody. The camera was facing the residence of Vice President Kamala Harris, but as you can see, these photogs, these media crews are out there on scene waiting for the arrival of German Chancellor Dr. Angela Merkel. She will be having breakfast with Vice President Kamala Harris at her residence, and she will also meet with President Joe Biden today as well. We are expected to get several feeds of their meetings here on Live Now from Fox, and at around, I believe it is about 5:15 this evening. I do want to make sure that I have the correct time for you here. President Biden and Chancellor Merkel will hold a joint press conference. So we are expected to hear from them here on Live Now from Fox. Just wanted to make sure we didn't miss any sort of arrival. You can see the cameras kind of facing towards a specific direction there. But again, everybody, this is what our show is all about. We're front row seat to everything happening as it happens, and it's live, it's raw, it's unfiltered, and we here as hosts bring you everything that you are seeing on your screen. We provide very little commentary, and when we get live press conferences, we try to air them in their entirety without providing that commentary, just to let our viewers make their own decisions about what is happening in the world today. I'm trying to hang on this shot because it is concerning me about the fact that they are all facing in one direction. I do want to say that we are expecting the Chancellor's arrival here any moment. So I will keep tabs on that feed for you here on Live Now from Fox, everybody. But again, we are continuously following the Biden administration's schedule today. Again, we've got the German Chancellor in Washington, D.C., expected to have breakfast with Vice President Kamala Harris here any moment. And she will also head to the White House, where she will meet with President Joe Biden. Again, they are expected to hold a joint press conference a little bit in the early evening later on here on the East Coast. So wanted to bring you that feed here, but it is a little after the 9 o'clock hour here on Live Now from Fox, so I can most definitely say hello. And if you are just flicking on Live Now from Fox, again, my name is Regina Gonzalez. I'm here with you at the Live Now from Fox East Coast Hub in Orlando, Florida. Now, you will have me the rest of the morning. You've had me since 6 a.m. I'll have the show until 11 a.m. Eastern time when we pass things off to our Live Now from Fox headquarters in Phoenix, Arizona. And I'm going to stop myself right here because I do believe we have the Chancellor arriving at Vice President Kamala Harris's residence. You can see her stepping out. Let's listen in here on Live Now from Fox, everybody.
She's definitely not getting out on this side.
All right, as you can see there, German Chancellor Angela Merkel arrives at Vice President Kamala Harris's residence. You can see the photographer kind of shaking around the shot there, trying to maybe get a photo opportunity. I'm still going to leave it here. You can see they are speaking amongst each other. Looks like they might take a picture. But again, President Joe Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris are welcoming Dr. Angela Merkel to the White House for what is likely to be her last official visit, and one to which she's bringing a bag full of issues and an overarching message for Berlin's close ally. The veteran German leader is expected to discuss the coronavirus pandemic, the rise of China, and a Russian gas pipeline that Washington opposes. She will meet with Biden, Vice President Kamala Harris, as she is right here, and other senior U.S. officials.
Natürlich. Und ich glaube auch, dass wir dafür arbeiten, die demokratischen Werte zu stärken und immer wieder fortzuentwickeln.
Well, I can only say that I'm delighted for this opportunity here to meet the first Madam Vice President of the United States of America, and I think that we can indeed cooperate very well in order to boost democratic values and also continue to build on them and further develop them.
Please, let's have breakfast, please.
All right, everybody. It looks like they are heading on in to the Vice President's home, where, as you can see, she is expected to have breakfast with the Chancellor. And again, she will be meeting with President Joe Biden at the White House a little later today. And I have learned that at 4:15 Eastern Time, he is expected to hold a press conference with the Chancellor. So we will bring you those live remarks here on Live Now from Fox. You can see the door is closed. They are going to have their breakfast and speak amongst themselves. But really cool shot that we got here on Live Now from Fox this morning. Guys, this is what our show is all about. We are that front row seat to everything happening across our nation. So we got that feed for you here, and we wanted to bring it to you this morning. Again, it is Thursday, July 15th. If you are just joining our coverage, again, my name is Regina Gonzalez, joining you live from the Live Now from Fox East Coast Hub in Orlando, Florida. We are just minutes away from a live report with our Fox 4 Dallas team as they showcase the new Ford F-150. It will be one of the cars showcased at the auto show happening in Chicago, Illinois today. And I do want to let you know that I do have a live shot of the Windy City right now. The auto show kicking off today, everybody. It's news that we're following this Thursday morning here on Live Now from Fox. One of the first major events taking place in the city since the coronavirus pandemic, since restrictions have eased. So something that we are following here on Live Now from Fox. I also do want to let you know that it's a story that we've been bringing to you all morning long here on Live Now from Fox, and we've also had some live reports with our own Fox owned and operated stations to bring you the latest information. So I do want to make sure I have the right graphic up for you here. Guys, many parents are about to see some extra money in their bank accounts in the form of a monthly child tax credit. Roughly 36 million families will start getting those payments as soon as Thursday, and experts are warning of scammers trying to take advantage of the credit and why some Americans may have to pay it back. The Federal Trade Commission says they saw an increase in scams and fraud calls since the pandemic began and are concerned that these calls will increase as scammers look to take advantage of enhanced child tax credits. Starting Thursday, qualifying American families could see at least $250 extra in their bank accounts for every child in the home. That money is set to be deposited each month over the course of 6 months. This is all thanks to the temporary expansion of the federal child tax credit. It increases the original $2,000 annual credit you would normally get to up to $2,600 per child. Sorry, wanted to make sure that I read that right for you here on Live Now from Fox, everybody. The benefits total $3,600 annually for children under 6 and $3,000 for those who are older. And we actually do expect President Joe Biden to speak on it here on Live Now from Fox. He is expected to make remarks on the child tax credit at around, I want to make sure I have the right time for you here, 11:45 Eastern Time. And then we've also got Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer holding a press conference on child tax credit as well at around noon. So Again, expecting to hear from the Biden administration, expected to hear from Congress on the child tax credit payments. Again, they start going out today, everybody. So it's a story that we're following closely here on Live Now from Fox. I also do want to let you know that we are continuing to follow any weather-related stories, currently taking a live look over our XRAD radar. I actually do want to bring you the latest from Fox's William LaJunesse, who has been keeping tabs on the wildfires that have been breaking out across the West Coast, especially as people on the West Coast are starting to wake up. They're starting to join our show. So let's get the latest from William LaJunesse here on Live Now from Fox.
Wildfires continue to rage across the western U.S. A major blaze in southern Oregon destroying about 24 homes and threatening thousands more.
We're waiting to hear back. We're not for sure what all we've lost.
Exploded in size to more than 212,000 acres. Heat and gusty winds forced some crews to back off for safety. While in Northern California, aircraft and helicopters have a lightning spark blaze about 70% contained. Officials say steep terrain made it difficult for hand crews to attack the fire directly, which has burned more than 145 square miles near the Nevada border.
It went by before and then it come back and exploded and just burnt my house clear to the ground. Nothing left.
Fire crews face an additional challenge of potential jet fuel shortages. Some tanker bases in Oregon, Utah, and Arizona reported sporadic shortages in the last month. Officials worry that multiple bases could dry up at the same time, grounding tankers during the height of the fire season.
We've already experienced an entire summer of high fuel prices and shortages in some places in the region. So I think for them, I think there was a lot of frustration at the airport more than at the airlines.
Airport officials say jet fuel demand plummeted during the pandemic, impacting supply chains that have yet to fully recover, prompting the shortages that we see today. In Los Angeles, William LaJunesse, Fox News.
Again, you can currently see the temperatures already rising across our nation on this Thursday morning, keeping tabs on all weather-related news this morning here on Live Now from Fox. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we return, we're going to have a really cool segment for you here. We are going to have our Fox 4 Dallas team showcasing the new Ford F-150. I actually just saw the reporter step out of the shot, so I'm going to take it for you right here. This is the truck that we are going to be talking about here on Live Now from Fox. It's one of the vehicles being showcased at the auto show that begins today. So stay with us, everybody. Live Now from Fox will be right back. And when we return, we'll be talking all about Ford's new electric vehicle. So stay with us. Hey, Steve, it's Regina Gonzalez. Can you hear me? Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, everybody. Almost 9:20 a.m. here on the East Coast, and you are currently taking a live look over our XRAD radar as the temperatures continue to dance across the United States. Specifically, I want to head out to the Lone Star State right now. Now, I stand corrected, everybody. I did tease our next live interview that we are about to have, and I thought that this vehicle would be showcased at the auto show, but actually it's an even more special event. Ford actually holding an event out there in Dallas to showcase its new electric vehicle, the Ford 150. So we've got Fox 4 Dallas's Steve Noviello out there right now with the awesome car behind him. Steve, how are you doing and what can you tell us?
Yeah, good morning to you from Dallas. Blue skies here for us as well, so things are looking pretty good above. But on the ground is the real story. Take a look behind me. This is the new Ford F-150 Lightning. This is their all-electric F-150, part of Ford's $22 billion global investment in the electrification of vehicles. And of course, the F-150, the pillar of growth. This, by the way, the F-Series trucks for Ford have been the most popular selling truck that the manufacturer makes for the last 44 years. Brian Bell knows all about it. He is the marketing manager. The Lightning is really turning a page here for Ford.
Oh yes, we're so very excited to bring this vehicle to market with that full electrification that customers have been looking for in a built Ford Tough truck.
Yeah, okay, so let's kind of start at the beginning, because the first thing obviously we're going to notice, there's no grille because there's no combustion engine inside.
That's right.
What we do have is a ton of storage.
That's right, so we take that engine compartment and we really turn it into something really usable for customers. We call it the Mega Power Front. 400 liters of storage, 400 pounds capacity. We even power it. It's got 4 110 plugs in it up here for customers. So you can have a tailgate in the front, tailgate in the back, power those televisions, you're all set with it.
All right, so as we're talking about power, that's the first question I know our viewers are going to have. It's all electric. They count on Ford to be able to tow, to be able to go the distance. What are the specs here for towing, for distance, and power?
So this truck has 563 horsepower, 775 foot-pounds of torque. It will be the most torque of any F-Series when it launches. It'll tow 10,000 pounds, right, up to 10,000 pounds, and have 2,000 pounds of payload. So it's really got all that built Ford Tough characteristics. At the same time, with all that power, 0 to 60 times in the mid-4-second range, so it drives fantastic.
Yeah.
It is just an absolute riot to drive.
So one of the things that you notice when you walk up to the vehicle, I mean, the DNA of the design here is truly on par with what makes the F-150 so popular. And I want to point out for folks that are saying, okay, well, great, it's all electric, but am I going to get the creature comforts that I'm used to with this vehicle? I mean, the step-down tailgate, the scribed measurements in the back here, I mean, this is truly a workstation for folks. And I do want to point out, again, this vehicle is all about power. I don't know, Dave, if you can see, let me hop around here. I mean, look at all of these power outlets that you have here. We were even talking about, here in Texas, we had big power issues back in February. This guy can power my house too?
So this truck actually has our intelligent backup power system available with it. With our 80 amp wall box, it'll come with the extended range battery. You can reverse that power back into your house if it's properly installed with an inverter.
All right, let's take a look at the inside, because I know everyone wants to see the giant touch screen that you guys have here. The cab of this vehicle is beautifully appointed. Now, this is a pre-production prototype, so some of the finishes are going to be a little bit different, but it's really the technology that I want to point out. Tell me what we're looking at.
Oh, sure. So this is our 15.5-inch sync screen in the vehicle. What a great feature for our customers for their navigation, which is what you're seeing here. Our big trip planning app, we actually can give customers great algorithms to plan those trips, have that confidence to get where they're going. We'll have a trip computer, your phone, your audio system, it all is controlled through this app, as well as your climate control. At the same time, we have a full digital instrument cluster in the vehicle that gives customers that great information with animations in it even to help you drive.
So when we're talking about availability, so I can see it today, when are we going to see these in dealerships?
So they'll start shipping to dealerships next spring, summertime.
All right, speaking about going the distance, Dave, let me meet you up front. The other question I know a lot of folks you are going to have is whether or not this vehicle can go the distance up to 300 miles on a single charge with the extended range battery. It's all built Ford Tough. Back to you guys in Orlando.
Yeah, that is so cool. First of all, I do want to ask you, okay, so he said that they are going to be available next, when did he say again? I'm so sorry. Did he say spring?
Yeah, Brian, step on in here again for me. Okay. So they're asking about availability. So they're hitting dealerships. Go ahead and tell me again.
So they'll be hitting dealerships next spring, summertime is when they'll start.
So about a year from now.
Yep, about a year from now they'll be showing up.
Yeah.
So what happens if somebody wants to take a look at one now? Will Ford dealerships have these in their dealerships right now, at least one for them to maybe take a peek at?
Yeah, so right now what's happening is that they're kind of touring the country with the pre-production prototype. So I'm assuming that these will start to show up at different events for the public. How can, if somebody wants to see one in person, does that happen in the next 6 months at some point?
Yes, so as auto shows are starting to open back up, we're going to have trucks starting to show up at those auto shows. We've been able to see it. It's actually in Chicago right now. We're going to New York. We'll have it down at the Texas State Fair at the auto show there. So you'll start seeing at those auto shows. It's a great place to check them out.
You know, the other thing that you're going to start seeing, and I failed to mention this during our live shot, are charging stations. I mean, that's a huge deal for folks. Ford is really making an investment in their own new network to make sure that an owner of one of these vehicles is never too far away from a charge.
So we are, yes, we have the Blue Oval charging network available. It has over 19,000 stations, over 63,000 plugs. We're partnered with a bunch of those big charging companies like Electrify America to really give our customers that peace of mind and that charging network where they want it.
You know, the new Mustang that's all electric obviously has been very popular for you guys. So much so that now there's an app companion for that vehicle, and this one I can book a time.
So yeah, we have our Ford Pass app where you can actually set up for your charging station, but you can also control the charging even at your house. So you can actually tell it what time you want it to charge, take advantage of the lower rates in the night. Okay, the final question, and you might not have the answer, but I know people are going to ask me, what's the price tag? Has Ford released pricing yet? So we have some of the pricing out. The truck will actually start at $39,974. It'll range up to about $90,000 depending on what series package options you put on.
How does that compare with the traditional gas-powered version of these vehicles?
So it's actually very comparable. So our gas-powered four-door truck is actually pretty close to the same price range.
Not bad. Not a bad deal. If you can get one, and you can't get it until next year.
That's actually not a bad deal. That's a pretty big range as well, and I'm glad you mentioned that because that was going to be my next question. What is the price tag on this bad boy? But glad to see that people can at least check them out at auto shows. We actually have coverage of that auto show happening in Chicago, so really great tie-in here. Thank you so much, Steve, for that live report. We really appreciate you. Have fun out there.
Good to see you. Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right, everybody, you heard him say, and as I stand corrected again, so yes, this Ford F-150 will actually be at the auto show taking place in Chicago, where you're currently taking a live look at right now. Really, really cool truck. Electric vehicles seems to be the move, everybody. You've got lots and lots of car brands making electric vehicles. You heard them talk about charging stations becoming more available and, you know, really just getting into the future here, guys. So wanted to bring you that really awesome live report this morning here on Live Now from Fox. Huge shout out to Steve Noviello with Fox 4 Dallas for that really great live interview. Some of you are going to see another quick 2-minute commercial break. Lots of car news this morning here on Live Now from Fox. So again, you've got the Ford F-150, which I can show you Steve shot again right now. They got a bump shot of the electric vehicle out there at this private event held by Ford. Again, this will be showcased at the auto show in Chicago. So if you're interested in taking a peek at this vehicle, apparently that is one of the only ways you'll be able to, because again, it does not come out until next spring. So cool stuff here on Live Now from Fox this morning, everybody. Please stay with us. We will have more top stories when we come back from this 2-minute commercial break. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, everybody. Currently taking a live look over Chicago, Illinois. We've been heading out there a lot lately, and that is because this morning the auto show is actually taking place out there, and we just had a live report actually out in Dallas with our Fox 4's Steve Noviello. He was out there showcasing the Ford F-150, a private event actually being held out in Dallas to showcase the new electric vehicle. It also will be at the auto show out there in Chicago today. So really cool stuff there on Live Now from Fox. Wanted to bring you that fun report. But again, I do want to let you know that we've got several live events starting to get underway. I do want to let you know that we've got a feed coming to our Live Now from Fox desk. This is the Senate Banking, Housing, and Urban Affairs Committee holding a hearing on the semi-annual monetary policy report to the Congress. So let's listen in here for just a little bit on Live Now from Fox, everybody.
Early 1980s. Think about that. The fastest wage growth since Ronald Reagan said it was morning in America. That's what happens when we invest in our greatest asset, the American people. Instead of hoping money trickles down from large corporations, it never does, and pretty much every senator sitting on both sides of the aisle here knows that. We invested directly in our workers and our small businesses in our communities. When workers win, our economy wins. When everyone, as one of Senator Smith's predecessors used to say, when everyone does better, everyone does better. Chair Powell, you said the Fed can help make the economy work for everyone by ensuring a strong and competitive labor market, one where everyone can get a job, one where employers actually compete for workers. I agree. Those efforts, combined with President Biden's recent actions to increase competitiveness, are increasing worker power in the economy. We must build on this progress with investment in infrastructure that creates millions of jobs, increases our economic competitiveness, spurs growth in communities of all sizes all over the country. I've been all over my state in the past few weeks, talking with local leaders, seeing mayors in both parties in big cities and small towns. I've heard the same thing from all of them. They need more investment in infrastructure, like housing and transit, to build a stronger local economy. These are the places often overlooked or, worse, preyed on by large corporations and Wall Street banks. Many of these communities have watched for decades as investment has dried up, as storefronts have emptied. Companies close down factories and move good-paying union jobs abroad. From Pennsylvania and Ohio, two states especially. Private equity firms, big investors buy up the houses and jack up the rent. Small businesses struggle to compete against big box chains. Big banks buy up smaller ones only to close branches, leaving check cashers and payday lenders as families' only options. Think about the opportunity and growth we could unleash in this country if we gave these communities the investment to fulfill that potential. Of course, we know what happens whenever the economy starts to grow. The largest corporations, the biggest banks, throw all their efforts and their resources in finding ways to direct those gains to themselves. Last year, during a global pandemic and deep recession, CEOs paid themselves 299 times what their average worker made, an even bigger gap than before the pandemic. Now imagine the kind of windfall they'll try to rake in during this boom. We've seen it over and over. Consumers spend, driving up revenue for companies. They spend it on stock buybacks while complaining about workers demanding higher wages. Big banks rake in cash. They spend it on executive compensation and dividends and buybacks, and the Fed has usually allowed them to, Mr. Chairman, instead of lending in communities or increasing capital to reduce risk. The Fed should be fighting this trend, protecting our progress from Wall Street greed and recklessness, not making it worse. During your tenure, Chair Powell, the Fed has rolled back important safeguards, making it easier for the big banks to pump up the price of their stock and boost their already enormous power in our economy. Wall Street would have you believe that removing those protections has increased lending and supported the real economy. We've been assured that the banks have plenty of capital to withstand a crisis. But during the pandemic, it was community banks and credit unions, not the mega banks, that increased lending. The Fed supported the biggest banks to the tune of hundreds of billions of dollars. They spent it, shockingly, on themselves, while small businesses trying to get PPP loans couldn't sometimes get their phone calls returned. We ought to try something different. We need a banking system that works for everyone. We can't allow the biggest banks to funnel their extra cash into stock buybacks that juice their profits instead of investing in the real economy. We can't let big banks merge into bigger and bigger mega banks, making it harder for small banks to compete and leaving rural and black and brown communities behind. We need to strengthen the Community Reinvestment Act so that banks serve the communities still scarred by the legacy of black codes and Jim Crow and redlining. And we can't allow a repeat performance of the years during the last recession. Wall Street destroyed our economy, cost families their jobs and their homes and their savings, then came roaring back. Families limped along behind them. For the vast majority of Americans who get their money from a paycheck and not a brokerage account, the economy never looked all that great in the years that followed. Stable prices, moderate long-term interest rates aren't enough if every decade a financial crisis hits and strips away what people have worked so hard for. Low unemployment isn't enough if the jobs pay rock-bottom wages and workers have no power. GDP growth isn't enough if it only benefits those at the top and not the workers who made it possible. We need to create a different system, one that's stable for the long run, one where workers, not Wall Street, reap the benefits of a strong economy. Mr. Chair Powell, you're charged with ensuring both financial stability and with overseeing the biggest. Both those jobs are equally important. Each affects workers' jobs and paychecks in communities, and as public servants, our responsibility, yours, mine, Ranking Member Toomey, our responsibility is to the people who make this country work. It's up to us to grow an economy that delivers for them, not just those at the top. Ranking Member Toomey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Welcome back, Chairman Powell. The economy certainly has come roaring back from COVID. GDP is above its pre-pandemic levels now, and the Fed forecasts GDP will grow by an amazing 7% this year. The unemployment rate is already at 5.9%, which the Fed expects to fall to 4.5% by the end of the year. And to put that in context, the average unemployment rate for the last 20 years before the pandemic was 6%. So with these conditions, the Fed's rationale for continuing negative real interest rates and $1.4 trillion in annual bond purchases is puzzling. The Fed's policy is especially troubling because the warning siren for problematic inflation is getting louder. Inflation is here, and it's more severe than most, including the Fed itself, expected. And it is more than offsetting the wage gains, so leaving workers worse off despite their nominal wage increases. For the third month in a row, the Consumer Price Index was higher than expectations. Core CPI, which excludes volatile categories like food and energy, was up 4.5% in June, the highest reading in almost 30 years. And to be clear, this is beyond the so-called base effects. The two-year change in core CPI was at a 25-year high. And with housing prices absolutely soaring in many places to completely unaffordable levels, I have to ask, why on earth is the Fed still buying $40 billion in mortgage-backed bonds each month? Now, the Fed assures us that this inflation is transitory, but its inflation projections over the last year have not inspired confidence. Last June, the Fed projected that PCE, one standard measure of inflation, would be 1.6% for the 12 months ending 2021. Then in December, the Fed raised that figure up to 1.8%. And now the Fed's most recent PCE forecast for 2021 inflation would be a year ago. But in coming months, the Fed is almost certain to revise that projection up yet again, because so far this year, PCE has already risen by 6.1% on an annualized basis. Over the rest of the year, inflation would need to be nearly zero for the Fed's latest projection to be proven. Concerned that the Fed guarantees that it will be behind the curve if inflation does become for reasons. First, as I pointed out, the Fed has consistently and systematically underestimated inflation.
All right, everybody. Just wanted to let you know that we've got multiple vantage points from this House Financial Services Committee hearing. We do have a shot of the person speaking right now, Mr. Toomey, but it does appear that this feed is a little bit finicky. So I know that you can't really hear him here in this other shot that we have for you here, but did want to let you know that we also have that vantage point as well. If the shot gets a little better, we will pull that one up here on Live Now from Fox instead. But wanted to let you know that we do have a look at some live events. We do expect to get underway here as well within the next 20 minutes or so, and then throughout the afternoon. So at 10 a.m. we will actually receive an update from Fairfax County Police in Virginia as we continue to get updated on the missing woman. Sorry guys, wanted to lower the volume there. We have something called a Fox Box in our studio, and it's our Fox News team in New York letting us know what sort of feeds that we are getting. So wanted to lower that for you here as I continue to speak. But again, at 10 a.m. Eastern time, we're going to have an update on the 72-year-old missing woman in Fairfax County, Virginia. At 11:45 a.m. Eastern time, President Biden will make remarks on child tax payments. And then at 12 p.m., we will also have Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer holding a press conference on child tax payments as well. Again, big top story of the day, the fact that a lot of people are seeing payments and that this will be going on for the next couple of months. So I did want to let you know that we are following these events here. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break.
Lastly, I just want to acknowledge the unique role played by the Fed. Economic, monetary, and fiscal policy. Real GDP this year appears to be on track to post its fastest rate of increase in decades. Household spending is rising at an especially rapid pace, boosted by strong fiscal support, accommodative financial conditions, and the reopening of the economy. Housing demand remains very strong, and overall business investment is increasing at a solid pace. As described in the Monetary Policy Report, supply constraints have been restraining activity in some industries, most notably in the motor vehicle industry, where the worldwide shortage of semiconductors has sharply curtailed production so far this year. Conditions in the labor market have continued to improve, but there is still a long way to go. Labor demand appears to be very strong. Job openings are at a record high, hiring is robust, and many workers are leaving their current jobs to search for better ones. Indeed, employers added 1.7 million workers from April through June. However, the unemployment rate remains elevated in June at 5.9%,
and this figure understates the shortfall in employment, particularly as participation in the labor market has not moved up from the low rates that have prevailed for most of the past year. Job gains should be strong in coming months as public health conditions continue to improve and as some of the other pandemic-related factors currently weighing them down diminish. As discussed in the Monetary Policy Report, the pandemic-induced declines in employment last year were the largest for workers with lower wages and for African Americans and Hispanics. Despite substantial improvements for all racial and ethnic groups, the hardest hit groups still have the most ground left to regain. Inflation has increased notably and will likely remain elevated in coming months before moderating. Inflation is being temporarily boosted by base effects as the sharp pandemic-related price declines from last spring drop out of the 12-month calculation. In addition, strong demand in sectors where production bottlenecks or other supply constraints have limited production has led to especially rapid price increases for some goods and services, which should partially reverse as the effects of the bottlenecks unwind. Prices for services that were hard hit by the pandemic have also jumped in recent months as demand for these services has surged with the reopening of the economy. To avoid sustained periods of unusually low or high inflation, the FOMC monetary policy framework seeks longer-term inflation expectations that are well anchored at 2%, the committee's longer-run inflation objective. Measures of longer-term inflation expectations have moved up from their pandemic lows and are in a range that is broadly consistent with the FOMC's longer-run inflation goal. Two boxes in the July Monetary Policy Report discuss recent developments in inflation and inflation expectations. Sustainably achieving maximum employment and price stability depends on a stable financial system, and we continue to monitor vulnerabilities here. While asset valuations have generally risen with improving fundamentals as well as increased investor risk appetite, household balance sheets are on average quite strong, business leverage has been declining from high levels, and the institutions at the core of the financial system remain resilient. Turning now to monetary policy, at our June meeting, the FOMC kept the federal funds rate near zero and maintained the pace of our asset purchases. These measures, along with our strong guidance on interest rates and our balance sheet, will ensure that monetary policy will continue to deliver powerful support to the economy until the recovery is complete. We continue to expect that it will be appropriate to maintain the current target range for the Fed funds rate until labor market conditions have reached levels consistent with the committee's assessment of maximum employment, and inflation has risen to 2% and is on track to moderately exceed 2% for some time. As the committee reiterated in our June policy statement, with inflation having run persistently below 2%, we will aim to achieve inflation moderately above 2% for some time, so that inflation averages 2% over time and longer-term inflation expectations remain well anchored at 2%. As always, in assessing the appropriate stance of monetary policy, we will continue to monitor the implications of incoming information for the economic outlook and would be prepared to adjust the stance of monetary policy as appropriate if we saw signs that the path of inflation or longer-term inflation expectations were moving materially and persistently beyond levels consistent with our goal. In addition, we're continuing to increase our holdings of Treasury securities and agency MBS securities, at least at their current pace, until substantial further progress has been made toward our maximum employment and price stability goals. These purchases have materially eased financial conditions and are providing substantial support to the economy. At our June meeting, the committee discussed the economy's progress toward our goals since we adopted our asset purchase guidance last December. While reaching the standard of substantial further progress is still a ways off, participants expect that progress will continue. We will continue these discussions at coming meetings. As we've said, we will provide advance notice before announcing any decision to make changes to our purchases. We understand that our actions affect communities, families, and businesses across the country. Everything we do is in service to our public mission. The resumption of our Fed Listens initiative will further strengthen our ongoing efforts to learn from a broad range of groups about how they are recovering from the economic hardships brought on by the pandemic. We at the Fed will do everything we can to support the recovery and foster progress toward our goals of maximum employment and stable prices. Thank you. I will look forward to our discussion.
Thank you, Chair Powell, for your testimony. Our economy looks a whole lot better today than it did last year. We still have a long way to go. Yet, many of my Republican colleagues have been stoking inflation fears, demanding that we pump the brakes on our economic recovery, complaining that we're just investing too much money in the American people. If my colleagues are suddenly concerned about the costs that have been rising for workers and families for decades, they can join Democrats in the fight to raise wages, to lower the cost of health care, to make housing more affordable, to pass the American Jobs Plan. Of course, most of them won't say aloud what all this inflation alarmism is really all about. It's simply they don't want workers to have more power. In reality, the biggest risk to our economy, Mr. Chairman, is not doing enough to empower workers and not doing enough to curb Wall Street greed and excess. Chair Powell, my question is, you've supported Vice Chair Quarles as the Vice Chair of Supervision, his efforts to weaken capital requirements at the largest banks through revisions to the stress capital buffer, and you oversaw weakened CCAR stress tests, which ultimately decide how leveraged the biggest banks are. Governor Brainerd has pushed back against your efforts to weaken financial regulations. President Rosengren of the Boston Fed made the case that strong financial regulation enables the Fed to be more aggressive in its full employment mandate. President Mester of the Cleveland Fed, President Kashkari of the Minneapolis Fed are outspoken on the need for the board to keep its eye on financial stability. Weakening financial safeguards doesn't help working families. It just increases the risk of a financial crisis, wiping out everything they've worked so hard for. We're finally making progress, as I said earlier, and workers are getting a better seat at the table. We can make the economy safer and fairer with higher capital requirements of the biggest banks. My question, Mr. Chair, is why have you been against stronger capital requirements and using the countercyclical capital buffer in curbing runaway executive bonuses and stock buybacks?
So I guess I would say with the stress tests, the severity of the stress tests has very much been maintained. The effect of the stress capital buffer overall was to raise capital requirements for the largest firms. And they did manage to get through the recent pandemic and the acute phase of it and the recovery, and did their jobs during so I think that by and large our financial institutions are well capitalized. We limited their distributions during the pandemic, and their capital levels actually rose quite materially during the course of the pandemic. So the financial system is strong and the banks are strong. I have felt, and I've said on a number of occasions, that the level of loss-absorbing capital in the system is about right. I think the experience of the pandemic bears that out. I would be prepared to deploy the countercyclical capital buffer if I thought that the conditions we laid out were triggered, but I haven't so far felt that way.
Every time the Fed is, thank you for that answer, every time the Fed's taken action to lower capital standards, it claims that doing so would increase lending in the economy and would otherwise promote economic growth. That hasn't been what's happened. Instead, buybacks, dividends, executive compensation have continued to go up even during the pandemic. We empower workers by maintaining tight labor markets and strong financial regulations. I believe strong financial regulation enables the Fed to be more aggressive in helping workers, and that should be your mission. It's time, Mr. Chair, respectfully, you change the way you think about regulating.
All right, everybody, as we continue to listen in to this hearing, I do want to let you know that we are on standby for a live update from Fairfax County Police in Virginia regarding a missing 72-year-old woman who has been missing for over a month. It is breaking news that we brought to you here on Live Now from Fox a little bit earlier this morning when we got feeds from the scene. I also do want to let you know that we're on standby for a live update from New York City Governor Mayor Bill de Blasio, but we will be taking the Fairfax County Police update when we do get word that they will begin. It is slated for 10 a.m. Eastern time, so just about 5 minutes longer. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break as we continue to listen into this hearing for just a little more time.
Intended beneficiaries, and by the way, also among the financial institutions, and that it will be a good, solid updating after many years into the more technologically enabled era that will help the intended beneficiaries quite a bit.
And the timing, Mr. Chair?
Working on it now. I think you'll see you'll see we're reacting to a very large, analyzing and reacting to a very large quantity of comments and discussing that with, particularly with the OCC, but also the FDIC. It's not clear what their role will be at this time, but we hope they'll join in. I think we'll be making visible progress in coming months. I can't give you a finish date yet, but I think we're moving now.
Okay, thank you. We will be watching. Senator Toomey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Powell, in your testimony, you said that substantial further progress is still a ways off for the economic recovery, and I think you cite that as a justification for the extremely accommodative policy that you have. I don't think you're referring to the need for substantial further progress in GDP growth. I think it's employment that you're thinking of. The unemployment rate has declined dramatically, but it hasn't reached the pre-pandemic lows. And I think you've also made references to the workforce participation rate. I guess my question is, isn't it entirely possible that for a variety of factors, not the least of which is legislation that we've passed, the labor force participation rate may not get back to the record highs that we recently saw, and we've made it more difficult for the unemployment rate to get back to the record lows that we were at before? And do you take that into account when you determine how much progress we've made towards full employment?
So what was happening toward the end of the very longest expansion, was that people were staying in the labor force later into their careers. And so labor force participation consistently remained above all estimates of where it was going to be. Then what happened in the pandemic was a lot of those people retired. So there have been really significant amounts of retirement. So the truth is, we don't know where that's going to settle out, and it'll take a period of years for us to really understand what the new trend is. I don't see that as a problem for the standard we've set forth for tapering asset purchases, which is substantial further progress. We're not going to need to know the answers to those questions to make a decision that we've made substantial further progress. It will be more of a consideration for raising rates where we've set a higher bar.
Okay, I just hope there's a focus on the distinct possibility that we're just not going to get to those levels anytime soon. Let me turn to housing prices a bit. The Case-Shiller Home Price Index showed housing prices across the U.S. as a whole increased in May by more than 15% from the previous year, and that wasn't a base effect. There was no big decline in May of last year. 15% clearly is making housing less affordable, more out of reach for more people. So a number of voices within the Fed seem to be increasingly concerned about this. The St. Louis Fed President James Bullard said just this week that he is, quote, a little bit concerned that we're feeding into an incipient. Dallas Fed President Robert Kaplan said that the Fed should begin tapering to begin offsetting, quote, some of these excesses and imbalances, end quote. The Boston Fed President Eric Rosengren raised alarms that the Fed's mortgage-backed security purchases may be contributing to the current boom in real estate prices, citing the potential financial stability implications. I guess, you know, I've been clear for a long time, I've been very skeptical about the ongoing mortgage-backed purchases. Are you at all concerned about the unintended consequences that are associated with $40 billion worth of mortgage-backed security purchases that continue month after month?
So housing prices are going up, as you mentioned, around 15%. This is a very high rate of increase. A number of factors are contributing. Monetary policy is certainly one of those factors. There are also other factors. People have very strong balance sheets, so they're able to make down payments. There are also supply factors that are constraining the supply, at least temporarily. So you know, my best thinking is that the difference between Treasury purchases and MBS purchases for this purpose is not a large one. Probably MBS purchases are somewhat more supportive of housing. That's not their intent, but that may be the effect. Really, the larger point is that monetary policy is supporting this, and that is something, that's a discussion we're going to be having on an ongoing basis. We talked about some of these things at our last meeting, and we'll talk about it at the next meeting in a couple of weeks.
I think that's important. Let me close with a question on a central bank digital currency. During your testimony yesterday, I sensed what I wasn't sure but thought might be a change in your tone about the virtues of a central bank digital currency being issued by the Fed. One of the things you said yesterday is that one of the stronger arguments in favor of a CBDC is that, quote, you wouldn't need stable coins, you wouldn't need cryptocurrencies if you had a digital U.S. currency. Of course, isn't the reverse also true? If you have stable coins, cryptocurrencies in use, then maybe there's no need for a central bank digital currency. I guess my 2 points. One is it's my view that the development of a central bank digital currency by the Fed would require congressional authorization. I'm wondering if you share that view. And secondly, it is still not clear to me what problem a central bank digital currency would solve. And I wonder if you think there are problems that only a central bank digital currency can solve.
So first, I'm legitimately undecided on whether the benefits outweigh the costs or vice versa or on a CBDC. Yesterday, I was answering a direct question about a particular argument. I said, in favor, that would be one of the stronger arguments. Okay. I would agree that the more direct route would be to appropriately regulate stablecoins, which we don't do right now, and that's going to be a very important thing that we do. So in terms of congressional authorization, there are different views on that. I've said publicly, and I think this is right, that we would want very broad support in society and in Congress, and ideally that would take the form of authorizing legislation as opposed to a very careful reading of ambiguous law to support this. It's a very, very important initiative, and I do think we should ideally get authorization. In terms of what the problem is to solve, I think that is exactly the right question, and I think our obligation is to explore both the technology and the policy issues over the next couple of years. That's what we're going to do so that we're in a position to make an informed recommendation. But my mind is open on this, and I honestly don't have a preconceived answer to these questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The Senator Menendez of New Jersey is recognized.
Chairman Powell, as the Federal Reserve seeks to fulfill its mandate of maximum employment, I want to discuss with you the tremendous impact that immigration has on the labor force. Isn't it true that over the past 10 years, the immigrant labor force participation rate has been consistently higher than that of native-born workers?
I believe that's right.
Yeah, and let me help you verify that. The St. Louis Fed noted in their study that as of June 2021, the foreign-born labor force participation rate is 3% higher than the native-born rate, and that gap hasn't ever been lower than nearly 2% for the past 10 years. And an important but often overlooked characteristic of these immigrants is their youth. According to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, 71.8% of foreign-born workers are between 25 and 54 years of age, compared to 62.2% of the native labor force. So as the American labor force ages, will immigrants, and therefore immigration policy, play an increasingly important role in maintaining a healthy U.S. labor force, therefore a healthy economy?
So, Senator, I'm going to stay away from making any recommendations on immigration policy. It's not in our wheelhouse. I will say that labor force growth is one of the two things that can drive the top line, the other being productivity growth. And, in recent years, immigration has been significant.
All right, everybody. Regina Gonzalez tapping back in here. Good morning, everybody, and happy Thursday. It is July 15th. We are almost at the end of another week. Wanted to let you know, if you are just tuning in to our show, in the two boxes to the right-hand side of your screen, you are currently taking a listen as Federal Reserve Chair Jeremy Powell testifies on monetary policy and the economy before the House Financial Services Committee. He says that inflation is likely to remain elevated in the months ahead before moderating. I also do want to let you know that we are now getting this beginning of a press conference about a missing Virginia woman. So let's take a listen in here on Live Now from Fox, everybody.
Emily Liu, our missing person. We began this missing person investigation on June the 4th. It quickly turned into a circumstance and an investigation that had suspicious circumstances attached to it, and we involved our homicide unit in the investigation. It remains a missing person investigation. We will not stop until we find Emily Liu The reward is up to $20,000 now. We've been working very closely with our federal and local law enforcement partners, particularly the FBI, the Prince William County Police Department, and they join us today, and the George Mason University Police Department. We've remained in constant contact with the family. Our victim services advocates are best in class, best I've ever seen, and they've remained in contact with Emily Lou's daughter and sister and other family members as we continue our search for Emily Lou. Great community concern, a public interest, as it should be for a 72-year-old woman who goes suddenly missing from her home, and we're not going to stop until we find Emily Lou and hopefully reunite her with her family. Major Ed O'Carroll, Major Crimes Bureau Chief, is going to go into a few more details, and then Major Carroll and I will both stand ready to answer any questions you may have. Major.
Thank you, Chief Davis. I appreciate that. As the Chief said, I am Major Ed O'Carroll, Bureau Chief of Major Crimes, Cyber, and Forensics for the Fairfax County, Virginia Police Department. Today marks day 42 since our officers responded to Miss Lou's home not far from here on Davis Drive in Fairfax County to investigate her disappearance. As the Chief said, we have made significant progress, but we have a lot of work yet to do. Our detectives, our analysts, our cyber and forensic specialists have worked tirelessly and are operating with a sense of urgency to put closure to this case. Miss Lou deserves it. The Fairfax County Police Department, along with our regional partners, as the Chief mentioned, who many of them are joining us today, look forward to achieving justice for Emily and resolution for her loving family. You know, what justice and resolution will look like in this case is yet to be fully determined. We remain open-minded. We have identified a person of interest. To recap where we've been over the past 42 days, we know Miss Lou visited the Aldi grocery store in Prince William County. We've shared that video. We've talked about that being the last time that she's seen alive. That Aldi grocery store is located within Prince William County, Virginia. That's on June 3rd. June 4th, the family contacts the Fairfax County Police Department, and we spring into action. When officers were at her home, we found no signs of forced entry. Detectives responded that same day and also noticed that the groceries were still bagged, and we found evidence of a possible struggle that likely occurred. Coupled with other circumstances and physical evidence, a lot of digital evidence that the detectives have uncovered, we do suspect foul play. Our homicide detectives were dispatched to assist our missing persons unit. And again, that occurred several weeks ago. We are processing evidence daily. Numerous search operations, no different than the one today that's occurring here in Lorton. We recognize the importance of our partners, as the Chief mentioned, the FBI, our local law enforcement. It's a joint operation, and to them, thank you. Although I cannot and will not identify the person of interest, I can share with you it's more than a hunch. We followed up on leads, thank you to the community. And as a local resident, being in these local shopping centers, even off duty, seeing those signs of Emily Lou are encouraging. Thank you to the community. We do not believe that the foul play that resulted in Miss Lou's disappearance was random or committed by a person unknown to her. To be clear, we are not ruling anything out. These cases are complicated. A tremendous amount of evidence, digital evidence and physical evidence. And I'd like to thank the Virginia State Laboratory of Forensic Science who are helping on this case, analyzing the evidence. And they understand the critical importance of being rapid with their returns to help our detectives. Our search and rescue team members that are here today and have been out here on many occasions and will not stop until we receive a sense of closure. And to our cyber and forensics team, oftentimes on the scene with our mobile forensics lab, and then back at our headquarters, working around the clock. It's a digital age that we live in, but there's nothing that beats officers in the community, in the shopping centers, talking to community residents. It's very important that we use all assets, to include our drone use even today, our police helicopter, and all our officers and professional folks that are working to find Miss Lou. Justice will prevail. We've talked to many people in Miss Lou's life, and I can firmly say Miss Lou is kind. She is compassionate. She is very giving, and she is a very thoughtful person. I do encourage anyone with information, if you haven't spoken to the Fairfax County Police Department, it's imperative that we hear from you. Our job continues, but we can't do it alone. Law enforcement partners are critical. Community support and information from the community is imperative. If you have any information, contact us at 703-246-7800. 703-246-7800, option 6. You'll get to a detective, share information that you have. As the chief mentioned, a $20,000 reward is being offered through the Fairfax County Crime Solvers program. You can remain anonymous. And as the chief said, there's no dispute that this case has garnered significant amount of attention, both in the public, in the media, within the police department. Rightfully so. Every case is important. And I appreciate the attention to this case. All our partners, we all, including our community, have a role to play. The chief and I will take any questions that you may have.
Major, can you elaborate on any of the evidence that's been discovered? If you've recovered anything, away from the home?
We recovered a lot from inside the home, and we recovered a lot from outside the home.
Can you elaborate on the specifics of what you found?
So I will not elaborate on all the evidence or any of the evidence, because this is an active case. Someone or some people, we have not ruled out whether this is an individual or individuals, have been involved in foul play. And I don't want to jeopardize this very, very important case at a press conference.
Major, you say no signs of forced entry. We know Ms. Lou did rent out rooms in her home. Is that person of interest a tenant?
I will not say if the person of interest is a tenant or not. I can say that the person of interest is not a stranger to Miss Lou. This was not a random act.
Major, is there any visual surveillance video from the neighborhood, anyone else's home or her home, that places that person of interest in the neighborhood on June 3rd, the night of?
Yeah, thanks for that question. We've got a lot of digital evidence. As I mentioned in my remarks, we're in a digital age. We have video surveillance. I'm not going to say exactly where it's from or how many places. Just like the video we shared of Miss Lou, the last time that she's seen alive. We have shared things that we think won't jeopardize a case if this case moves to an arrest. And let me be clear, I think it's very likely that the chief and I will be back before you with an arrest or arrests. We're confident. We're working hard. The detectives are working hard.
And Major, can I ask, what brings you here today? Is this based on a specific bit of information that you're looking specifically here for something?
Yeah, I appreciate that. The question about here, it's pretty large. This is a largely undeveloped area in Lorton, right? You saw that when you came through this part of Fairfax County. There's a lot of area to search. We are not only researching areas that we have, we're going into territory even further out. As I mentioned, the chief said it as well. We haven't given up. So we're expanding that area, looking into other areas of this part of Fairfax County to look for additional clues.
So we shouldn't take anything from you being here today that you're narrowing your search to this location?
No, actually, I'd like you to take one thing away, is that we're expanding the search. It's not narrow, it's wide. And even with our announcement today that we have a person of interest, we have not excluded that there could be a second person of interest or someone involved with the person of interest that I referred to.
Major, why not charge someone if you have a good idea of who's done it and you have a person of interest already and strong evidence from the scene?
Yeah, Justin, that's a great question. I will tell you, Emily and Emily's family deserves the best justice. So we will move swiftly, but we need to be accurate. I use that word hunch. That is not a hunch, but we want to make sure we have the best case forward. Chief?
Yeah, Justin, if I could add to that, and you all know we arrest based on probable cause, and we're working in partnership with the Commonwealth's Attorney's Office, just like we are with the FBI, Prince William County, today, George Mason University Police Department. I'll pause for a second. But the announcement of a person of interest, we believe, is important to let the community know that this remains front and center for the Fairfax County Police Department. The moment we get probable cause to arrest, we will arrest. And we think that that's likely our next appearance before the community.
Chief, along those lines. If she is dead?
Yes, we can.
I said I asked if they can place charges without
It is police departments do name people of interest. That is a common and naming a person of interest might get people to think, oh yeah, that guy.
Yeah.
What is your concern about naming a person of interest if you believe that you know?
So good point, Neil. Like you, I've been around for a while, and I have at times named a person of interest, and at other times not named a person of interest. Our person of interest knows that he's a person of interest. He knows it. So we're interested in generating any community chatter, any tips that someone's holding on to. We contemplated whether or not we were going to name the person, but like Major O'Carroll said, our biggest concern is the integrity of the investigation and beyond the arrest. So beyond the arrest is the criminal prosecution of this person, and we want to put the Commonwealth's Attorney's Office in the best position to successfully prosecute.
And I'm sorry, just to follow up. If you'd recovered any evidence that she was not, the case is still a missing person case. If you had any forensic evidence that she was not still alive, would you have classified this as a homicide case?
Neil, we would. In a moment, if and when we get evidence that leads us to change the classification of this investigation, we will announce that. We're not there yet.
Chief, is the person of interest who you identified as a he, is he cooperating?
I did give up the pronoun, didn't I? So we have a person of interest. Our person of interest is a he, and I won't say anything beyond that. Again, not because I don't want to, but because I want our community to know how hard, and I think our community does know how hard we're working on this. But that person, if and when we move to the next stage, we'll be back before you to describe it.
Could you go into more detail about what locations have been searched so far?
Yeah, I'll let Major O'Carroll go into that. There are many locations, not only locally, but outside of the Commonwealth that we've searched and continue to search. And there are a few locations, like today's location, where we're back again. And you have to go back time after time. And there's been some missing person cases in the DMV over the years. And one thing that I think we all learned from those high-profile missing person cases is you can't just search an area once. You've got to go back repeatedly to get it right. So I'll ask Major O'Carroll to describe, to the best that we can, other areas we've searched, Justin.
All right, everybody. Regina Gonzalez cutting in here as these officials with the Fairfax County Police Department and Fairfax County in general answer questions regarding the investigation and search efforts for the missing 72-year-old woman named Emily Liu. She was last seen on June 3rd. It has been over a month of investigations. You heard them say that they have narrowed down a person of interest and that this was not a random act. They also mentioned that they searched her home and they found evidence both inside and outside of the home. So a $20,000 reward is being offered for more information regarding this case. Again, Emily Liu missing since June 3rd. She was actually last seen at a grocery store out there in Lorton, Virginia, specifically in Aldi's grocery store. So that was the last time that people saw her. Surveillance footage actually showed her fiddling with her groceries and then getting in her car to head towards her home. And reports apparently say that the groceries were never even taken out of her car. So police found evidence that there was a struggle and that Liu may have been hurt inside of her home. So again, police asking anyone with information to contact them at 703-691-2131 or 703-246-7800. So again, bringing you this latest update from officials. I do want to let you know that some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break.
Above ground and frankly below ground. We've looked and we are looking everywhere. The second part of your question?
You just said signs of Miss Liu earlier. What did you mean by that? Just evidence?
Yeah, evidence. So maybe it's clothing, maybe it's a purse, maybe, and I'm giving just general examples of any sign or signal that gives us yet another clue. I'll say again, we have a lot of evidence in this case. I suspect there might be more evidence. So we're not asking the community to go in the woods and search. Actually, today we'll be here throughout the day. Please let law enforcement operate safely through these woods and through this area. Okay, I think there's been a crash. We got officers heading out there. Thank you, Sergeant. Well, that will conclude the press conference based upon.
Can I ask one more thing? Sure. Major in Chief, since we're all here and Ms. Liu is here, could we ask if Jenny might?
I'll say this. We had that conversation with Jenny. She does not wish to do that. So we gotta honor her wishes. But again, thank you all. It just dawned on me that the Major and I are in the shade and you're not. So not intentional. But thank you for coming out. The announcement of a person of interest is key, I think, for the community. And we search and then we search again. And several high-profile cases have taught law enforcement some lessons over the years, and we got to go back and back again and double and triple check. So we remain very hopeful that the next time we appear before you, it will be a different announcement.
Thanks, Chief. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
All right, everybody. Once again, that press conference concluding here. Again, the search still on for missing 72-year-old woman Emily Liu. Here is that picture of her in full screen. We have been keeping tabs on this story all morning long. As you heard police say that it is day 42 of their investigation. They said that they do have a lot of evidence in this case, but again, it is still very much an active investigation. They have narrowed down a person of interest. No arrests made yet, but they did say that that could potentially be the next move that they make before updating the press once again. Again, Emily Liu was last seen on June 3rd. She was seen leaving a grocery store, but police do not believe that she even made it into her house or she was potentially hurt inside of her home. He said that they did find evidence both inside and outside of her home in Lorton, Virginia. So again, keeping tabs on this investigation here on Live. Live Now from Fox. I also do want to bring you a news alert that we've got here this morning. We've got feeds from inside the courtroom of a hearing that will be held for the Molly Tibbetts murder trial. And now a judge yesterday delayed sentencing for the man convicted of killing the University of Iowa student Molly Tibbetts after defense lawyers said that they needed time to investigate new information pointing to other potential suspects. We were airing the trial here often on Live Now from Fox a couple of months ago, where you saw Cristian Bahina Rivera. He was 27 years old. He was he was scheduled to be sentenced to life in prison without parole today. That was before his lawyers revealed newly obtained information that they say might implicate some sort of sex trafficking ring in her kidnapping and death. So again, very fluid situation here on Live Now from Fox, but did want to let you know that we've got feeds from inside of the courtroom. And once we do see this hearing get underway, we will bring it to you live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox, everybody. So it's after the 10 a.m. hour here on our show. This is when we start getting a lot of live feeds that we try to bring you bits and pieces here on our show, because again, lots of news to bring you, lots of live events, but that is what our show is all about, everybody. Again, my name is Regina Gonzalez. I'm joining you from the Live Now from Fox East Coast Hub in Orlando, Florida. You were just listening to officials provide an update on a missing 72-year-old woman in Fairfax County, Virginia, specifically the Lorton area. Her name is Emily Liu. She has been missing since June 3rd. You did see her daughter and her family out there. They are desperate for answers as day 42 of the investigation is underway. You did hear police say that they have narrowed down a person of interest, and one person of interest is not the final number, that they could even be looking at a second person of interest, but no arrests have been made. And they are offering a $20,000 reward for anybody that has information that will lead to answers for her family and what may have happened to Emily Liu. Again, she was last seen leaving an Aldi's grocery store, and she was reported missing on June 4th by her daughter when she got word that her mother did not show up for work. So tragic situation out there in Virginia, but wanted to bring you that live press conference here on Live Now from Fox, because we've been following this story all morning long with the help of our Fox 5 DC team out there. We have the show for just a little more than a half hour before passing things along to our Live Now from Fox headquarters in Phoenix, Arizona, where you will have Christy Larson and Mike Page before Andrew Kraft and Daytona Everett hop on a little later in the evening to bring you all of your afternoon and evening news. And be sure to tune in to Live Now from Fox on the weekend. We are a nonstop stream, everybody, and I do see that the hearing in the Molly Tibbetts murder trial is getting underway. So let's listen in here on Live Now from Fox, everybody.
The attorneys, the court entered an order yesterday continuing both the sentencing and the hearing on motion for new trial. And by agreement, we are here today on the limited issue of the defense's motion to compel. File should reflect that the defendant's motion for new trial was filed July 8th of 2021. From the state standpoint, is that an accurate representation of what brings us here today?
I would agree, Judge. We would like to be heard on the scope of this hearing. I think there's a difference of opinion as to what we're going to be discussing today and what evidence is going to be offered. So I'd like to be heard on that at some point.
From the defense's standpoint, do you agree with my recitation?
Yes.
Well, I guess let me, not to cut you off, Mr. Brown, and depending on where we go here, I may give you some latitude to make your argument, but I'll start with Ms. Freeze. Again, we're here on your motion to compel. What I anticipate and what I expect from you then is a professional statement as to what you are wanting and why, and then give the state an opportunity to respond. and we'll proceed that way. So, Ms. Freeze, you're up. What are you desiring from the state at this time?
Thank you, Your Honor. On July 13th, 2021, we filed a motion to continue hearing on post-trial motions in sentencing and a motion to compel Brady evidence. Essentially, what we are asking for, and I will tell you, we have witnesses and we are ready to proceed with evidence. That being said, I do agree with Mr. Brown that a professional statement of the evidence that we've gathered and what we want may be appropriate. Essentially, this is where we're at right now. After Christian Bahena testified, two people came forward. One person's name was Arnie Mackey. That man is in a conference room adjacent to this courtroom. Arnie Mackey, after listening to Christian Bahena Rivera testify at trial, realized that Mr. Bahena Rivera's statements corroborated a statement by another inmate that he resided with at the Keokuk County Jail. That inmate's name is Gavin Jones. Gavin Jones admitted to Arnie Mackey that he and another gentleman were the killers of Molly Tibbetts. He also admitted to Mr. Mackey that there was a trap house that was involved and that Molly Tibbetts was abducted for the purposes of sex trafficking. This man admitted that the story involving Ms. Tibbetts became too big, too fast. As the court is well aware and as the evidence was produced at trial, this case had national attention very quickly. That this woman presumably was out for a jog and was just snatched out of thin air. So Mr. McKee comes forward. The information, and this was passed on to the state, but the information that was presented at the trial and that was conveyed to the defense was essentially that some inmate was running his mouth, that another inmate had said something. What we found out after trial is that this inmate identified this Gavin Jones. It has since been linked that they both were in the same jail at the same time. Further, there's evidence corroborating this inmate made statements that he and Gavin Jones were close and that one of them put money on the other person's books. I believe Mr. Mackey put money on Mr. Jones's books. And that has also been corroborated with jail records. So we have a reason to believe that Mr. Mackey, the information that he is giving is true. Even more concerning is that at the same time Mr. Bahena Rivera is testifying, later on that afternoon, Mr. Mackey comes forward. And within hours, another witness, that witness's name is Lindsay Voss. Lindsay Voss also indicates that the same man, Gavin Jones, that she was his girlfriend and that Gavin Jones admitted to killing Molly Tibbetts. It further was corroborated with Lindsay Voss that she was in a volatile relationship with Mr. Jones, that she sought and received a 236 protective order based on domestic violence from Mr. Jones, that he held a gun to her head on an occasion, and further, there is evidence through a deputy that Gavin Jones was arrested and in the same car with Ms. Voss. So we've got two separate people. Since this information has come together, we have continued to investigate. And through our investigation, through no evidence that's been provided by the state, through our independent investigation, we received a search warrant that was authored in 2019 involving James Lowe. James Lowe is alleged to be a sex trafficker that is in was sex trafficking women out of a home in Mahaska County. James Lowe, even more concerning, a separate woman came forward in 2019 and said that she was introduced to James Lowe at a Casey's in Brooklyn, Iowa. So the same town that Molly Tibbetts was abducted from. This woman says that she was given gas money and lured to James Lowe's residence that another male and Adam Moshman owns, and that she was put in a room, drugged, and prostituted herself on a nightly basis. So essentially she was drugged to a point that she was not able to consent or not, and it just went over and over and over again. This woman indicated that she was in a room by herself, but that she could hear voices of other women, and she could also hear voices of men and Mr. Lowe talking in the morning saying, "Did you have a good time? Was it worth it?" This woman was deemed credible as law enforcement requested from a magistrate a search warrant, and they were granted a search warrant for James Lowe's residence. There also was information in the search warrant that there was another woman that was attempted to be abducted by James Lowe, and she identified him as 90 to 100% the person that attempted to abduct her. James Lowe is currently in custody. He is currently in custody on federal firearms charges. He was arrested just 2 days after Xavier Harrelson was missing. So the information we have is we have these two people coming forward identifying Gavin Jones. Gavin Jones indicating that he was a sex trafficker for a 50-year-old man, that he was at a trap house of a 50-year-old man. This woman that alleged to have been in this trap house, also involving a 50-year-old man, James Lowe, she was abducted in May of 2018. So just 2 months prior to the Molly Tibbetts investigation. The Iowa DCI did the interview. We have not received it. It's exculpatory, and we have not received any of the information involving the investigation into James Lowe. There were devices, computers, thumb drives that were seized and that were presumably sent to be looked at for a sex trafficking investigation. That evidence is exculpatory and it has not been produced. Your Honor, I'd ask you to consider this case and consider that we are not in a metropolitan area. Poweshiek County has 18,000 people. Brooklyn, Iowa has 1,700 people. Montezuma has 1,300 people. What information do we have? We have information that 3 people have vanished out of thin air in this small rural county. Molly Tibbetts, Xavier Harrelson, and the woman that reported being abducted in May of 2018 and sex trafficked. We are willing to consent to any sort of a protective order. We recognize that this boy, Xavier Harrelson, is missing and that there is an ongoing investigation as to who his killer is and what happened to this little boy. We would be willing to consent to any sort of a protective order that the court issues to not disclose any information contained. However, I think that it would be preposterous to believe that the Christian Bahena and the Molly Tibbetts names did not come up in the Xavier Harrelson investigation. We have 2 people that went missing in incredibly small towns. And all we are asking is that Mr. Bahena be given a fair shot, that through his attorneys we be allowed to look at this information. We are asking that any sex trafficking investigation involving James Lowe or residents of Poweshiek County or adjoining counties be produced. We are also asking for any pending investigations of James Lowe during the period that Molly Tibbetts went missing and present. And I note James Lowe is clearly linked to the Xavier Harrelson disappearance. I strongly suspect that he is a suspect and that he is believed to have been involved. But at the very least, he is a witness. James Lowe was on the lam. He was warrant out for approximately a year, approaching May 27th, 2021, when Xavier Harrelson was last reported seen. On May 29th, he is located in Iowa County, and the reason that he's located is that not a traffic stop, not a traffic violation, it is because he is being looked for. And an agent from the Iowa Division of Criminal Investigation, I would assume an agent that is actively working on the Xavier Harrelson disappearance, pulls over a car that has a sawed-off shotgun, and James Lowe runs from that car and runs from law enforcement. He is currently being held on firearm charges in the Lynn County Jail for federal charges. The last thing that we are requesting is any investigations involving inmate 2, who I've now identified as Gavin Jones. We have 2 separate people indicating that he has made an admission to killing Molly Tibbetts. And I note that Brady dealt with that exact issue. Brady is the case that every defense attorney cites regarding exculpatory information. The facts of Brady involved a person that made inculpatory statements about a killing, and that is exactly what we have here. I agree with Mr. Brown. We have people that are available to testify, but I think that the professional statement stands, and that's all. Thank you.
And Ms. Freeze, I think I'm tracking with everything, but just to summarize, you stand by paragraph 15, and that's the extent of what you're asking for at this point in time.
Yes.
All right, thank you, Ms. Fries. Mr. Brown, do you have paragraph 15 in front of you?
Yes.
So, you've heard what the defense is requesting. It's the three things set forth. I guess I'd like to know the state's position regarding those three requests.
We resist providing anything that they're asking for. There is no discovery post-trial. They want to go and knock themselves out trying to find out all of this confusing information that's just been presented to the court. Go right ahead and do it. But there is nothing in the rules, nothing in the case law that compels the state to chase its tail because they're asking us to do it. There's nothing, they want it. That's about it. That's all they're saying. There's no rule, there's no case or anything that would require us to do this. This is newly discovered evidence. This is a motion for a new trial. All right? If they want to try to find newly discovered evidence, they can go and try to find newly discovered evidence. We are under no obligation to go find newly discovered evidence because they want us to go looking for it. There's nothing here that would compel us by rule. The discovery rules are pre-trial, right? And we've complied with those. If there was exculpatory information, even if we learned it post-trial, we would provide it to the defense. We understand what our obligations are with regard to Brady and the cases that have been that cite Brady with regard to exculpatory evidence. We are under no obligation to search for it. This request, Your Honor, is very broad. I mean, it's going to require us to go talk to who knows how many law enforcement agencies. There's no limit on the scope. And there is no law, no rule that requires us to do that. All of the facts that Ms. Fries laid out that somehow connect James Lowe or Gavin Jones or other folks to this case, no evidence supports it. None. Zero. There's nothing there. All you have to do is look at the defendant's statement that he gave at trial. The only thing that matches is that Molly Tibbetts was involved and that at least two other guys with ski masks and sweaters and dark pants were the ones that showed up, abducted, and killed her. That's it. There's nothing else about a trap house, Molly's body being wrapped in plastic, being stashed at a secondary location, that she was tied or bound. There's no physical evidence that was found that connects any of that. All of that's laid out in our resistance. And there's the only thing that's even remotely consistent is that there was a unknown sex trafficker, according to Gavin Jones, or a guy that he was stealing cars for, and that he happens to be 50 years old. Nothing else that would connect James Lowe. There's zero, no evidence, nothing that's there. If they want to go look for it, they can go look for it. They can I suppose ask the court for subpoenas if that's what they want. We've indicated that in our response, but there is nothing that is in the law that would require us to do what they're requesting in paragraph 15. Nothing that I can find, and there is no authorization for that. So if they want to go look for it, you've given them time to search for whatever evidence they want to search for. They can do that. They've got time to do it. We don't even have a hearing set for these two motions that relate to new trial that are filed. So we would resist that request. One other thing I want to clear up that Ms. Fries was the nature of the information that we brought to them relating to Arnie Mackey. We told them as soon as I got it. I mean, it was within hours of talking to him. We took to them much more.
All right, everybody. Regina Gonzalez cutting in here. Lots of information happening here in the courtroom in Iowa. Now, this was Christian Bajina Rivera's day where he was supposed to be sentenced in the murder of Molly Tibbetts back in 2018. He was found guilty and charged with first-degree murder back in May. And now his lawyers are saying that since Bajina Rivera testified back in May, that two new men have come forward and say that they were linked to her kidnapping and murder. They now believe that she was kidnapped for sex trafficking purposes, and they are asking that Bajina Rivera be given a, quote, fair shot while they examine this new information. So we are continuing to listen in here on Live Now from Fox. I do want to let you know that some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break.
To do that we would stop the trial and go deploy agents to Mount Pleasant, to the correctional facility, which would have necessarily meant following up with any other information, including what Lindsey Voss would have brought to us. So that was their choice, not ours. They were provided enough detail that they knew that the statement was inconsistent. And you know what? I agree with what Mr. Freeze said back on May 26th. It is inconsistent with what the defendant said. This motion that relates to this other discovery and going on this fishing expedition on behalf of the defense is not authorized by the rules. It is not authorized by the law, and it should be denied in its entirety. That's all I have. Thank you.
Mr. Brown, let me see if I can summarize the state's position then. Regarding the 3 requests set forth by the defense in paragraph 15, the state resists all 3, and the state will not in any way, shape, or form voluntarily provide any of that information to the defense.
No, that is correct.
All right. Ms. Freeze, I'll give you a brief opportunity to respond, and I guess what I would like you to, at least for my benefit, focus in on is the point raised by Mr. Brown that we're obviously post-trial and the discovery rules apply to pre-trial.
I'll respond, Your Honor.
Go ahead, Mr. Freeze.
I understand the discovery rules apply pre-trial and don't apply post-trial. The Constitution applies all the time, okay? And here's the problem with what Mr. Brown says, is that they had a report in April of 2019, okay? And I want to make this crystal clear. In March of 2019, this young woman's walking along Highway 92. She's picked up by a state trooper, an Iowa state trooper, who then she relays this horrific story of sex trafficking in this, it's a trap house, it's a brothel, drug house in New Sharon. This trooper relays the information to the agent in charge of the DCI of that area of the state, okay, Adam DeCamp, okay? So he is the agent in charge of that area of the state. He interviews her, and she relays all this information to him, including that she was lured and trafficked from Brooklyn, Iowa, 2 months prior to Molly Tibbetts being abducted. Relevant time frame, relevant location, relevant disappearance for a while. She was there not just 1 or 2 nights, she was there for months, Your Honor. So in March and April of 2019, they act upon that information and get a search warrant. They do not disclose that to us. They had that information for 2 years prior to trial. They sat on information, and you cannot get me to believe that the Iowa Division of Criminal Investigation, the prosecution's own agents, didn't at some point talk about the fact that that's odd. We had 1 abduction in May of 2018, and then Molly Tibbetts goes missing in July 2018. And didn't think that maybe those 2 have some connection, or at least that's something we should disclose to the defense, because that could be and is, no doubt is, exculpatory. So, we're going down the same road here. We can't control when exculpatory evidence comes up. Now, Mr. Brown says, he said to me in front of witnesses, and I said what I said in front of witnesses. I take a little issue with what he said and what I said. There was no record made on that. He did say that there's this person at Mount Pleasant, and they were talking about this and that with a possible trap house and an abduction. That's fine. That's fine. At that point in time, that's all we knew. Mr. Brown kept saying, but I want to see the report first. I want to see the report first. And this was after our case had rested, and that's all we knew at that point. Didn't give us any names, didn't give us any more details than that. And hearing somebody from prison come forward watching TV saying, oh yeah, I did that, that unfortunately isn't that uncommon. After the trial was done, the evening after the verdict at 8:00 p.m., we get an email, and for the first time, we are told in a report that not only did this inmate, Mr. Mackey, say this, but he gives names, he gives details, he gives locations, and most importantly, we see for the first time and hear for the first time about Lindsay Voss, who gave the same, or identified the same person on the same day, within a couple hours of Arnie Mackey. That was never disclosed, and we know that was never disclosed because she wasn't even talking to the police until 5:30 p.m. On the 26th. Lindsay Voss's name never crossed anyone's lips, crossed any phone lines, or was sent over the internet until the evening following the verdict. Now, if we'd had Lindsay Voss's statement in conjunction with Arnie Mackey's, and they would have come to us and said, we have two people pointing at the same guy, you bet your pants we would have said, stop, wheels. We need to, you run this down. Now they don't want to run it down. After offering it earlier, now they don't have to, they don't want to.
All right, everybody, we're continuing to listen in as the defense and prosecution speak to the judge regarding what could potentially happen moving forward as far as the murder of Molly Tibbetts. University of Iowa student Molly Tibbetts was killed in 2018, and the lawyers were making a case that Christian Bahina Rivera did kidnap and kill her. He was found guilty of her murder back in May. We did bring you that trial here on Live Now from Fox. So we're going to continue to listen in. We are just minutes away from the Live Now from Fox headquarters in Phoenix, Arizona, from taking over. My name is Regina Gonzalez, everybody, and I will see you guys tomorrow.
And now they want access to that. It's a pending investigation. That cannot happen in this case. There is no connection between anything with Xavier Harrelson and Molly Tibbetts' disappearance. Wow, is all I have to say is with regard to their request to go down that road. So I'd stand on our written response to this request, as well as our previous comments, and that's all. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Brown. What I will say is that I understand the request, or the three requests by the defense as set forth in paragraph 15 and talked about today. I understand the state's resistance to it. I'll take the matter under advisement and get you a written ruling. I do anticipate that by week's end I will have a ruling one way or the other telling you what we are going to do regarding the request for motion to compel. So with that said, while we've got everyone here today, we need to talk I want to talk the logistics of the next thing that needs to happen is we need to get the motion for new trial and motion for acquittal, motion for arrest of judgment set for hearing. I want to hear from each side. I mean, I basically have a date in mind. What's the defense thinking?
Thinking about
when we would set this for hearing.
We're going to need 6 weeks.
Okay. Defense? I'm sorry, state.
I don't know why they would need that long, Judge. we're available, I would say, week of the 26th, one of those in 2 weeks. I've got some conflicts between the 29th and the end of the week, but I have another trial that's coming up on August the 10th. But in any event, I would ask that it be a shorter amount of time than 6 weeks.
Okay. Mr. Freeze, here's the problem that we have. The rules.
I have another trial that's coming up on August the 10th. But in any event, I would ask that it be a shorter amount of time than 6 weeks.
Okay. Mr. Freeze, here's the problem that we have. The rules specify it has to be set within, but not only set, but set, heard, and decided within 30 days of your motion.
True.
So, first off, so 6 weeks is out. I understand what Mr. Brown said. I'll tell you where I'm at, and I want to get then feedback from both of you. Again, understanding what I just said in terms of the time guidelines we're under. I think we need to set this for next Thursday, July 22nd.
I'm in a jury case in Waukon, Iowa that has to go on July 22nd under the sexually violent predator guidelines. Cannot be continued.
Mr. Brown?
I'm available the 22nd, the 23rd. I think the case that Mr. Freeze has with our office, that's an SVP case that I think's been pending for years. Maybe that's why he's got to go now, but I mean, it's been continued multiple times before. I don't know why it couldn't be continued again. But the 29th and 30th, I'm out if you're thinking of the following week. We're available the 22nd, the 23rd, 26th, 27th, 28th. I can do it any one of those days.
Mr. Freeze, when does this trial, when's it scheduled to start?
The 21st.
And how long is it projected to take?
The rest of that week. And the reason it has to go is my client has reasserted his right to a speedy adjudication under the statute.
Mr. Brown, give me the dates you're available again.
August 22. I'm sorry, my apologize. July 22nd, 23rd. Hang on. And then the 26th or 27th. Those would be the 4 days I would be available. I'm through the end of that week of the 30th. That ends in the 30th. Do you follow me?
I'm sure we're going to have to avoid the 26th is a Monday, and I'm sure that will not work.
27th is open. That's a Tuesday.
Mr. Freeze, I guess Freezes, how does the 27th sound?
We can make that work.
Okay. What I will tell you is that court administration, who we have to go through, has told me that the 27th is not available. But I think what we'll do is close the record, go back and jointly call them and see if we can charm them into making the 27th work under the circumstances. So I'll get your ruling on the discovery as quickly as possible. Again, I don't want you leaving. We'll call court administration once we're off the record. But before we leave the record today, from the state standpoint, anything else we need to address on the record?
No, and the date we're talking about is the hearing on motions for new trial, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
We'd be setting aside the whole. And then, depending on what happens with that, then we'll worry about sentencing after we've dealt with that.
I understand.
So just the motion hearing on the 27th?
Yes.
Okay.
And did I understand the defense is requesting a full day?
Probably, yeah.
But no more than a full day?
No.
Okay. Well, anything else we need to address on the record?
just depending on how the court rules, you're probably going to see a flurry of subpoenas out of the defense, Your Honor. I just want to make the court aware of that right up front.
Yep. Okay. All right, let's close the record and we'll go back and get a hold of court administration so we get this date set. Thank you.
And just a heads up for our Live Now from Fox viewers, we are going to be sending some of you off into a quick 2-minute break, then switching gears with our content. Going to be taking us out to Philadelphia as they get their schools prepared for students. And welcome back here to Live
I saw the
Now
message
from
that said
Fox.
use hand truck.
We're going to be listening in here as the Philadelphia School District is sharing some updates on how they're preparing to have a healthy and safe return to in-person learning. This is also going to include info on the addition of air and surface purifiers in all of their school buildings. We're listening in here on Live Now from Fox.
Main topic. Just want to remind everyone that once again on Tuesday, July 20th, all schools and instructional and administrative offices will be closed in observance of Eid al-Adha. This includes our summer programming sites. We will resume normal hours on Wednesday, June 21st. Now to our main topic. On July 9th, the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention released updated guidance for COVID-19 prevention in K-12 schools, which prioritizes the safe return of all students and staff members to in-person learning with multiple safety layers in place. The Pennsylvania Department of Education and the Philadelphia Department of Public Health are reviewing the CDC's guidance and will issue new updated safety guidance for Philadelphia schools soon. The safety and well-being of all of the individuals who are in their schools, particularly our staff members and our students, remains a top priority for us here at the district. As we prepare our buildings for the return to full in-person learning this school year and welcome students back on August 31st, we will share as much information with their families as possible as it becomes available. Today, however, we are excited to share some work we have been doing to support healthy and safe in-person learning environments, including the procurement of ARIS Air and Surface Pro Purifiers, which use NASA-based Active Pure technology. These air and surface purifiers will be at every school and every instructional space, as well as larger spaces that accommodate more people. So I'd like to introduce Reggie McNeil, our Chief Operating Officer at the district, to share more information about these air and surface purifiers, as well as some other building readiness updates. However, before Reggie speaks, I do want to acknowledge some of our special guests this morning, my colleagues, First and foremost, President of the Philadelphia Federation of Teachers, Jerry Jordan. Jerry, thank you for being here. Individual who leads the Federation Pennsylvania Federation of Teachers, Arthur Steinberg, and the PFT Health and Welfare Fund. Arthur, thank you for being here as well. President of Local 634, Nicole Hunt. Nicole, thank you and great to see you. And President of 32BJ, SCEIS, Ernie Bennett. Ernie, thank you for being here as well. Throughout the last 16 months, we have been able to support our students and school communities in many ways, thanks in large part to the collaboration of these tremendous individuals and all of the dedicated staff members that they represent. And for that, I want to say thank you to all of you for the work that you've done and continue to do to ensure that we're getting and returning young people back to school, full in-person learning in the fall. Now I'll turn things over to our Chief Operating Officer, Reggie McNeil. Reggie?
Hey, thank you, Dr. Height, and good morning. As Dr. Height mentioned, we have procured ARIS Air and Surface Pro purifiers for all instructional spaces in our schools. These air and surface purifiers use NASA-based Active Plus Pure technology, which eliminates 99.9% of airborne SARS-CoV-2 viruses and come in various sizes depending on the area of the space where they are to be used. When tested in an enclosed setting, the air purifying technology deactivated the virus to below detectable levels within 3 minutes. In addition to the COVID-19 virus, Active Pure technology has been tested in independent laboratories and proven to eliminate viruses, bacteria, mold, and fungi on both surfaces and in the air. This is much more effective than the traditional passive technologies like a HEPA filter or electrostatic system, which only remove contaminants when they travel through the purification unit. To walk you through the process, Active Pure works by using microscopic oxygen and water molecules in the air, forcing them through a honeycomb-like matrix inside the air purifier, producing hydrogen peroxide molecules. Because the hydrogen peroxide molecules have both positive and negative charges, they are drawn to pollutants and contaminants by the process of electrostatic attraction. The hydrogen peroxide molecules are then carried throughout the indoor environment at a rate of 1,200 feet per second, neutralizing pollutants and contaminants in places that other technology infiltration systems can't reach. The molecules that are produced are not harmful to the environment, humans, pets, plants, or completely safe for indoor use. This technology is often used around the world in hotel rooms, in schools, in veterinary clinics, training facilities, and also we have some of these units that have already been deployed within our school system when we came back for hybrid learning. And we are excited to bring these devices into all of our instructional spaces, adding an additional layer of safety to our mitigation efforts. Before moving on, I would like to draw your attention to the devices in which I just described. Immediately behind me to my left, you have a hydroxyl unit. This unit is to be placed in a space, a large space like the one that it's in now, and it covers up to 20,000 square feet. The system or the device that's adjacent to that is a smaller unit, and these will be placed in office spaces of 550 square feet or less. We have another device that we will be able to see at a later time that will be in classrooms, and that covers around 3,000 square foot of space. So other mitigation efforts, including cleaning and sanitizing, will continue in every school. This will include all walls, floors, furniture, doors, windows, bathrooms, railings, and more. Once school starts, crews will clean during the school day and for several hours after the school day has ended. We will also maintain touchless hand sanitizer stations and ensure all schools have supplies they need to support frequent hand washing and sanitizing by students and staff. We're testing the more than 1,000 touchless hydration stations in our schools to be sure that they are fully operational and comply with all regulations for safe drinking water. Since last summer, we removed the equivalent of more than 20 miles of asbestos containing materials from our schools, and we're actively removing more of these materials from 35 schools where environmental and capital projects are currently underway. We've invested more than $160 million in major school construction, renovation, and repairs, including replacing roofs, upgrading the electrical systems, improving classrooms, replacing heating and ventilation systems, and completing construction on 2 new schools, which we will look forward to showing you in the coming weeks. Thank you, and we look forward to welcoming students back to school on August 31st. Dr. Ike?
Thanks, Reggie, for the update. And now we will entertain questions on the topic. Monica, I'll let you facilitate this part of it. All of the money from the American Recovery Act and all of the monies that we received prior to that with the CARES funding, all of those monies are intended to be utilized to get young people back into schools and to address many of the ventilation concerns that we've had, that individuals have had about schools and young people returning to schools. And so monies are coming from a lot of the Recovery Act monies or CARES Act monies or stimulus monies that have been allocated from Congress.
Do you have a figure on that, how much it's going to cost all this?
Reggie, do we have the figure on how much?
So it's $4.5 million for these active units.
$4.5 million. Thank you.
Were these units tested out with people who moved, or were they tested primarily in open spaces or closed spaces where no individuals?
So these units were tested in enclosed spaces. This technology is actually over 30 years old. It started off with testing out for the space station. So it's been tested by independent laboratories. It's been tested in schools. It's been tested without people in spaces. So pretty confident on the product itself. It's been tested without and with people in spaces. These devices will be placed in all instructional spaces in all schools.
This is money well spent. Thank you for that question. This is money well spent. I hope that, first of all, it is going to resolve any dispute about the need for ventilation in our school buildings for the children and for the staff. It also is something that I hope the parents and the general overall community will see as another layer of support in mitigating the virus, and that our buildings are going to be exactly what we've been asking for. They're going to be very safe and healthful for all of our children and for the staff. Have your members talked about it? Are they feeling confident in the system? My members will learn about this when you report it. I didn't know that you had meetings prior that you were discussing, so you haven't heard from them. Members have been concerned about ventilation, and so this is going to answer many of their questions. Thank you.
I don't need an interpreter, but just for NBC. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Will there still be a need to wear masks?
Yes, but we'll still be requiring masks to all individuals who are entering schools, as well as we'll still be doing testing of all adults on a weekly basis and students randomly, 20% of the students who are attending every week.
You know how long that will be? Do you foresee that ending anytime
It's going to be based on the CDC guidance and guidance from the Philadelphia Department of Public Health. As you know, the CDC put out guidance around like the social distancing, the distancing protocols, but they said where you can't do the distancing protocols, then we should use the other mitigation strategies like masking, testing, and until that guidance changes, we'll still be asking individuals to be in mask and subject to testing.
Will anybody be virtual, or is this everybody's coming to?
We will have a virtual option. That option will be asynchronous option. It will not be the type of hybrid option that we've had in the past. So it will be a virtual option working with individuals who will, for the most part, be virtual teachers. And so it will be an asynchronous option for individuals, and we'll have more information coming out about how families can select that option later this month.
The air purifying devices allow for a full capacity into a classroom. If we are going to just go by the guidelines of the CDC, where we have to add a layer of protection, which would be just wearing a face mask, that means you can have the full complement of a classroom in place.
I just want to say thanks again for being here with us on Live Now from Fox. Some of you are going to be seeing a quick 2-minute commercial break, and we'll have more news your way after that.
Obviously, we have these new mitigating devices, but does this Delta variant worry you?
Well, all of that worries me, and we want individuals to take advantage of testing that we have provided to staff members, and many of the members up here have made sure that that the individuals within their unions are aware of that, and we want as many young people as possible to be vaccinated. And for the younger children, that's why we want to continue with the masking and testing. And we are adding mitigation strategies like the air purifiers, which were done in consultation with individuals that are seated here who were recommending early on the air purification. And so now that we feel a lot more confident with these devices being in all of the instructional spaces and common spaces.
Other than the masks and these devices, are there still individual, like as far as social distancing, is there spaces that are blocked off for students, like the desks have plexiglass or anything around them? Is that all been taken out?
So I'm not quite sure I know the answer to that question.
So we're in the process of working through our revision to our healthy and safety protocols in alignment with the CDC guidelines. So can't answer your question right now, but we are working towards that, and we should have something ready to go in our back-to-school messaging for all parents, teachers, staff, members.
Yeah, so I think that we had about 60% of our total workforce receive the vaccinations, and we have about 20,000 individuals in our workforce. I don't know if any of the presidents know the percentage of your unions who received. We haven't been requiring individuals to tell us that, but we know we had 60% of the individuals take advantage of the vaccines that we offered through the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia, and we were pleased to be able to do that. And that doesn't include individuals who may have received the vaccine other places. No, and that's picking up. Actually, we have we have students who are ambassadors. Philly Student Vax ambassadors are actually picking up a lot of steam. We'll be hosting vaccine sites at schools later this month and into the month of August. And so we want to ensure that as many students as possible who are eligible to receive it. We don't at the moment don't have we don't have an estimate of that. We see where the number is trending. It's below now. It's right around 150 individuals who have informed us so far that they want to take advantage of that. That's much lower than I anticipated, and think that is it's an indication that we're trying to get information to families so that they will be informed before making that request. But we will not have the final numbers until after the 15th. We will be offering vaccines in schools this summer, and we will try to come up with ways to offer it because we have to do that through the PPH, the Philadelphia Department of Public Health, and the Children's Hospital. So I'm not sure if we'll be able to offer the vaccines once we start school, but we will have vaccine sites at schools this summer before the summer ends. I don't know that answer, right? So, Reggie, do you have that information? Yeah.
No, I don't have the exact.
Yeah.
I don't have the exact figure.
All right, once again, just want to say thanks for being here with us on Live Now from Fox. So we've been listening in as Philadelphia School District is talking about the ways they are getting prepared to have students and teachers return to that in-person learning. They're going to be making sure that their school buildings are all ready and going to be implementing a few new ways to keep the air and surfaces clean. But we want to continue to move things along here as we, of course, have more stories that are happening here across our country. So just in a little bit, want to let all of our folks know that we are going to be doing a jumping in here. Expected soon is President Joe Biden along with Vice President Kamala Harris. They're going to be delivering some remarks. Now, the Biden administration is marking the first day here today that American families are going to be receiving those first monthly payments under the expanded child tax credit. So they're going to be giving some remarks at the White House. Also, they're going to be featuring some real-life stories from ordinary Americans detailing how this tax credit will benefit them. And so this isn't something new. It's been around since 1997, but it's now been expanded. So Biden changed it with that $1.9 trillion American Rescue Plan that Congress passed back in March. It made the credit accessible to families and raised the credit limits from its $2,000 per child maximum. So the child tax credit does give families an extra $3,600 per year for every child younger than 6, $3,000 per year for every child 6 to 17 years old. And those who opt for the monthly payments will receive $300 for kids younger than 6, $250 for kids between 6 and 17. So we'll have much more on that once that event does take place. As you can see, here's just a shot outside of the White House, but we'll be in it here. Again, this is scheduled for about 15 minutes. We'll see how they are about running on time. But until that time, let's go out to the Senate floor, where earlier here today we had Mitch McConnell along with Chuck Schumer, both speaking on the floor. And Senator Chuck Schumer has been a big proponent of child tax credit, so he does have some remarks on that, plus other topics for the day. So let's go jump into that right here for you again on Live Now from Fox.
For those in the middle class to enjoy that middle class life and stay there and for those struggling to get into the middle class to have those ladders so they can climb up to get there. These are exciting and fundamental times to be here in the Senate. In short, we have a lot to do to restore the fundamental American promise of opportunity and economic mobility. The faith that through hard work, any American can build a better life for themselves, their families, their children, and then pass even greater opportunity on to their children. That's the American dream. It's been fading, and that's allowed demagoguery and nastiness and divisiveness to become too great a part of our politics. We want to restore that sunny optimism that Americans have always had on moving forward this month. The idea that Americans can build a better life for themselves and pass greater opportunity to their children is at the heart of what Democrats are trying to achieve this year through the American Jobs and Families Plan. Helping middle-class families stay in the middle class and breathe easier. Helping poorer Americans climb that ladder to get there. And nothing will do more to advance that goal than the bill we're working on this year. The budget resolution agreed to by Democrats on the Budget Committee this week is the first step down a long road towards enacting a transformational change in our economy. It will allow us to pass the most significant legislation to expand support for American families since the era of the New Deal and the Great Society. If not quite Rooseveltian scope, it is certainly near Rooseveltian. It's dramatic change to help average families do better. The best way to understand the emerging legislation is in three broad categories: jobs, which will come through major infrastructure investments, families, and climate. We're going to create thousands upon thousands of good-paying jobs by investing in infrastructure and the training and apprenticeships that will help more Americans get those jobs. We're going to expand and strengthen the programs that support American families and introduce new ones, like paid family leave and a robust expansion of Medicare to cover vision, dental, and hearing. I salute Senator Sanders for putting it on the map and now making it a real possibility to happen. And we're going to act on climate in a bold and comprehensive way to reduce emissions, make our infrastructure more resilient, and create the green jobs of the future, to meet the President's goals of an 80% reduction in dirty carbon that goes into energy production, and a 50% overall reduction in the carbon we send to the atmosphere. When Republicans held the majority in the Senate, unfortunately, their signature legislative achievement was a massive tax break for corporations and the wealthy. From one report I read, the top 1% got 83% of the benefits when the Republicans had power. What a difference when Democrats are in power. You know what the top 1% got in the ARP bill? Zero, nada, nothing. They don't, God bless them, they're doing great. They don't need it. Democrats, instead, are strengthening the backbone of the middle class, and that's what we're going to do in this Jobs and Family Plan. American workers, American families are going to benefit while we address the generational challenge of climate change. And as I've said from the start, Madam President, as I've said from the start, the two tracks of infrastructure are going to move in tandem. We're making good progress on both tracks. We in the Democratic caucus heard from the President yesterday on the budget resolution. The meeting was wonderful. The excitement was palpable. The opportunity to do so much good for so many American families was in the air in that meeting. It was exciting. And as that happened, the bipartisan working groups had many meetings on the bipartisan infrastructure framework as well. Today, I am announcing that I intend to file cloture on the vehicle for a bipartisan infrastructure bill on Monday of next week. Senators will have until Wednesday of next week before the initial vote on cloture on the motion to proceed. Everyone has been having productive conversations, and it's important to keep the two-track process moving. All parties involved in the bipartisan infrastructure bill talks must now finalize their agreement so that the Senate can begin considering that legislation next week. And I am setting the same deadline next Wednesday for the entire Senate Democratic caucus to agree to move forward on the budget resolution with reconciliation instructions. The time has come to make progress, and we will. We must. Now on another issue, marijuana. 20 years ago, roughly a third of the population supported the decriminalization of marijuana. Today, that number is almost 70%. Even deep-rooted South Dakota voted to legalize the adult use of marijuana. Americans' perception of marijuana has justifiably changed. And it's time that Congress caught up and reformed our laws to reflect the popular wisdom and the science. So yesterday, I joined with Senator Booker, who's been such a leader on this issue for so long, and Chairman Wyden, who has been active on this issue as well, our finance chairman, to introduce the Cannabis Administration and Opportunity Act, which represents a monumental change because at long last it would take steps to right the wrongs of the failed war on drugs. It would remove marijuana from the federal list of controlled substances and expunge the criminal records of those with low-level marijuana offenses. Many states are rapidly moving toward legalization, including my home state of New York. The legislature did that in this past session. These states show the potential for new industries that can give opportunities to long-forgotten entrepreneurs. Our law would establish fair administration so small business and communities of color can get their fair shake in the marijuana business. And we would deal with expungement, the tragedy of a young person being arrested because they have a small amount of marijuana in their pocket, but because of the historic over-criminalization, they have a permanent, serious criminal record that prevents them, inhibits them from moving forward in their lives. Now, I am the first majority leader to say it's time to end the federal prohibition on marijuana. And as majority leader, I'm going to push this issue forward and make it a priority for the Senate. In short, the Cannabis Administration and Opportunity Act would help the federal government catch up with what much of the country already understands, that we need to rethink our approach to marijuana and end decades of overcriminalization. And on a final matter, the CTC. I have a little chart here. Over the past 20 years, the cost of raising children in America has become ludicrously expensive. Everything from diapers to housing to health care to college tuition has risen in price, some of it rather steeply and dramatically. And wages, unfortunately, have not kept pace, putting strain, ever more strain, on American parents. The cost of child care alone can be roughly equivalent to buying a new car every single year. That's a big burden for so many families. The pandemic, of course, made life even harder on America's families. So, in the American Rescue Plan, Democrats made sure that it included a dramatic expansion of the federal child tax credit to give families a little extra help during the once-in-a-century crisis. And today, I'm very proud to announce that tens of millions of Americans are going to see extra money land in their bank accounts, the first of monthly checks that will be dispersed through the expanded child tax credit. Let me say that again. Because of this law passed by Senate Democrats, sadly, unfortunately, not a single Republican voted for this much-needed measure that will help the middle class and the poor. vast majority of Americans, because of what we did, we Senate Democrats did, will begin receiving a monthly check of $300 for each child under 6 years old. And they will all receive $250 every month for each child between 6 and 17. Combined with the credits that apply next tax season, these payments total up to $3,600 for every child under 6, $3,000 for every child 6 to 17. In short, it will amount to a substantial and potentially life-altering tax cut for American families. If you're a middle-class mom or dad, this money will help defer the cost of groceries, rent, childcare, maybe diapers if you have an infant. Boy, they're expensive. I remember when my kids were little compared to today, the cost. You can spend that money on something else if you need it, and it's going to go a long way to reducing the burdens that families face. It also helps those kids in poverty. The expanded child tax credit will cut childhood poverty nearly in half. 4 million American children, they expect, will be lifted. And when you're a child born into poverty, no fault of your own, you may not have proper nutrition and food. You may not have proper education or health care or housing. And by the time you're 14 or 15, you're in a big ditch. Now many, to their credit, climb out on their own. But this will prevent so many from falling into that ditch. So it helps the poor and it helps the middle class. We're proud of that. To all of America's moms and dads, check your bank accounts this week. Check your bank account. You may not even know this is happening. If you file taxes in either of the past 2 years or in both of them, and you qualify the credit, you'll see this money automatically. If you didn't file taxes in either of the past 2 years, you can go online, irs.gov/child tax credit, and sign up today. Let me repeat that, folks, for you listening. Go to irs.gov/child tax credit and sign up. It's very simple and easy to sign up. And as long as your kids have a Social Security number, they can get it. Republicans have for a very long time claimed to be the party of tax cuts. But when you read the fine print, it turns out that the Republican Party is the party of tax cuts for the wealthy and the well-connected. Democrats are sending this check, American parents, for the child tax credit, $300 per month, courtesy of President Biden and Senate and congressional Democrats. Again, unfortunately, every Republican voted no. And I want to give a lot of credit to Senators Bennett of Colorado and Senator Brown of Ohio and Senator Booker of New Jersey and Senator Wyden of Oregon and so many others who fought for this issue and helped make it a reality that today is going to happen. So we say to the parents of America, starting today, help, real help, significant help is on the way, not just for the wealthy, as the Republicans like to give it, but to the poor and the middle class. I yield the floor.
And thank you again for being here with us on Live Now from Fox. We're taking a look at some of the floor
Republican
remarks that were
leader.
made earlier here today. Going to head out to Mitch
Throughout
McConnell.
my career, I've been proud to amplify the voices of freedom fighters around the world. Brave men and women working to secure the blessings of liberty that we enjoy here in America. And I've repeatedly shown a floodlight on the oppressive regimes that stand in their way. I've championed the pro-democracy movement in Burma, the brave advocates for freedom in Hong Kong. Right now, the loudest cries for liberty are coming from pretty close to home. After enduring 60-plus years of socialist tyranny, just 90 miles from American soil, the people of Cuba are telling the world they've had enough, had enough. They've had enough of a regime that's stolen their dreams for decades They've had enough of its stranglehold on information and on prosperity. They've had enough of its intimidation and its repression. The past week's demonstration in the streets of Havana should represent a major turning point in the Cuban peace movement toward liberation. The regime's failed communist ideology has saddled generations of Cubans with a backward economy, inadequate services, and no means of justice or dissent. Now, some naive Americans on the left seem intent on once again running interference for the Cuban regime. They still buy the propaganda that Cuba is a socialist paradise with a model healthcare and education system that we should actually emulate. But the Cuban people see a different reality, an open-air prison that communism has run right into the ground. Since the 1950s, the blight of Castro rule has driven many Cubans to flee to the United States. Generations of immigrants and their descendants have lived out and are living out American dreams of prosperity, achievement, and service. We're blessed to call them fellow Americans. As Senator Rubio put it so well this week, quote, "The only country on this planet where Cubans are not successful is Cuba." My hometown of Louisville is actually home to one of the largest Cuban American populations in any American city outside Florida. In recent days, this vibrant community has rallied by hundreds in support of Cuban protesters. As one of these fellow Kentuckians of mine put it, quote, "The only voice they have is us." The brave men and women who have taken to the streets in Cuba are demanding freedoms they have been denied their entire lives. They deserve, Madam President, our strong support. I'm proud to co-sponsor a new resolution with Senator Rubio and several other colleagues to communicate precisely that. Now, on another matter, this week, Democrats on the House Appropriations Committee are doing something so radical that it hasn't been done for decades. They are advancing an annual funding bill that leaves out the Hyde Amendment, the common sense prohibition on forcing taxpayers to fund abortion. Since the 1970s, abortion has claimed the lives of more than 60 million unborn children. But at the very, very least, the mainstream bipartisan Hyde Amendment has ensured that taxpayers' hard-earned money is not funneled into this brutal practice. A broad bipartisan coalition agreed the American taxpayer should not be forced to underwrite this nightmare. And by the way, a strong majority of Americans still agree with that proposition. For decades, nearly his entire career, then Senator Joe Biden was a reliable supporter of Hyde protections. One letter to a constituent read like this, quote, "Those of us who are opposed to abortion should not be compelled to pay for them." But a couple of years ago, on the presidential campaign trail, our former colleague changed his tune. He let the demands of the increasingly radical left overcome a principle he'd held literally for decades. So earlier this year, the president's budget request obligingly proposed ending this long-standing protection, yet another way in which the administration has sold itself as moderate and unifying is now spiraling way, way to the left. And this week, the House is following through. In today's Democratic Party, there's no room to dissent from the far left's culture war, even in the most modest, most long-standing, most widely popular ways. Senate Republicans are going to continue standing up for life, standing up for taxpayers, and standing up for the conscience rights of millions of Americans who don't want the government laundering their hard-earned money to abortion providers. Republicans will stand with the majority of the American people, even if our colleagues across the aisle have given in to the most radical voices. Now, one final matter. Earlier this week, new June figures further confirmed what working families across America already know all too well. Runaway costs are hitting the American people where it hurts. Sadly, this was 100% predictable. Even top Democratic experts like Larry Summers warned that the jaw-dropping $2 trillion that Democrats borrowed and spent back in March might unleash inflation and do more harm than good. The economy was already packed with dry powder, households had record savings, supply chains and inventories were already strapped. American families did not need a grand socialist experiment. They just needed the government to let things finally get back to normal. But the president, the speaker, and the Democratic leader still slapped another $2 trillion on the country's credit card. And it's bought us a level of inflation that is unprecedented in recent memory. Costs for working families have shot up. Inflation is running so hot that even though American workers have seen a 3.6% pay increase on average since last year, it's been completely swamped, wiped out, and then some by inflation. In real terms, American workers' pay has actually gone down nearly 2% since last July. So let me say that again. On Democrats' watch, inflation has turned a 3.6% annual pay raise for Americans into a nearly 2% pay cut. And yet, in a spectacle that could only occur in Washington, Democrats picked the very same week to announce they want to tax, borrow, and spend yet another, listen to this, $4 trillion in the coming weeks. Yet another budget-busting socialist package, twice as big as the last one. I'm sure this is just what working Americans want to hear. They're already struggling to keep up with the soaring cost of gas, groceries, diapers, housing, automobiles, you name it. And now the Democrats' big idea is to try and inflate their way out of inflation. Inflate their way out of inflation. That will be one wild ride for working Americans, middle-class families, and anybody with any savings. For good measure, Democrats say they'll probably pair this spending spree with a set of massive tax hikes, dumped right on top of our economic recovery. Our colleagues need to take this summer and think very carefully about what they're discussing. It would be hard to imagine a proposal less suited to the conditions of our country at this point. Americans cannot afford another socialist borrowing, taxing, and spending spree that will kill jobs and raise costs for working families.
And thanks again for being here with us. We are going to be going into a quick 2-minute commercial break for some of our viewers. Welcome back to our viewers who are here with us on Live Now from Fox, taking a look at the big board. Kind of a slow start here on this Thursday, as now we're finally seeing some green, but not too much. We'll have to keep an eye on the stocks as they continue to rise and fall here on this Thursday morning, early afternoon for some of our viewers here with us. And we're going to jump into a press conference out of Wilmington, Delaware, where a woman who was allegedly assaulted by undercover officers is filing a lawsuit. So let's go into that here for you on Live Now from Fox. And just a heads up, we do have also a live look here for you as we wait for Senator Chuck Schumer. He's going to be speaking on child tax credit. Also, still waiting for President Biden, Vice President Kamala Harris to also speak on child tax credit. Again, this is taking effect here for Americans today. So, of course, as soon as we do see that event, we'll jump into that here for you. But again, let's go out to Delaware to listen into that lawsuit announced against those troopers.
Any accountability. So I'm going to briefly introduce Renee Leverett, and then you're going to hear from Marty, and then you're going to hear from not only the president of the NAACP for Delaware, Mr. Richard Smith, but who also, as fate would have it, who was an eyewitness to this event. And you will hear from him. But first, let me introduce Ms. Renee Leverett.
Hello, thank you all for coming out today. So I also want to point out that the cops were looking for a dark gray Nissan Maxima. And I believe Marty's vehicle is a light gray Nissan Altima. So it was not even the same color, it wasn't even the same model. And I would like to put the perspective to you of a female. As females, the world is a bit scarier for us. We're taught, try not to go anywhere alone. If you're walking alone at night, you carry your keys as a weapon. So imagine what kind of fear this young lady was experiencing when these cars just pulled up on her, actually hit her vehicle. They're yelling, they're pulling guns. It could have been a kidnapping, it could have been anything. And no one should have to go through that. No one. And I am just so upset because I can't imagine going through that myself, and then it all just being a mistake, not even getting an apology, not even getting anything, and just being left there with my damaged vehicle and completely distraught with no explanation. So I want you to please now take the time to listen to Marty as she tells the story from her own point of view.
Excuse my tears. So my name is Martiana. I don't want to really go into detail about what happened because they just told you all. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. This event has been really traumatic for me. Like, I have trouble sleeping at night when I'm driving. I'm afraid that officers are just gonna barricade me again and just pull me over without reason again and just hold me at gunpoint. I'm sorry, I can't even barely get my words out. But this has been very, very traumatic. I don't wish this on anyone. I don't wish this on any young female, any young male. I don't wish this on anyone. Like, them actually putting a taser to my neck after realizing they still had the wrong person. Them telling me, excuse my language, to shut the fuck up. And when Mr. Mecca has said it was just very frightening for me, for them to leave me in the street alone, just hysterically crying, and no one can tell me what's going on. Why have I been stopped? Why have they ran into me, damaged my car, anything? Nobody's just telling me anything. No one could tell me a name, a badge number, not even a supervisor. Like, no one just seems to know not know what's going on. Like, and it just baffles me that they couldn't even give me an apology. Even after the situation, they couldn't even give me an apology or anything. And it just amazes me that there seems to be no body cameras or no nothing. Like, it's just really crazy to me that I really had to go through this. I've been speaking to a psychologist because this has really took a toll on my mental. Like, this is really crazy. Like, I can't even freaking drive without thinking something's gonna happen to me, like something's gonna pull me over. I'm steady looking at every vehicle with dark tint. Like, is this an undercover? Like, who's this? I gotta watch my back. Like, I'm so scared, and I did nothing to no one at all. And it's just a shame that I had to go through this. Like, that I really had to go through this. It's just so sad. And I just really want to get to the bottom of this, and I just want all the officers to be held accountable. I really do, and that's all I have to say.
I'm going to introduce the NAACP president for Delaware, Richard Smith.
Here we go again. He had Mr. Mosley over to Riverside, 12 o'clock at night. Came in for no reason at all. Shot him, killed him. And then you had this young lady, which I was coming down Church Street at the time. And I seen these 4 trucks or 5 trucks, white guys. It's strange to see a bunch of white guys in the black community following this car right here. So I really didn't pay too much mind. But as I got to 9th Street, I seen some of the traffic begin to buckle up, and they stopped. And as I got down to 10th Street, I seen them pull.
Speaking to the mic a little more.
I seen them pull Mari out of the car, put a gun up to her head, or taser, whatever it was, bust her window, and begin to harass her and stuff. Couldn't understand why. And as I parked my car, I went over to her, I heard her howling, crying, and I seen a state trooper trying to talk to her. So I went over and identified myself as the NAACP, and I asked him what was he doing to get away from her. He said he was a supervisor officer, and it was a strange thing. A supervisor could pop up, but you couldn't get none of the badge numbers, you couldn't get none of the names, and they were sent away. They said they was going to continue chasing the other car. But they didn't have time for this young lady to see if she was all right, if she had a nervous breakdown, whatever happened to her. They didn't have time. The supervisor wanted to question her like she was a suspect, but she was not no suspect. So I got into my mode, and I basically told him he got to get away. Get the F away from her and stay away from her. She don't want to talk to you till her father come. And the whole time while her father was trying to get here, her stepmother came, but they continued trying to get information out of her, saying that we'll pay for a car and she can take an body shop. But it wasn't the concept of the car, it was the mental beast that black people take every day. If we ain't shot by the police, we're shooting each other. Guns in our neighborhood. If we ain't trying to do right, it's the wrong person. You know, why is the state trooper and the county cop so much in the city of Wilmington? What do they have that they want out of the city of Wilmington that they can't govern the rest of the municipalities the way they're supposed to govern the municipality? She's barely 5 feet. And can you imagine a 6'9", 6'3", or 6'4", 6'5" person being over top of her, grabbing her, and snatching her out of the car, breaking her windows, backing up on her bumper, and squeeze her, and continue to talk to her when she say, I haven't did nothing, get away from me. I haven't did nothing, get away from me. I want to talk to my daddy. You know, at this point, what do we do as black people in the city of Wilmington. Just lay there and die. When is enough enough? We want justice for Marty. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Kobe Owens. I'm with the NAACP. Just like Mel said, we're tired of continuously having to come out here to address matters such as this. What happened to Marty and what is happening to Black Americans throughout Delaware and across this nation is unacceptable, and this is why we continue to push for legislative change. This is why we call for accountability in our communities. The fact that these officers walked away from this case and we don't know their badge numbers or their names is despicable. The fact that yet another traumatic event in Wilmington that hurts the Black community is now bringing us all together yet again. I stand with Mouse, I stand with Marty as we continue to call for accountability here in Delaware. We know and we understand that there's still a lot of work that we have to get done. This was a part of the push of SB 149 and getting Leah Board changed and amended so that we can have access to disciplinary records. All these officers involved with this case should be disciplined, and to be honest, on behalf of the NAACP, they should not be officers if this is how they're going to handle community relations. Last year, we saw unprecedented civil uprising in the streets of Wilmington and across this nation. We saw the call for change, but we also heard the silence of those in power. We are calling on those in power to speak up in this case, to speak up against police brutality, to say that this is unacceptable here in Delaware and that we want to see this yet again. It is going to take true action to stop this. We have to change a culture within the police department that allows for incidents like this to go unheard. We are lucky that Marty and the community who were out that day were willing to speak up against this injustice.
Okay, everybody, we now go out to Minnesota, where this is Governor Walz. He is doing a conversion therapy protection executive order there, and they will let you know all about that right here on Live Now from Fox.
And that should seem like a pretty simple statement. The fact of the matter, it's not the case. And I want to thank, there's too many folks here to thank everyone. I want to be very careful about making sure we get folks out there. The folks in this room, and as Lieutenant Governor said a little while ago, a lot of folks who aren't here with us any longer, who have fought these fights on equity, on fairness, and on human rights and human dignity. But these fights have been fought. They have been fought in the public. They have been conversations amongst family, and they have been fought in the legislative process. We have several of those leaders here, Senator Dibble among them, Representative Hornstein, and so many others. And I want to be clear, we're here today to sign an executive order banning the discredited, Byzantine, and quite honestly, very harmful practice of conversion therapy. The idea that we would change someone's basic who they are through practices that is not supported by any legitimate organizations, whether they be mental health organizations, medical organizations, or anyone. And you're going to see a spectrum of folks up here talk about that beauty of the human spirit. They'll talk about the psychological part, they'll talk about the health part, and they'll talk about the spiritual part of what it means to be fully human and who we are as each one of us. And we've asked and tried. I want to thank the House of Representatives, made an attempt to try and get this through legislatively, and Senator Dibble's tireless work around that. And our allies, out front Minnesota, the folks who are here from out front, this has been an issue that you have been talking about for a very, very long time and asking for this to be done. Rainbow Health, gender justice, so many others who are out there, and individuals who have had the courage to stand up and say this is not something the state should condone. This is not something that should be done. So the EO that I'm going to sign empowers existing law that already is in state agencies, from the Minnesota Department of Human Rights to the Minnesota Department of Health to the Commerce Department, to ensure that no minor Minnesotan, anyone under 18 or vulnerable Minnesotans, is subjected to this Byzantine torturous practice of conversion therapy. This law will make that no longer available in Minnesota. It will make a very strong statement, again, that this is a place where you are welcome. And whatever the you is the one that we welcome. So we will instruct state agencies to use their authority to restrict the practice. It will be in things such as not making sure that insurance companies are reimbursed for this practice, and making sure that we are putting everything in place so the scope of what those agencies can do is focused on that existing law to make sure that this ends. Today, we join 23 other states who have taken this step. There's no place for hate in this state. There's no room for division. Our LGBTQ plus community is part and a huge part of what it means to be one Minnesota. When they are hurt or put through this, we all hurt. And when they succeed, we all succeed. So I am incredibly grateful for the work that's done. I feel a sense of gratitude for all the people who did this. I feel a sense of thinking today what this is about. There's someone out there today, a young person, and trying to understand a complicated world, trying to struggle against things as they already are, trying to understand who they really are. And I hope they're able to see what this community in this state says is, we see you, we hear you, and we will make sure that you're in a safe place to be who you are. And this law will take one more, this EO will take one more step, but I would be remiss if I didn't say it. Our real goal needs to be to just outright ban this discredited practice, do it through the legislative process, and do it for all Minnesotans. But today is that first step. Protect our minors, protect our most vulnerable Minnesotans, and say to the rest of the state and the rest of the country, Minnesota's here to make sure that love prevails. So with that, I want to introduce Lieutenant Governor Flanagan.
Well, good morning, everybody. Today is a good day. I am so grateful to be here in community with so many of the advocates who have worked tirelessly, in some cases for years, to try and bring about meaningful end to this destructive practice. And as the governor mentioned, I want us to just briefly hold the folks who cannot be in this room because of this destructive practice, those who we've lost along the way. As a society, we must object to any alleged treatment or therapy which attempts to tell our children that they need to change in order to be deserving of love or acceptance. Our kids deserve to grow up in a state that values them for who they are, not one that tries to change them. We stand in solidarity with our LGBTQ plus friends and neighbors and children and relatives and loved ones. The governor and I remain committed to lifting up the voices of the LGBTQ plus community, and we know that until we achieve acceptance and inclusion for all Minnesotans, we will continue that fight. And here's the deal. This change is coming. Many cities from across our state, including my hometown of St. Louis Park, have taken action at the municipal level to prevent more of our friends and family from being subjected to this torturous practice. As the governor mentioned, we once again call upon our colleagues in the legislature to pass a comprehensive ban on this practice so that no more of our children will ever have to suffer the trauma of being told that they need to change from the person they were born to be. I also want to reiterate this special thanks to our partners at Outfront who've been working on the front lines and through their networks to advance this initiative through the legislature. Representative Keeler, Representative Hornstein, and Senator Dibble, along with Commissioner Lucero, who have all been advocating and pushing for this. We have your back. Keep pushing. as well as to all of the legislators who are no longer here but have advanced the House and Senate bills over the years. You laid the groundwork for us, and we will keep going. This work is not over. We have to make these changes in the House and Senate so this can become law, but we needed to do what was right today. So with that, I will turn it over to a real champion for our young people who just continuously models what it means to be someone who advocates on behalf of all Minnesotans. Senator Dibble.
Thank you. I wanted to check to see if Representative Hollins is in the room. Come on up. All right. All right, and we have the voice of the future with us too. Yeah. Well, thank you, Lieutenant Governor, Governor Walz, Lieutenant Governor Flanagan, Commissioner Lucero, First Lady Gwen Walz. Thank you so much for being here. I'm going to try to compose myself. This is an emotional day. I'm here with a simple message, one of love and compassion. First and foremost, I want to say to all of the young Minnesotans who feel isolated, lonely, and despairing, maybe feeling afraid because of what they hear coming from powerful people, or maybe even wondering if they deserve how people treat them or talk about them or think about them, wondering if they could ever have a happy life as deserved. You are perfect. You are who you are meant to be. You do not have to change, and please don't. You are a gift from God. Our state and our world is better because you are a part of it. You are a part of us. You are a full member of Minnesota's family, and we love you, and we see you. I speak from experience. I spent years loathing myself, wondering why I was cursed or weak or sinful, praying for fervency to change, to be given the strength to be different. I was afraid. I was hiding mostly from myself, until others showed me through example that a whole world of joy and happiness is found in knowing that I was perfectly okay. And you have a governor and a lieutenant governor, legislators, and a huge community that wants to know the real and perfect you. I have another message for families, for parents who feel that they are acting from a place of love in sending their child to conversion therapy, who feel like their faith or their faith leaders tell them that this is what is best for their child. I do not doubt for 1 second your love for your child, but please pause. Even if for just a moment, see them as the entire, unique, special gift you brought into the world. Everything will be all right. Your child will grow up to be the most amazing human being you ever hoped for when they were a baby. So please let them be that person. To say I am disappointed in my colleagues in an institution that willfully turns its back on young people in need, in pain, calling to us for help is an understatement. However, today, I cannot adequately express how grateful I am for those willing to use the power they have to reach out, to help, to organize, to create community and a movement, especially to all of the brave survivors who have transcended their trauma so that those who follow can have a better life, and to the members of a broad coalition of professional caregivers, faith leaders, and social justice advocates, so Governor, Lieutenant Governor, Commissioners, Representative Hornstein, Representative Keeler, Representative Hollins. Thank you for this day. Conversion therapy is widely discredited and causes harm to those who are subjected to it. It is abhorrent and has no place whatsoever in Minnesota. This executive order will accomplish much to putting a stop to it here. However, executive orders are by their nature temporary. The legislature is not off the hook. So I call on my colleagues and the leadership of the Senate and the House to join me in passing our legislation. To codify the provisions of this executive order, to stand up for those who have no political power and no legal standing of their own accord, to uphold the bedrock Minnesota values and our most fundamental of all public responsibilities, to provide care, security, support, and protection so that every single Minnesotan has the dignity, freedom, and ability to live lives they dream of and aspire to. Thank you.
And let's take another 2-minute break for some of you right here on Live Now from Fox.
After listening to the previous speakers, growing up in a world that self-harm was an often option because I never fit in. I felt different. I felt like harming myself was better than letting society harm me. This will save lives. I just want to send a message to our kids that you are so uniquely beautiful in who you are. It is our job to support you for the next 7 generations, and I can tell you that myself and the other leaders up here are dedicated to do that. Pilame.
Hello, my name is Junior Avalos. I just want to thank the governor and the lieutenant governor for having me here today. Already? So I'm here because at the age of 16, I put myself through conversion therapy. I got a job working at a fast food restaurant so I could pay the $600 to go fix myself. Because everywhere around me, not just from my peers, but from authority figures that I looked up to, I was being told that there was something wrong with me, that I was broken, that I didn't deserve to be here. And all I ever wanted was to be accepted. Just last month, I turned 25. And at the age of 16, I could never envision my life at this point because I didn't think I would make it this far after conversion therapy failed me because it didn't work. Now, even though I'm just starting the process of healing from this trauma, I'm living my most beautiful, authentic self, and I'm so proud of myself for that. And my hope is through this executive order, LGBTQ children across the state know there is someone on their side of their court and that they get to live their authentic selves without repercussions or fear from the very beginning. I appreciate all the work that has been done to get us to this point. However, this is only the first step. It's now up to the Minnesota legislature to continue this work and pass comprehensive protections. Failure to do so sends a clear message to LGBTQ Minnesotans and their families that they're not worthy of our love and support and even basic legal protections from harmful and discredited practices. But I know that everyone here in this room, all the folks across the state who have been showing up every day, making those municipal advancements, working here in the Capitol, are going to continue.
All right, everyone, welcome here to Live Now from Fox. We are now at the White House for this child tax credit event.
21, as the day the American family got so much stronger. Today, the expanded child tax credit is here. Today, for families all over our country, for children all over our country, help is here. It is a good day, America. And I'll tell you, my mother, she worked hard at being a mother. Whether it was waking up at the crack of dawn to pack our lunches and get us ready for school, or whether after we went to bed, sitting at our kitchen table and trying to just figure out how to make it all work. And I know it wasn't easy, even though she never said that. My family's story is not all that remarkable. It is the story of the American family. Parents who will do anything for their children. Parents who work so hard every day. Parents who deserve their government and their leaders to really see them, to really understand them as they juggle all their responsibilities every month. Every month, the rent becomes due. Every month, The child care provider needs a check, half an income every month. American families need to buy groceries and gas, to pay for rent or homeowners insurance, utilities and car loans. And even if they have enough to make ends meet, it is often just barely enough. One unexpected expense could mean the difference between taking on more debt or losing it all. In the wealthiest nation in the world, it should not be this way. And the president and I, well, we both believe that. So when we took office, we set out to provide American families with some relief. And that is exactly what we are doing. And I want to thank those members of Congress who led and voted to expand the child tax credit. The president will detail the expansion, but let me underscore one important piece. This tax cut will be issued in monthly payments. This has never happened before. And America, yes, it is a big deal. I have been fighting for months and for quite some time, even when I was in the Senate, for monthly payments. Because I know if the struggle to make ends meet is monthly, the solution has to be also. So before I introduce our president, let me close with this. The payments may be monthly, but the impact of this child tax credit will undoubtedly be generational. Middle-class tax cut in generations and will lift up half of our nation's children who are living in poverty, out of poverty. And in lifting up those children, and in lifting up the American family, it will lift up our entire nation. Today is a good day, America. It is a historic day. And we are here today because of the vision and the leadership of a fellow parent, of a president who believes with all his heart that the strength of our nation should be measured by the strength of our families and our children. It is my great honor to introduce President Joe Biden.
Thank you. Well, for you, anybody under the age of 13, this has got to be boring, boring, boring for you. Right? Well, I tell you what, we ought to work something out here so that when this is over, your parents, your uncles, your aunts, whoever you're with, they owe you some ice cream or something for this, you know? Folks, it's a pleasure to be here. I'm going to take a sip here. And this, I believe this is actually a historic day. Historic day in the sense that we continue to build an economy that recognizes the dignity of working class families and middle class families. It's historic, and it's our effort to make another giant step toward ending child poverty in America. I think this will be one of the things that the Vice President and I will be most proud of when our terms are up. Beginning this morning, nearly all working families, that is, people making under $150,000 as families or an individual making under $120,000, $25,000, who have children or raising children in America, they're going to receive their first monthly tax cut payment. That payment from the expanded child tax credit is that we signed into law as part of our American Rescue Plan. It's one of the largest ever single tax cuts for families with children. And it's a reflection of our belief that the people of this country who need a tax cut aren't the folks at the top. They've gotten plenty of tax cuts. They're doing just fine. But it's the people in the middle, the folks who are struggling, who are just looking for a little bit of, my dad would say, a little bit of breathing room, a little bit of breathing room. This has the potential to reduce child poverty in the same way that the Social Security reduced poverty for the elderly. And by the way, you think of monthly payments. You get a Social Security check, those who you know get Social Security, they get it monthly. Well, this will be, unless you want it at one lump sum, this will be a monthly payment for child for your children, a tax cut. And here's how the tax credit works. For every child under the age of 6, the parent will get $3,600 a year. For every child 6 to 17, they'll get $3,000 per year. For example, a middle-class family with 2 young children who would expect to receive $7,200 a year to help raise their children. This will be they'll get the first half of this $3,600 starting today, and it'll be paid out at $600 a month between now, July, and December. And then they're going to get the rest of the payment next spring around tax day. Now, if you file taxes electronically, you can go to your bank account today, and you'll see a payment that says Child CTC. Let me say that again. Payments of $300 for each child under the age of 6, $250 for each child between the age of 6 and 17 on a monthly basis between July and December. If you don't file your taxes electronically, as you did last year, you can expect to receive a check in the mail beginning today or a few days from now. And you'll get this payment on the 15th of every month for the rest of this year. And if you're not required to file taxes at all in the past, you haven't filed because you didn't owe any, go to childtaxcredit.gov. Let me say it again, childtaxcredit.gov. And they'll give you clear information and a link to help you sign up for the first time. This can be life-changing for so many families. Because of the way the tax credit was structured, before the American Rescue Plan, more than 26 million children from the hardest pressed working families didn't get any full payment for the child credit, for child care, for child tax credit. Half of all Black and Hispanic children in America never received the full tax credit. We've changed all that. In technical terms, we've made this tax cut fully refundable. In plain English, it means instead of families who need help the most getting the least, the more hardworking families will get this on a full monthly basis. 97% of the children receiving this credit come from working families. And the other 3% include kids being raised by retired grandparents or by someone with a serious disability. And by the way, this credit doesn't start to phase out until a couple is making $150,000 or a single parent is making $112,000. It begins to phase out then. This is a middle-class tax cut. When I referred to it in the way it really is. It's a middle-class tax cut. It's just like the wealthy get tax cuts for a lot of things. It's a tax cut for your children, having children. And this can make it possible for a hardworking parent to say to his or her child, honey, you can get you new braces now. We can get you a tutor to help you in that math class you're having trouble with. We can get you the sports equipment you need to sign up for your first team you're going to play on. People have written to me to tell me they use the money to buy their kids new shoes, to send them to summer camp, to cover after-school care when school starts up again. You know, and to give you a sense of how transformative this is, this would be the largest ever one-year decrease in child poverty in the history of the United States of America, as we begin now. Historic reductions in child poverty among white, Black, and Latinos and AAPI communities. It's not even close. The benefits will be felt for years. Studies have shown that tax relief that helps children, that's okay, don't worry about it. It's okay to let them cry, or her, whichever. That helps children and can lead to better health, better school performance, and better future earnings. In fact, research from Columbia University in New York found that for each dollar this tax cut cost, it returns $8 would have to be spent other ways. It's a gigantic help. It's an 8-to-1 return. Your head, your heart, and your budget all lead to the same place. This is the right thing to do, and it's a smart thing to do. Today, these tax cut payments are arriving automatically, but it didn't happen automatically. The result of the work of people who did this, advocating for this for a long, long time. And we finally got it passed in my American Rescue Plan. I want to particularly thank those who've been fighting for this for years. Congresswoman Rosa DeLauro from Connecticut, she has been a champion for this issue. Congressman Richie Neal and Torres, and Senators Bennett, Brown, and Booker, and Ron Wyden. We'll probably hear from our Republican friends, all who voted against this, but they'll tout the success as it helps working families in their states and their districts. But in the coming days, we're also going to hear from them saying, I want to now extend this tax. It's only for 1 year now. It's all I could get it for the first time. And so I want to extend it into the future now. I have another piece of legislation we voted on soon, saying we're going to continue this. To the people who say we can't afford to give the middle class a break, I say we can afford it by making people at the top and the big corporations, over 50 of which paid no taxes last year, just start paying their fair share. I'm not going to gouge them, just pay their fair share. Because people who are working hard and paying taxes deserve a break. That's why, excuse me for all these terms I'm using, but my Build Back Better agenda, which still needs to be voted on in the Congress, keeps this tax cut for working families in place for years to come. We shouldn't let taxes go up on working families. We shouldn't let child poverty continue to stain the conscience or drag down our economy. And so I say to my colleagues in Congress, this tax cut for working families is something we should extend, not end next year. And I say to all of you watching, make sure your family, friends, and community know about this tax cut. Send to them, as I said, childtaxcredit.gov to learn more about the difference this is going to make in their lives. Let me close with this. I signed the American Rescue Plan less than 2 months after taking office in January 20th. 4 months later, we've implemented the first ever automatic monthly payment for any major tax credit ever, as the Vice President was talking about, beyond Social Security, which is a long time ago. This groundbreaking effort is similar to what we did in what I called our wartime effort to vaccinate Americans against COVID-19, to mobilize the whole country. We're proving that democracy can deliver for people and deliver in a timely way, improving lives, helping fuel record-setting recovery, giving working families a fighting chance again. I received an email today from a mother in Washington State. She's a young teacher who had just received her payment. She wrote, and I'm quoting, "My family has been living hand to mouth to put me through school so I can follow my passion of molding young minds. This first CTC payment has come at the exact moment when we need it most. These payments may seem small to some, but they're life-changing for my family, for us. Millions of children and their families, starting today, their lives are about to change for the better, and our country will be better off for it as well. This is a really good day, and parents, you're going to be able to tell your kids when they're 25 years old that you were there the day this happened. We talked about it. We're showing once again that there's nothing beyond the capacity, our capacity as Americans, to get done when we do it together. So I want to thank you. God bless you all, and may God protect our troops and kids. Thank you for being so polite while I was speaking. You're very, very nice. Thank you, thank you, thank you. See you all. Bye-bye.
And President Biden wrapping up there as today, the official start of the rollout there for the child tax credit program. We'll be hearing from President Biden a little bit later this afternoon, and we'll be featuring that for you right here on Live Now from Fox, everybody. We are going to be taking a quick 2-minute break. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox, the news program where we feature live events from across the country. You can see the live feeds that we have available to us right now, and we will continue with more live events taking you right out now to California, where we're still talking about the child tax credit program that the Biden administration did roll out starting today. We are going to hear from soon Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi on this. Then we will also hear from Senate Democrats also on the topic. A little bit later, we'll have Florida Governor Ron DeSantis doing a news conference in Florida on a different topic. We'll bring it all to you right here on Live Now from Fox.
This is a transformative part of the American Rescue Plan. This is the federal relief package my colleagues and I, and under the Speaker Pelosi's leadership, fought so hard to pass earlier this year. And this transformative economic policy will only work if the money makes it into the pockets of the families who qualify. Like stimulus checks, most of the monthly CTC payments will be sent by direct deposit, which means that most families who have filed their taxes don't have to do anything. Those who don't traditionally file their taxes, but they don't have enough income to file taxes, can register through the IRS non-filers portal. Biro Action, and as well as Centro de Ayuda and other nonprofit organizations in this area will be helping ensure that each family gets access to that money if they haven't filed their taxes. This expansion will significantly reduce child poverty and racial disparities. We're talking about increased income security, more flexibility to families, and the ability to pay the bills and buy essential items like food and diapers. Today, we have the honor of having Speaker Pelosi and Representative Chu and Bass here to mark this huge and momentous occasion. But I want to let you know that this has always been a team fight, from Speaker Pelosi to other Democrats in the House to President Biden to the nonprofits who have been fighting for this idea for years. It's not new, but we just got it done, and it's going to have a transformative effect. And with that, I would like to introduce the Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi.
Good morning, everyone. What an honor it is to be here with each and every one of you, especially with our VIPs, the Gomez family. They're going to be speaking later. I say they're our VIPs. This is what this is all about. as well as our friends gathered here. Thank you all. Thank you all for being here. This is a very special day. This is a day when it's a promise fulfilled. President Biden in his campaign said that help is on the way. Today, help is here. It is here in the form of the Biden child tax credit, and we're very proud of it. I'm honored to be here with my colleague, Jimmy Gomez, who has been effective from the start in Congress. We were recalling that 4 years ago, this very week, when he was sworn in as a member of Congress, I called him to say, can you do a town hall meeting on infrastructure right away? And he did, effective from the start. He is a member of the Committee of Jurisdiction that has written the child tax credit legislation. So thank you for that, Mr. Gomez, as is Judy Chu, Congresswoman Judy Chu, a member of that committee, and Karen Bass, who is on the Judiciary Committee, and well, she's Foreign Affairs Committee, so many things, but has a role, it had a role in making sure that this had the broadest possible base. Thank you, Karen Bass, for your leadership as well. But as I said, our VIPs are Dennis and Sonia Gomez, who will tell their story. And it's a story about how we can honor our commitment to our children, our children, our children, our children. And across America today, Democrats are hosting meetings with the nonprofit groups who are our messengers to the families to make sure they know how to avail themselves of the benefit, because it doesn't work unless you sign up. And we want to make sure that everyone knows how to do that. So I thank our nonprofit groups, and in California, Conway Collis has been a champion on this issue for a long time. But in Democrats in Congress had this expanded child tax credit both as an economic and a moral imperative, helping families recover and grow coming out of this bad year that Mr. Gomez described. That's why we fought and won not only this. Let's just think about this for a minute. 27 million families in America, particularly, will directly benefit, especially communities of color. Will cut, as Mr. Gomez said, child poverty in half. In half. And 90% of children will benefit, with over half of them lifted out of poverty. And in California, 34, and he used this as a model to make sure that other children benefited as well, tens of thousands of children will be lifted out of poverty. Checks are being mailed or electronic transferred as we speak, because with President Biden in the White House and Democratic majorities in the Congress, as I said before, help is here. We know more needs to be done. Our theme has been Build Back Better, but we keep saying build back better with women and families. Therefore, we want people to have the flexibility, the liberty to participate. So this will be part of something where we have expanded access to child care, early education, the tax credits, of course, again, as I said, family and medical leave, but also child care to the nth degree. It's a transformed care economy for the children, for the children. And when people ask me the three most important issues facing the Congress, I always say the same thing. Our children, our children, our children. Their health, their education, the economic security of their family, a safe environment in which they can thrive, and that means safe from gun violence as well as air pollution and the rest. We must build back better, putting families first, and that's why we need our grassroots leaders to help do that, so that everyone who is eligible can participate. And when we talk about families, again, the Gomez family is here to make their presentation. But in order to present them, it is now my privilege to yield back to the distinguished gentleman from California, representative of this district. As I do so, let me say again what an honor it is to be at Barrio Action Isn't this a beautiful place? Here we are in the gym for the children. We started out in a room with music surrounding us on the walls, just respecting the dignity of the children and the community that it serves. Thank you, Tammy, for your tremendous leadership for decades, her leadership for decades again, at Barrio Action Youth and Family Center. That's what today is about, youth and family, a champion for youth and family, Congressman Jimmy Gomez. Thank you, Jimmy.
And I just want to mention that there's no better champion than for children than Speaker Pelosi. It's no secret that every time she is sworn in as Speaker, she invites all the kids that get to go to see the swearing in up to the podium. And it's always a beautiful shot, and she always reminds the caucus, this is for the children and everything that we do. And we have a family here who is much like, no relation, but much like my family growing up. They work hard, tried to make ends meet and put a roof over their head and food on the table for their children. No matter the obstacles, they're always working. But a little bit of help can change not only the course of their future, but the course of the future of their children. So I'd like to invite up the Gomez family. I'd like to invite up Dennis and Sonia Gomez.
Hola, muy buenos días. Mi nombre es Sonia Gómez y estamos aquí para apoyar a la agencia Brisi.
All right, folks, we will be taking a quick 2-minute break right here on Live Now from Fox.
La renta y sí, lo sentimos muy agradecidos por eso y esperamos que siempre sigan la ayuda a ellos. Y gracias a Nancy Pelosi y al señor Jimmy Gómez, porque a ellos le ayudan también. Gracias.
Buenos días, mi nombre es Denis Gómez y estoy aquí presente para apoyar a la agencia, ya que nos ayudó en lo más necesitado durante la pandemia. Pues tuvimos recaídas bastantes referente, no a enfermedad, pero sí en los pagos de rentas, comida, en la alimentación. Pues. También nos sentimos agradecidos de el señor Jimmy Gómez y Nancy, ya que son es un apoyo que nos han dado ellos también referente a la representación del gobierno. Ok, es todo lo que decirle. Gracias.
Good morning. My name is Eric Diego. I'm just going to translate for the Gomez family. They are very grateful and happy for all these city-funded programs, and also for the organizations such as Brizzy Foundation and other FSC programs here in the city of Los Angeles. And then they are very grateful that this program, such as the tax preparation, provided by the city, the free tax prep, assisted them as well in their hardest times during the pandemic, when they were, behind on the rent, bills, and other essential needs. So the family wants to thank, Jimmy Gomez and Nancy Pelosi for all their assistance here in the community. So thank you.
And thank you so much to the Gomez family for being here, and thank you just for sharing your story. As I mentioned, passing any piece of legislation is teamwork. Somebody I like to say that has been on the team, but also fighting the good fight on the Ways and Means Committee, even before I got there, is Congresswoman Judy Chu. Congresswoman Chu.
Well, I am so glad
glad to be here with these incredible leaders, Congress members Jimmy Gomez and Karen Bass, and of course, the incomparable Speaker Nancy Pelosi. This is a historic day. Today is the day that we start to reduce child poverty in half. It is the first day that families across this nation can receive their first check for an expanded child tax credit for up to $300 per month per child. And it's so important that everybody in our communities know about this and accesses this. That's why we are here today, to make sure that every child in this country who benefits from this gets that help. You know, this has been such a tough year for so many families, with COVID threatening lives, closing down businesses, causing unemployment. It's been tough to pay for food and rent. So we knew we had to make our top priority that of helping working families. So that's why we did pass bills to have the unemployment checks extended, to have the stimulus checks given out, but we knew we had to do more. So when we were putting together the American Rescue Plan, President Biden's $1.9 trillion coronavirus rescue package, Democrats made historic changes to the child tax credit in order to lift millions out of poverty. Now, this child tax credit has been one of the most effective tools Congress has had to support working families, because it's refundable, meaning that you don't have to owe taxes in order to collect it. Because of that, it immediately put money into the hands of hardworking parents so they can pay for gas, childcare, food, which all makes it easier for parents to return to work. But with this American Rescue Plan, we knew we had an historic opportunity. So that's why we increased the amount up to $3,000 per child and up to $3,600 for children under 6. But we also changed the rules so that more children could qualify. And now 27 million more children across the country will benefit from this credit, including 10,000 children in my very own district in the San Gabriel Valley. And we made the child tax credit more user-friendly. Instead of forcing taxpayers to wait up to a whole year to collect on it as part of their annual tax filing, we instructed the IRS to give a monthly benefit so that they can begin to collect today. But I do want to say to everybody out there, remember, you have to make sure you are in the IRS database. You can go right to the IRS website and sign up. You can also update your address and the number of children you actually have. And let me also say to those who may worry that collecting the child tax credit will not affect SNAP benefits, Medicaid, TANF cash assistance, SSI, or other public benefits. But you know what worries me? That without action, these benefits could end at the end of this year. That's why we need an extension, and I'm so glad that President Biden put into his American Jobs Plan at least extending it to 5 years. But I know that I will not rest until this child tax credit is permanent. And also, I will not rest until every child can benefit from this, whether they have a Social Security number or not. So thank you all again. Let's get the word out. Let's make sure that every working family gets the help they need with the expansion of the child tax credit.
Now I'd like to introduce Congresswoman, a former Speaker of the California Assembly, and somebody who has fought on the front lines, on the nonprofit front lines for years, and that is Congresswoman Karen Bass.
Good morning, everyone. Oh, what a difference an election.
And live now from Fox does continue a fresh new hour. I'm your host, Mike Page. Thank you so much for joining us. 1 o'clock out on the East Coast, 10 o'clock on the West Coast. We have an event after event really to bring you today. We are going to have a little bit later on the latest on the Cuba protests from Miami, expecting Governor Ron DeSantis to speak in a little bit as well. But we have just our feeds really from all over the country bringing you these events here. This one also in California that we were showing our viewers just moments ago, talking about the child tax credits that was unveiled today. But our first story here of this top hour, we are going to go out to a news conference that just started happening in Minnesota, where this is a news conference on a complaint served against the Minnesota State Patrol and other agencies as the civil rights lawsuit has been filed in the U.S. District Court in Minnesota by the parents of 2 teens killed in a crash that happened back in 2015. We are going to listen right here to this very big news conference.
Prior to the Hannestead-Nellermo regime at Park Christian School, there was a gal named Terrain Berg. We'll call her the president or superintendent. Wonderful lady. If she was here today, and she's not, seek her out. Terrain Berg. She lives in South Fargo, and ask her. There was no issues. There was no problems. I've made this statement before, and I know it's the air of political sayings and all this, but maybe this will resonate with people. Just because you dislike the President of the United States, do those people hate the country, no matter who you're for? I don't think so. Just because we're at odds with the leadership at Park Christian School, the current leadership, we don't hate the school. We don't have a vendetta to take the school down. That's not why we're here. We're after what the current moniker out by the President of the United States says is this country is about fairness and justice. Why shouldn't we have that? Everybody knows about the George Floyd case. I think everybody's heard about that, and the police officer named Derek Chauvin. I asked this question. Why is it that Ray and Kathy Qualbug are supposed to allow the investigation that's done on the death of both our boys to be done by somebody who has close personal ties to Park Christian School? Not just that they ran into a teacher here, a decades-long relationship. So I ask you, would the family of George Floyd allow the investigating officer of their loved one, Mr. Floyd, to be friends with the Chauvin family? I don't think so. No way. And my 2 boys are gone at a school event. We're going to a basketball tournament they didn't want to go to. On May 15th of that year of 2015, I send a text message to the head basketball coach, Josh Lee, saying, look, I'll pay back the school whatever amount of money they've got into this, whatever you need, if I can get out of this. He called back and insisted that Zachary for sure has to go. I had 2 boys. I probably had the best guy on the team, and I had probably the middle guy or the low end. He was a 7th grader who just made the basketball team, okay, that year as a 7th grader. So he's worried about his spot. So, of course, you know, he doesn't want to miss out on anything. But there was other circumstances surrounding going that took precedent for my older son, and I said, hey, Coach, he doesn't want to go. He wants to go to another function where there's college coaches and he can be recruited, et cetera, et cetera. And the coach almost blackmailed me, saying, hey, I can talk to the college coaches. I can say good or bad things about your son. Well, what are you going to do as a dad? I don't know if any of you folks out here are sports people, but that's a pretty tough position to be in. Once this trip started and they left Park Christian School on what Park Christian School wants to continue to say is a non-school event, a non-school event paid for by the school, using school uniforms. The travel gear that they had was all Park Christian. The tournament was for high school teams only, and in big bold letters, no club teams. Come on, Park Christian, you can't even come clean about that? As my wife has said many times, how would you as parents, when every bit of information you get coming from the school, wherever they go, Park Christian, Fargo South, Davies, Grand Forks Central, when all the information that comes from the athletic director or the head coach, why would you as parents ever think it has nothing to do with the school? Why would you think that? But yet Park Christian stays with that narrative. Not only that narrative that it's not a school event, that the upper people knew nothing about it. I have 2 documents here. You can come up afterwards, you can ask me questions about them, I can give you copies. And I want to just speak about each one, and then we'll open this up to questions. The first one is the 2014-2015 Park Christian High School Handbook. And I'm going to refer to two parts of it. The first one is on page 21. It's called the grievance procedure, and my wife touched on it. And under the grievance policy, it says that there may be times when a parent will have a grievance against a teacher, a staff member, or an administrator, a board member, etc., etc. In all such situations, Park Christian School will observe the principles outlined in our Lord in Matthew 18:15-17, Galatians 6:1. We ask that you observe these principles, and we agree to do the same. You just heard from my wife. We waited over a year to talk to those people. That guy right there, and I'm glad he showed up, his name is Andy Dahl. He's the assistant football coach, assistant head football coach at Park Christian School, was back then, and he was a strength coach. I asked him, because I could get nowhere, to go to the chairman of the board at the time from Bethel Church, Gary Seifers. Would you please, Mr. Dahl, I begged him, could you see if you could set up a meeting, broker a meeting, just so I can get out my frustrations that there's some things amiss. He went numerous times. He sat out in the lobby of the church. He can come up here if I'm saying something wrong, please do. They wouldn't meet. It's your own policy, Park Christian. Who's worried about money? Who's worried about liability? I'm not worried about money. I can make my own money. I say that to everybody. I'm not worried about getting anybody else's money. They're worried about money. I'm worried about the truth, because what Park Christian School did when the crash occurred, they blamed my son. What did Rod Ishins do? He blamed my son. And what did Rod Ishins do to enhance that narrative that Park Christian put out there? Not only did Zachary Qualvod drive erratically, playing Pac-Man, zipping all over the road before he crashed, what did Mr. Ishins say? And gee, Mr. Qualvod, as he sat in my house a few days after my kids crashed, yeah, I'm so sorry. Yeah, your son was driving erratically, and he got too far to the left, and the rumble strips threw him into the ditch. At that moment, I walked out of my house, and so did my wife, and left Rod Ishins sitting in my house all alone with my cousin, because I knew right there, this is ridiculous. The rumble strips threw you into the ditch? Of course, I didn't know that there was a relationship at all between Ishins and the school then. But that was the antithesis of this. That's what started it. I thought, how crazy. That doesn't make any sense. And what did Rod Ishins do that day as he sat in my house after we did finally come back? He told us he needed to wrap things up really quick because he had a big 4th of July party to go to. Oh, and again, what did he forget to tell us? Most of the attendees are Park Christian people. And then the next thing he wanted to do was go out in my garage and look at a snowmobile collection. And when we were out there, of course, I accommodated. I tried to be a decent human being. He says, yeah, well, yeah, and gosh, I got to tell you, Ray, you know, my daughter's getting married in the middle of July. I'm going to have to take vacation. take vacation? And his daughter's getting married to a recent Park Christian grad. Just failed to tell us that. And most of the people at the wedding are Park Christian folks. Just failed to mention that fact. And the other thing that he did that day in my house, just a few days after my kids died, Mr. Ishins told us that it was all my son's fault. He just drove off the road on his own because that's what he got from the coaches. That's what the coaches told him. And the rumble strips threw him in the ditch. But he failed to mention that the very next day, Mr. Ishins took a 26-page report from one of the victims who survived by the name of Jimmy Morton. Happened to be a black man. And there's all kinds of racial overtones with these guys too, okay? He said in his official report that I have over here, and I'll get to that in a second, but he sat in my house telling me this narrative that Zach just drove off the road on his own, the rumble strips threw him in the ditch, when he had a completely different version of the accident from a fellow who survived the accident by the name of Jimmy Morton. And he says in his official report, dated June 24th, 2015, he says, still in this document, I never took a report from Jimmy Morton that day. I've got it sitting over there. It's a 26-pager. And you know what that young man said, how the accident unfolded? Of course, you haven't heard this from Sergeant Ishins or Park Christian School, that Zachary saved my life. There was no erratic driving. There was no overcorrecting. They were driving, trying to keep up with the coaches who were driving well in excess of 80 miles an hour, and a semi's coming over, and all the boys looked over at the semi, and my son, who always said, because he didn't swear, I never even used to swear until this stuff has happened, and I'll try not to do it today. But they all looked over, and Zachary said, geez, and boom, into the ditch he went. That's what happened. But the breadcrumbs were laid to blame Zachary by the coaches in the school all along. Second part of this document that we have from Park Christian School, their handbook, is the transportation policy, okay? Who Park Christian School, Judge Lawson, who presided over the case, school to an out-of-town meter event. Yet the general social media narrative that somehow has blamed us for this is, well, you let him drive. You let him drive. How about this narrative? When you send your kids to a school event and you hit the school campus, they're in charge, they're in control. How about this? They let him drive. It's their policy. They let him drive. I've given this story many times about my kids they love to wear shorts. They followed Mr. Woodside here, okay? That's Ben Woodside if you don't know who he is. That was their protege. That was their friend, okay? That's who they trained with. They loved to wear short pants. But when it came to January, Park Christian School had this policy, you can't wear shorts. Almost every winter, what did Ray Qualva get? A call from the school. Well, yeah, Mr. Qualva, you got to come and bring long pants for your kids. We got a policy. So let's enforce the policy on that, but not on this. But it's my fault or it's my son's fault. Last thing. This document here. This is what's called the General Orders of the Highway Patrol. The Highway Patrol has an obligation that if you have any potential conflict of interest, that you need to come forward, you need to recuse yourself. I'll read just a couple of those directly from the document I have here, and you can make your own conclusions as to whether or not you think Sergeant Ishins needed to relieve himself of this case. Under letter F, it says, for the public to have faith in the State Patrol, sworn members must avoid conduct that does or could cast doubt upon the impartiality of the individual member of the department. Could? Okay, must avoid conduct. Under letter G, Sworn members shall, unless required by law or policy, refrain from becoming involved in official matters or influencing actions of other peace officers in official matters impacting the member's immediate family, relatives, or persons with whom the member has or has had a significant personal relationship. When you're friends with Mr. Ishins, you do business with Mr. Ishins, and you're related to Mr. Ishins, the other side, I think that should knock you out, that you have a significant personal relationship. Because if by those narratives that isn't a significant personal relationship, I don't know what would constitute one. That's all I have, and I will certainly answer any questions, difficult, hard, easy, and there's nothing you can say that's going to offend me. Thank you.
We can open it up to questions. Please, your name, your outlet, and your question, and we'll try to get to them all.
My name is George. I'm a reporter with KBRR, and you mentioned that both your children went against their will, but you as their parents, you kind of had that decision, but can you elaborate more on that?
Do you want me to?
Okay, can you guys hear me? Or do I need to use this? Hello?
No.
Okay. No, it was a school trip. Keep in mind, if our children didn't attend practices, there would have been retaliation. They were told that if they didn't come to the practices every morning at 6 a.m., they wouldn't get the spots on the team. There was a lot of, before this, a lot of different things that have happened along the way that we knew that we had to toe the line. We had actually, at one point, tried to switch schools, but with the Minnesota High School League rules, my sons would have had to sit on the bench for almost a year at the other school. So there was reasons why we had to do what we had to do. The day of the accident, my son Zachary took his brother Connor in our vehicle to the school, as Ray had told the coach that the school could use the vehicle. When my husband came to the school with another player, that is when he found out that there were two coaches and there was a wife. Tim Kerr was the head football coach. He led the caravan at 84 miles an hour. And Ray went and said, "Can your wife drive?" And Tim refused to let her drive. There was another gentleman who came to drive, but he had forgotten his wallet and he thought he lost it, so he had gone back home. And the coaches had made lunch reservations at the Mall of America, at the Rainforest Cafe, so they did not want to wait, so they made Zachary drive, and they had given him a captain's duty sheet, which stated that he, as a captain, is responsible for transportation.
Yeah, and just to echo that, so if you can think of it this way, you end up at the school parking lot. I came with a fellow named Jimmy Morton. He didn't have a ride to go to the school. So the instructions were for my two boys to show up at the school. I said, okay, Zachary, you take your brother to the school. We're gonna see what happens, okay? When we get there. I gotta go pick up Jimmy Morton, who was way in West Fargo. Okay, the other point that Park Christian has failed to mention, and this is what bothers me, and I forget your first name, but it's okay, is that the night before my kids were to embark on this trip, Monday night, the 22nd, there was an email exchange, text message exchange between me and one of the other parents. Her name was Cheryl Schwant.
We are going to take a quick 2-minute break right here on Live Now from Fox.
That not only me, but Cheryl Schwant, Tina Rodriguez, other parents were told by the kids, because they had practiced that Monday morning. What he had to write on there, and he was honest. He said, I hope in the next year for forgiveness from the upper brass at Park to my parents, because that's how they treated us. They treated us like dogs. They continue to treat us like dogs. Yeah, so that's what's going to, so that's what my son wanted for the upcoming year. Nice people. And going back to the questions of retribution, if you didn't follow along and toe the line, your kids were off the team, they were demoted, they're not the captain. One of the gentlemen in the back asked, well, gee, what if you did, why did you, back to the driving thing. Well, if you didn't go along, like my wife said, in the summer practices, I wish Coach Inniger was here. Okay? At these, what they also want to describe now as open gyms, they've lied about that there weren't practices. Call Coach Inniger. I'll give you some names and numbers. He'll tell you. He started these 6 a.m. practices. If you didn't go to practice, okay, how would you get to be the captain? They picked the captains in the summertime. They put in their offenses and defenses. They picked out the top 7 players. You had to go to these things. It was mandated. Or there's retribution to your kids. If you love your kids, as we did, and I think most people do that got kids, you love them. You want the best for them.
Time for 2 more.
You mentioned George Floyd's case, and as you may know, it's very hard to have someone who is a law enforcement officer arrested. It's even harder to sue, as we know there is qualified immunity, or that some officers claim that. Do you foresee that coming into play? And also, does the George Floyd ruling give you some hope that you could be successful in this case?
Qualified immunity is a little bit different than this, and I think the overt acts that we put in our complaint show that he had no probable belief that this was the reality of what happened in that crash. But I don't expect that that's going to be the major issue here. Qualified immunity you usually see in arrest situations. Do they have the right to arrest somebody? Well, did they have probable cause? That's a pretty low bar, but this is a little different.
Last question.
I just want to get clarified who the chaperones were specifically on this trip, and then after the accident occurred, what did they do?
Again, the trip was led by 2 Park Christian coaches, Josh Lee, who was driving the middle vehicle with no athletes in his car. The lead vehicle in the caravan, of this 3-car caravan, is the head football coach, Tim Kerr, and then his wife. They were the people, they were the supervisors, they were the people in charge. But they were on the payroll. They were truly the coaches. And what was
it? After the accident occurred, what did they do? What was their role immediately after the accident?
Well, what's interesting, that's a good question. And I think my wife said that in her opening statement, once the accident occurred, Josh Lee, who claimed, and it's still not changed in this official Highway Patrol report, it's claimed that Josh Lee springs into action and he's ping-ponging around helping victims, and he slams on his brakes and runs back. That's proven to be totally false. He completely lied about it. He helped nobody. Yet it's still contained in this document. It's not true.
And Tim Kerr was the head vehicle. He was called immediately. He knew something had happened because he saw Josh Lee pull over. He was called immediately by Josh and Josh told him to call 911. He called 911 and he acted like he didn't know who was in the accident. Like there were just some people in a truck, I think. And he drove 9 miles and passed 6 emergency exits before he finally turned around. Didn't get back to the accident scene for about 30 minutes. So that's kind of the stuff that we dealt with. My child died along the side of the road with a random passerby rather than the coach.
And the follow-up that, Mr. Johnson, is what's interesting, and let's get the names right. It's in their depositions, under oath, from the top people at Park Christian School: Kent Hannestead, Chris Nellermo, Rochelle Richardson. So immediately after the accident, the head coach is calling back to the school. That's Josh Lee. And he's talking to those 3 people. Okay? But in their depositions, when we wanted to see what story, what information about the accident, how things occurred, from the guy who says he saw it all, which turns out to be he's lied again. Because when it came to his deposition, he said he never saw anything. But at the moment in time when he calls back to the school, numerous times in talking to those 3 head officials, when we asked those 3 officials, what did Josh Lee say to you folks, Mr. Hennessy, Mr. Nellermo, and Miss Richardson? What happened? You know what the answer was? All 3 of them, they said, well, we never asked. So think about that. 2 dead, 2 injured. The head coach on this so-called non-school trip, that's because that's what they're claiming, calls the school and says, Hey, I got to tell you guys, I got to tell you, Mr. Hannestead and Mr. No, Mr. Richard, yeah, Zachary and Connor Qualvig have gone, and the two other boys, Mr. Schwan and Mr. Morton, they're hurt. Did they just go, okay, well, that's good. You know, make sure you bring the uniforms back and quit stealing from us because this wasn't a school event? No. I mean, any normal person, they're lying, would say, what happened? If Mr. Lear walks out of here today and drops over and I get a call from his wife, and I have to call her, and I say, hey, Rob's not going to be home for a while. There was a situation here at the hotel. She's just going to say, okay, good, that's good, Miss Call. No, she'll say, what happened? It's all covering constantly.
And my recollection of that is that there were 8 phone calls in all.
I don't have the specific number, and I always hate to give specific numbers because what Park Christian likes to do to you is if you say one iota of thing that you maybe misspoke. For instance, I couldn't remember exactly how many titled vehicles I have. Oh, he's a liar. He's a terrible human being. That's the narrative that they preach.
There was a series of calls.
That is correct. Numerous phone calls.
Ray and Kathy are available for one-on-one interviews. We can set you up wherever you'd like. Ray indicated, and we have documents here. We've got the press release, but we also have the zip drive that's got the conversations that Kathy alluded to. We've also got photos and documents, so please take those. And Ray mentioned that he's got a lot of materials with him, so thank you for your time here today, and we'll accommodate you for the next 45 minutes if you have additional requests. Thank you. And there's food here for everybody.
Thank you for coming.
At your leisure.
All right, so a very difficult moment there for the parents there if they have to relive that horrible moment when they found out that their loved one did pass away in that crash back in 2015, and that lawsuit does continue right there. Very complicated one there, and we'll try to keep up with it as that lawsuit does progress, everybody. We are going to take another quick 2-minute break right here on Live Now from Fox. When we come back, we'll be getting an update from Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, what he is pleading with the Biden administration to do over Cuba relations. And welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We always appreciate it. I'm your host, Mike Pace, giving you live events and top stories from across the country, and we are going to keep doing that. An event that just wrapped up in Florida, where Florida officials are pleading with the Biden administration to try to get internet access for Cubans out there in Cuba. Let's hear from this. We have Florida officials, including, of course, Governor Ron DeSantis, everyone.
Perdóname. Okay.
No, pero we're neighbors. Estamos ahí,
Somos vecinos. Exacto. Mira, estoy aquí para apoyar.
And that the first move that brutal dictators make around the world is to shut down the internet, to block messaging apps. Because the thing that communist dictators like least is the bright light of international attention, the world's eyes, seeing what is going on inside their regime. The scenes that we're seeing right now of people taking to the street, being brutally beaten by regime thugs, is changing the way so many people see what is going on inside of Cuba. As an American, all Americans, I believe, have an obligation to do everything in our power to show that we are standing in solidarity with the people fighting for freedom in Cuba. One way that we can do that, one of the lowest hanging fruit ways that we can do that, is to bolster the ability of the Cuban people to speak back to the world, to send us their photos, to send us their videos. We have today the technological capability to get around Cuba's internet blockade.
Good.
For decades, we have sent into Cuba broadcast signals from Radio Marti. I visited their facility here in Miami earlier this morning. Cuba doesn't like it. They believe it's a violation of Cuba law. Some international entities say it's a violation of international law. To tell you the truth, I don't give a damn about that. We have the capability to modernize that approach and not just send radio signals into Cuba, but beam internet connectivity into Cuba. The technology exists today. We have voted for it at the FCC to give special authorization to this one company, Raven, to deploy their high-altitude balloons in the wake of a hurricane over Puerto Rico. I've been to Kenya, seen this technology operate in rural and remote parts of that territory. Former Secretary of State Pompeo put out a statement yesterday praising these efforts, saying they engage in very similar efforts in Iran to support the freedom movement there. The technology exists, and I've seen it. What we need right now in this moment is the political will, bipartisan, across government. We need the Biden administration to say we are fully behind efforts to bring internet service into the Cuban people. Once we get that done, which should happen ideally today, once we get the signal that the federal government is behind this, DOD will provide any authorizations, FAA will cover any air rights that needed, the FCC will provide whatever spectrum rights are needed, State Department will deal with the international issues. As soon as President Biden says the federal government is behind these issues, there is not a technological challenge that cannot be overcome. The American free enterprise system developed these technologies, and we can unleash them by giving them the green light at the federal level. That should happen today because the struggle is going on right now in the streets as we speak.
And I want to add one more thing, because I had long conversations with him. This is the story. The story is that the Biden administration needs to give the green light, and we are going to take care of Raven. He said, well, somebody has to pay for it, the federal government. I am sure that if the federal government is not willing to pay for it, I can call upon all of you, and I am sure that we can bring a prestigious law firm to create an escrow account, and the Cuban American community will pay for it. We don't need the money. We need the green light. We need the political willingness from the Biden administration. And if the federal government considers that they cannot pay for their resources, the Cuban American community will. I am sure that they will create an escrow, somebody that will know exactly where that money is going to. We have nothing to do, Carlos, myself, we don't have to touch that money. But that money will go to that company to pay for that balloon and provide that internet service. So we're not asking for money, we're asking for permission from the federal government. Am I correct? So lo que estoy diciendo, y ahora yo le voy a traducir a él, que lo que él está diciendo.
We will be taking a quick 2-minute break right here on Live Now from Fox.
La política por parte de la administración del presidente Biden. Si el gobierno federal considera que no puede pagar por estos recursos, yo estoy segura que esta comunidad, los cubanos americanos de todo el mundo, van a pagar por esa tecnología. ¿Cómo sería? Abriríamos un escrow account en una de las firmas de abogados más importantes para que todo el mundo sepa que ese dinero va a ir para lo que tiene que ir. Nosotros no necesitamos el dinero del gobierno federal, lo que necesitamos es el permiso. Porque si el gobierno federal, quiero decir, la Casa Blanca, no acepta, le da la luz verde a las compañías para que hagan ese deployment y suban el balón arriba de la isla de Cuba, no importa cuánto dinero haya, no va a ocurrir. Eso es todo y eso es lo que está diciendo él. So now if you want me, I can translate.
I heard a few days ago that the governor was reaching out to Florida companies to make this happen. Is that no longer on the table? And Cuba has blocked their radio and TV, especially the TV marquee signal for years. Can you, in kind of lay terms, explain how this would work for the commission?
Look,
No, you can answer, and then Marcel Felipe has been working on this as well.
we need to make sure every single option is on the table to make sure the people of Cuba have internet connectivity. Think of it as two paths. One path is the delivery of new infrastructure, whether it's these high-altitude balloons that Raven has deployed before, whether it's other technologies that DoD or others can use. We got to put all those forward. We know the technology is there. The second path is to circumvent the blocking technologies. There's techniques and applications that the U.S. government uses right now, some that they've been public about, including this technology called Siphon, that helps the people of Cuba circumvent the blocking of messaging apps. Right now, Cuba has not turned off the internet entirely. It is blocking applications that allow people to share messages and videos. We have technologies we backed at the U.S. government to help circumvent that. So we need to put up as much infrastructure as we can to provide connectivity. We need to deploy those circumvention techniques. Is Cuba going to push back? Yes. Have they tried to jam Radio Marti before? Yes. But we should not let any of that deter us. We have the technology, and we need to push forward as hard and as fast as we can to break this blockade.
Yeah, Mr. Carr, can I ask you, Reuters is reporting that Google shut down its Loon project, which operated in Puerto Rico after Hurricane Maria because it was not efficient, it was too expensive, and even if one of these high-altitude balloons could be put up, you know, how could it be in Cuban airspace?
Look, there are several technologies that are on the table to do this. I've laid out one possible avenue that is, in my view, a very credible way of doing this, which is the high-altitude balloons. Google Loon has shut down their operations, but the company behind Google Loons that actually manufactured the balloons, manufactured the platforms, assembled the antennas, that company still exists. I visited them. They're in Sioux Falls, South Dakota. I've seen them deploy there. I've seen them deploy in Kenya. The technology is there and it exists. We are in an emergency situation where we need to get every single possible technology there. Is it going to be gigabit speed fiber? You know, I doubt that. But can we get internet connectivity so that the videos and the pictures get out of the country? Can the messages get back? That's a different level of connectivity than what you might need to stream, you know, Netflix. But that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about how to shine a bright light inside that island nation.
Yes.
What about a timeline? I mean, you and the congresswoman are making it sound like do it today and you could get internet connectivity in the next 24 hours.
If Biden says yes, we will make sure we will connect. We have been talking about that because I asked the same question. And if Biden says yes, we will make sure, hey, listen, we put together a vaccine in 9 months. Don't you think that we can put together a balloon in a few days? I mean, we are the epitome of innovation. It's just political willingness. Where is the political willingness from the White House? That's what we need, Putney. And I thank you very much for helping us on that. And yes.
Look, if I may, Marcel Felipe, I'm the chairman of the American Museum of the Cuban Diaspora. We're the ones that hosted Governor DeSantis for that roundtable where the idea came up to use Florida companies. There's really two technologies that could apply here. One is Elon Musk's technology, which has operations in Cuba, in Florida, and that's one of the options. I'm also the president of Inspire America Foundation, and by the way, for disclosure purposes, co-founder of one of the media companies that's here today. So we've had some experience with the FCC. As Inspire America, all we do is Cuba. So we have a head start. We've been planning for this day since the start of the organization. And not just on the internet side, but on a few other things that in the next few days and weeks we'll be putting out and plans specifically for this transition. But on the technology side, which was like concerns us today, a couple of years ago, during Ray Alado's term as director of the Office of Cuba Broadcasting, we began looking for a solution specifically for this. And there's a number of solutions out there that can work. Problem is that most of them required you to have equipment on the ground to infiltrate equipment into Cuba, and that was going to be a logistical nightmare. So we did source, and other than, I can't give you information about Elon Musk's company, that's a separate technology, but we did come on this balloon technology, the stratosphere level balloons. There's very few companies that do this. The one that we have been working on for some time now, we are not at liberty to discuss the name right now at their request until the issue is implemented, but I have put their project in front of the State Department, and we will be discussing that in the next days. I've shared it with our congressional delegation. It looks promising. It looks very, very promising. We have questions to ask of them. Certainly is a costly proposition, but because we started this before the pandemic, they've already made a tailored plan for Cuba that provides coverage to almost the entire island. And they can implement it relatively quickly because it's not a super sophisticated technology. It's something that they have done in the Middle East. They are a defense contractor. They've done it for the U.S. military. The way they do it for the U.S. military is a way that is probably cost prohibitive for this particular instance. And I'll give you a rundown on how the technology works. There are balloons that carry a transmitter. That piece of equipment goes up in the air. It's not an expensive piece of equipment. It's there for 2 or 3 days, comes back down, another one comes up. When the military uses it, they don't need to retrieve that equipment. It makes the operation more expensive because you need new receivers all the time. What they've been working on is a glider that brings the receiver back to lower the costs. But the important thing about that is that there's a couple of companies that share that technology. This company, in fact, was in litigation with Google at one point, or arbitration, over who owned the technology. So it's essentially the same, different variations of the exact same technology. But what makes this lead a little bit better is that because we had that head start of starting before the pandemic, there's specific plans for Cuba already designed with maps, coverage maps, where they would be. To answer your question, Michael, they don't need to enter Cuban airspace. And it is a signal that doesn't require anything other than a cell phone. So it goes directly to Cuban cell phones. It bypasses ETEXA, it bypasses the Cuban infrastructure. And it is something that they cannot censor, they cannot block. If they want to shoot it down, it'll take a $1 million missile, is what the company reps told me in the sales pitch, for a $50,000 piece of equipment. If the Cuban government were to have that money, I think Cuba would not be perhaps in the situation it would be today, because it would be a democratic government. It would have that money. So that's the technology, that's the nitty gritty. It does require FCC approval, which is why it's very, very important to work with the FCC on this, but it's not a new technology. It's something that's been done already in the Middle East.
el mismo tipo y servicio que tienen en la isla.
Yeah, I'll answer that in English, and then I'll switch and do the same thing in Spanish.
Price tag of this, please.
The reason I'm not going to give you a price tag, because it's a huge, at this point, right now, they've given us a huge variant in price, and it depends on how many of the receivers, remember, these receivers go up, they stay for a few days, how many of the receivers can come back down. So what they have done is a feasibility study that, based on climatic conditions and what have you, what they can do. Again, this is just to show that it is there and there is a plan. It doesn't mean that this is what it's going to end up getting implemented. There's still a lot of work to be done for that. But if we had the green light, it looks like it's something that's feasible and could be implemented in a relatively short period of time. We have to ask those questions. We have a call with them today, and we'll get into a lot more of the details. Again, this plan had been put aside because of the pandemic, and it's now a plan that is en masse. But we got our star witness. So
sorry that I'm interrupting you, Marcel, and we're delighted. Hey, good to see you. We have the governor, lieutenant governor. It's a pleasure for us, and it's an honor, sir, to have you here. I just want to say publicly that you're one of the very few people who really helped me to get to this position. So I want to express my gratitude publicly, and I will never forget. And thank you very much, Janet, for being here. Member of this Cuban-American community, we're just talking to the press, and we're saying, Mr. Governor, that the only thing we need is for the Biden administration to give us the go-ahead, to give us the green light, and that we will put together the technology so we can upload internet once again, and the Cubans can then decide what they want to do, but upload those images so the rest of the world will determine when do we need to help them, and that is now. So let me just say it in Spanish. Nuevamente quiero darle las gracias al gobernador DeSantis que está aquí. Quiero decir públicamente que verdaderamente le debo mucho porque es una de las personas que más me ayudó.
So what Florida officials, including Governor Ron DeSantis, is going to do is demand from the Biden administration that they will be able to put internet access on the island there so that the Cubans can have more of an opportunity to share what is going on there in Cuba and also let the rest of the world see what is going on as well. And there we go, Governor Ron DeSantis speaking now.
Scheduled for a little bit earlier. We were on Cuban time today, so I'm sorry. But it's really great to be here with folks who are really in the trenches here fighting for freedom. We are seeing on the island of Cuba people fighting against a communist dictatorship. That is a noble cause. A free Cuba is a noble cause. It's a cause that many of these people have dedicated their lives to. And so we obviously have to stand with the people of Cuba against the communist dictatorship. And one of the most effective things we can do as a country, and we need President Biden to step up to make this happen, and I spoke with the FCC Commissioner Carr on the phone, we can be able to be helpful to getting internet back onto the island of Cuba. The one thing that communist regimes fear the most is the truth. And if we're able to help Cubans communicate with one another, also communicate to the outside world, that truth is going to matter. That truth, I think, will be decisive. And so, Mr. President, now's the time to stand up and be counted. I've never seen a community more unified than what we've seen here over the last nearly a week. So this is a time for choosing. This is a time to stand with the people who are seeking freedom from a brutal 62-year reign of communist oppression. And we're happy to do whatever we can on the state level to be able to assist the effort. This is not something that is as easy as saying, okay, next minute it'll be on, but we absolutely can do it if we get quick movement out of the White House. And so, Mr. President, please heed the calls, stand with the people of Cuba in their hour of need. This is one of, I think, the key things that can be done at this moment in time. With that, I'll let our Lieutenant Governor come up and talk.
Well, thank you again for being here. And I just want to say over the last couple of days, I've thought, what would my father have thought of this situation? He passed last November. He came to this country in 1961. My mom came shortly after with my oldest sister. They came here because they understood that they needed freedom. They understood it then, just like the Cubans understand it now. And so obviously the governor has mentioned that he has been united with so many here, so many leaders, so many causes that have fought day in and day out for a free Cuba. And what I can tell you is that we have no stronger advocate than this governor, supporter than this governor. And so we want to continue to put the pressure on the White House, to continue to put the pressure on the administration to help these people that so desperately need it. I'll say what the governor said in Spanish for the benefit of the Spanish cameras.
All right, so that was the event there in Miami. We heard a good portion of it there. Florida officials, including Governor Ron DeSantis, really hoping that the internet access could be turned back on for Cubans. We heard that Governor Ron DeSantis, really the big soundbite from that is that what communist regimes hate the most is having their people have access to the internet where they can see really how the whole world operates. All right, everyone, let's take another quick 2-minute break right here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We are taking another live feed coming in to our newsroom here, and we are going to be listening to Attorney Ben Crump holding this news conference in Las Vegas right now. It is filed on behalf of the family of a man who died in Vegas police custody back in 2019. So let's listen to that right now.
And Attorney Patrick McDowell, we have the honor of representing the family of Byron Williams. Also, we have some great younger lawyers working with us on this important case here in Nevada. That is Ravindran and Fallon. Is Nicolette here? Okay. And certainly to Cliff Jones and Arthur Reed, who are our investigative paralegals. And then we have the family of Byron Williams, who are natives here to the state of Nevada. And you're going to hear from his niece, Tina Acree, who is just got home from serving our country in the Navy. Marcia Wells, who is also a niece. Robin Williams, one of his sisters, and Tina Lewis Stevenson, who is one of his sisters. Also, we are grateful for the presence of two young men that you all have come to know in America who did not think it robbery to also come stand here in solidarity with Byron Williams' family, and that is the brother of George Floyd, Philonise Floyd, as well as the nephew of George Floyd, Brandon Williams, who will speak after the family. It's very important that they are here to show unity and solidarity so that we can overcome this pattern and practice of police excessive use of force and implicit bias like we saw Attorney Ramanucci in Minneapolis, Minnesota, when they kept their knee on George Floyd's neck for 9 minutes and 29 seconds. And he said, "I can't breathe," 28 times. Well, we saw similar indifference and inhumanity here in the state of Nevada, in the city of Las Vegas, when Byron Williams was detained by the police and said that "I can't breathe" 24 times. And just like they gave George Floyd no consideration, no professionalism, and no humanity, they did the same exact thing to Byron Williams. And that's why this legal team here is coming before you today, almost 2 years later, to say that a lie won't live forever. And we're going to expose this lie, because Byron Williams should not have been killed by the police for riding a bicycle while black. Riding a bicycle while black. You're going to hear from Attorney Ramanucci, who is one of the best civil rights lawyers in America, who was instrumental, along with Ian and Bravani, to peeling back all the layers of the institutionalized implicit bias in Minneapolis, and going to go through painstaking details with you all. And Ken, I know the details sometimes are lost when people aren't paying attention. And maybe that's why Attorney McDowell, this case has lingered for 2 years. But just like we did with Philonis and Brandon and their family, we want to expose this injustice to the world. And we're going to need the help of you all covering this story, because if we don't do something, there will be another Byron Williams. There will be another George Floyd. The fact that Bhavani and Tony put some very profound statements in the lawsuit, and that was intentional, because we still, no matter how many times we saw George Floyd's tragic video of him being tortured, have to say Black Lives Matter, because if we don't, America moves on to the next thing, but they can't move on. They can't move on until they have some accountability. And so even though we're talking about the filing of the civil lawsuit, we are still going to request that the Department of Justice and the Civil Rights Division investigate this matter, as well as call on the Nevada State Attorney, Aaron Ford's office, to review this matter, because Byron Williams doesn't deserve partial justice. He deserves full justice. He wasn't 3/5 of a citizen. He was a whole citizen. And we expect whole justice. And that's why I'm very proud to stand with a man who, in every case we've ever worked together, has never ever accepted excuses that the police offer for killing someone unjustly, for not giving the constitutional rights that should be afforded to every citizen, to not rendering aid when it was reasonably necessary. And in this case, Tony, it was not only reasonable, I mean, Stevie Wonder could see that this man needed medical help. 24 times? He's saying, I can't breathe, and they're laughing and making jokes. In many ways, it might be worse than George Floyd. They were joking about it. How many more? How many more? Now, I will give you my brother in the bar, a great lawyer who hails out of Chicago, Illinois, and does cases all over America, Attorney Antonio Romanucci.
Good morning, everyone. As Ben said, my name is Tony Romanucci, and you know what you're witnessing here today, first of all, is honestly is the voice of America. There is nobody that is absolutely better than bringing voice to those who need it most than Ben Crump. And I'm so honored to be co-counsel with him on the Byron Williams case, and standing with his family today. When I think about Byron Williams, and when you think about when this happened, he would have had no voice had George Floyd not been killed. Had George Floyd not been murdered, had he not been tortured for 9 minutes and 29 seconds, had Darnella Frazier not videotaped George Floyd being murdered, these voices like Byron Williams across the country and the hundreds and hundreds before him, their voices would have been silenced forever. We can't do that anymore, folks. We cannot silence people's voices. We need the transparency. The Las Vegas Police Department committed an atrocious act to cover up what happened here. They turned off their body-worn cameras, not for a minute, not for 2 minutes, but for over 10 minutes. Well, why did they do that? Well, certainly there were conversations going on. There were discussions going on. There was, thank you, there was an agreement as to what the narrative should be. And that's what America cannot accept any longer. We cannot accept the narrative of the police anymore. This is the narrative that we have to accept. The narrative of the ones who suffer. Brandon Williams wearing his uncle's picture around his neck faithfully every single day. Philonise Floyd crisscrossing the country, trying to bring voice to the voiceless. Tina and Marcia today representing the estate, making sure that we do this and making sure that we get accountability and that we get transparency. Someone answer the question rhetorically. Had that been a person riding a bicycle through that gas station, would they have been hunted? Would they have been chased? Would they have been thrown off their bicycle? Would they have been put in the prone position? Would they have had knees on their head, knees on their neck? Would they have been choked to death? Would they have had the life squeezed out of them? I can give you the answer. No. And that's the custom, practice, and policy of the Las Vegas Police Department. The targeting of black people, the hunting of them, and then ultimately the execution. And you'll read in our complaint, we give you a lot of statistics about the disproportionality that the Las Vegas Police Department has when it comes to not only the arrest, but the shootings of black people versus white people. And those are the customs, practices, and policies that we will expose, and that we will make sure that when we leave Las Vegas, after we get justice for Byron Williams, that there is change. Not only change, fundamental change, change that we know that will make this community even better. Who created the policy? Who taught the policy? Who created the culture that when someone is dying, that you dehumanize them by stating that he has incarceritis, that he's faking, that Byron was faking his I can't breathe because he has incarceritis. What Byron was suffering from was the Las Vegas Police Department's culture. That's what he suffered from. He was unarmed. He didn't pose a threat, but yet he was killed. So thank you, ladies and gentlemen. That's why we are here, and we will ensure that this family receives its justice, its day, and its time, and that we will give you the evidence to prove what we say in our lawsuit. I'm thankful to Bhavani and Ian, Patrick. I'm not sure where you went. There, you're right there. Patrick, thank you. And of course, the Floyd family, who yesterday I spoke new words about them. I've been embedded with them for 13 months, literally. We've been at war. We've been at war for 13 months, and as you can see, they're not going to stop the war, because these are all tiny little battles. But until the George Floyd Police Reform Bill gets signed in Washington, D.C., until that Senate decides that there needs to be institutional accountability and transparency, gentlemen, we're not done. Amen. Oh, I've now introduced Bhavani Ravindra. Bhavani's going to talk to you more about the specifics of the case. She's going to give you details about how this all happened, how this event transpired.
Thank you, Tony. Just going forward, anyone who speaks, please give them your name, spell it for them. And for anyone who needs it, Benjamin Crump, Benjamin, Crump, Crump, Antonio Romanucci, see if I can do this without looking. ANTONIOROMANUCCI. My name is Bhavani Ravindran, BHAVANI-RAVEENDRAN. So anyone enjoy writing down those 27 letters? I'm just going to talk for a moment about this complaint. Byron Williams mattered. Every one of these people here has been changed for the rest of their life because of this incident. The complaint was filed yesterday on July 14th, 2021 in the District Court of Nevada. It is multiple counts, including a 1983 claim for a violation of Fourth Amendment rights and excessive force, and a 14th Amendment claim for a deliberate indifference to a serious medical need. Byron Williams was riding a bike and pulled over for not having a light on the bike. It was right around 5:48 a.m. and dawn was breaking. There was light. Byron Williams was not told he was under arrest. Officers yelled epithets out the window and asked him to stop. He continued to ride his bike. Officers pursued in a vehicle. Eventually, they left the vehicle when Byron Williams left his bike. They continued to pursue him on foot. He climbed over fences into a condo area. The officers continued to chase, and then he lay down. He stopped moving. He went face down on the ground in a prone position. And officers, despite the fact that he had surrendered and posed no threat, with no reason to believe he was doing anything illegal beyond riding a bike, put pressure on his head, neck, and between his shoulder blades, moved knees down to his back, lower back, moved knees onto his buttocks, and applied pressure. Immediately upon surrendering, Byron Williams began to state that he was having trouble breathing. He continued to notify officers of this. There's video footage that we have not been able to obtain at this time. There were at least 10 minutes where there is no video footage. But what we did see officers do is put pressure on Byron Williams' head, neck, shoulder blades, and buttocks. They then proceeded to drag him from the scene where he first surrendered. His shoes were falling off. His head was down on his chest, chin to chest. He was clearly losing consciousness at that point. Officers eventually called for an ambulance, but they did not place Byron Williams in the recovery position for at least 15 minutes that we can tell at this point. We are missing video footage. There was a fact finding where many of these facts were discovered at that time. The family has not been given access to the raw video data. We believe that that will be made available to us now that the suit has been filed. Officers continue to hold. Let me start over with that. Officers pulled Byron Williams around the corner of a building and laid him down again in a prone position. After several minutes, he was turned into a recovery position, but officers did not check his pulse for another few minutes. Once they checked his pulse, there was some discussion about his inability to breathe. During the entirety of this time, we hear rude remarks and jokes being made by officers. There's footage of officers high-fiving. And not until the EMTs arrived and specifically requested officers to provide medical aid do we see any officer take a step to do CPR. Byron Williams was pronounced dead at 7:41 a.m. Thank you.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, before we have you ask questions, we will have the family of Byron Williams all come and join the podium. This is very emotional for them, so hopefully they can get through it. And we're going to ask that George Floyd's family join them, and they will all speak to you one after the other, because they're going to need each other to lean on for support. So we'll have Miss Tina Acre, Miss Marcia Wells, thank you, Attorney Ramanucci, Miss Tina Lewis Stevenson, Mr. Philonise Floyd, and Mr. Brandon Floyd all come and join us at the podium. It was very important, as Attorney Ramanucci and I discussed this tragedy with his family, that the medical examiner ruled it a homicide, and that police actions contributed. While there were no charges, this family continues to be baffled. It's almost saying, I guess, Attorney Romanucci, that Byron Williams would not have
Yet here we stand today, trying to get justice.
And just a heads up, we had a little bit of trouble with that feed. We are continuing to listen in, though, as attorneys speak out as they have filed a lawsuit in the wrongful death of a man while he was in police custody. I'm going to send some of you off into a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be listening into this press conference again here live on Live Now from Fox when you return.
All of us home deserve that, and we're entitled to expect it as well. The tens of millions of tourists who visit here every year deserve and are entitled to expect it as well. No human being, after surrendering to the police, lying down on the ground, should then be pressed into the ground by officers while repeatedly pleading with them that he cannot breathe, only to have the officers mock and ridicule him instead of immediately calling an ambulance, only to die in the dirt while being taunted by an officer saying, "Ain't no help coming for you, quit crying." All they had to do was reach up and radio for an ambulance as soon as he said he couldn't breathe. That would have taken all of 1 second. Our Las Vegas is so much better than that. Our police department that we entrust with so much power and authority over us, that we fund with so much of our tax money, must be so much better than that. It certainly can be, it certainly should be. And we're going to do, all of us, we're going to do what we can to try to force that change, to try to prevent anyone else's loved one from dying in the hands of our police like Mr. Williams did. Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney McDonald. Marcia, you think you can? You may want to take your medicine now. Miss Marcia Wells, his niece, is going to try.
Good morning, I'm Marcia.
Just take this.
Good morning, I am Marcia Wells, one of Byron Williams' nieces. I am saddened, hurt, disgusted, and haunted more outraged that the Las Vegas Metro Police Department treated a human being, my uncle, Byron Williams, and will be haunted from September the 5th of 2019 by the words that Byron Williams faintly shouted, "I cannot breathe," over 20 times. I am outraged that the police that took an oath to protect and serve our community has let our family down that we have looked up to for many of years for protection. And all I need and all I want and all our family wants is transparency. And we want justice for our uncle. Justice for the Floyd family is where we want this to stop. How much longer must this go on? How much do families have to endure pain from their loved ones being taken from them? Please, justice for my uncle.
Thank you, Marcia. Thank you, Marcia. And next we will have Robin Williams, Byron's sister. Yes, ma'am.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you guys for coming. My name is Robin, R-O-B-Y-N, Williams, W-I-L-L-I-A-M-S. AMS. And all I wanted to share with you guys is that my little brother, who we call Ronnie, was a sweetheart, kind, gentle, funny, loyal, family-oriented. He was a man, not just a black man, but a man. That's me and him. We were friends. Just for a moment, if you could imagine playing in the backyard, playing in crates, walking on stilts. We joked a lot. You have to have tough skin to be in my family because we joke hard. My brother, out of nowhere, would just run into a room and do a backflip because that's the kind of person he was. He's just always making us laugh, always making us something funny, always. There was nothing he wouldn't do for anyone in this room. He's the type of man that's never met a stranger. He was so kind, so sweet, compassionate. And then one day I get a phone call that he's gone. That's what happened. He was gone. And if you don't understand what I'm talking about, you have siblings. You have a sister, a brother, an aunt, an uncle, a father, cousin. Imagine getting that phone call. That's what we're living with every day. And then basically being told, silence. I just want justice for my brother. I want people to know that they took more than anything I could ever replace. Dying of cancer, you expect it, you walk through it. But when you wake up one day, someone's there, and the next day they're gone, it's unbearable. He did not have to go that way. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Robin. You know, each of the family members continue to ask for transparency. As Attorney Ravindran said, they still have not released the video that they have in their possession to have complete transparency. That's very important. It underscores, again, Darnella Frazier's cell phone video, how important that is to get in justice in these matters. Transparency is key. Transparency is truth. The final family member from Byron Williams that you'll hear from before we have George Floyd family members address you is Miss Tina Lewis Stevenson, his sister.
Good morning, and thank you all for coming out. My name is Tina, T-I-N-A, Stevenson, S-T-E-V-N-S-O-N. I am Byron Lee Williams' sister. I just wanted to say that I love and I miss my brother so much. It's just a big void in our family and in our hearts right now. Very painful. Ronnie, he was the life of the party. He always wanted to write, and he would write me and say, Tina, I think I'll do it myself today. I want you to help me publish my books. And I said, okay, Ronnie, we can do that. Let's try to get that done. But as we see, that'll never happen. And he was so talented. He had so much to share, and we'll never hear it now because he was taken abruptly from us for no reason. And again, I'm not going to keep repeating, but we want justice. We want justice for him. It's just a big void in our family right now. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, Ms. Stevenson. And now you will hear from a young man who has testified police excessive use of force at the United States Congress. He's testified at the United Nations. He's testified in the court of law during the Derek Chauvin trial. And so he is probably one of the most appropriate people, their family, to be standing here with Byron Williams' family to help them learn the road ahead as you go through these court battles. And that is Mr. Philonis Floyd, the brother of George Floyd.
How you doing? Philonis, Philonise, last name Floyd, Floyd. Y'all have my condolences about everything. Hey, as I stand with Byron Williams, I just want to get an understanding of, you can go to Eric Garner. When he said he couldn't breathe, nobody believed him. You can go to my brother, George Floyd. He said he couldn't breathe. Nobody believed him. And you look what Byron Williams had to go through. He said it 24 times, I can't breathe. And the police officers, they didn't care. Police brutality is real. And the dead cannot speak up for themselves. So it's our duty to do so for them.
Amen.
So just because you are the law, you are not. People walk these streets in fear of their life every day. And as a young black man growing up in an environment with police officers everywhere, I realized that sometimes people don't care for you like your family does and your mother does, because her son should still be here. Their uncle, he should still be here. His life matters. All our lives matter. Matter of fact, we matter. Everybody here.
All right, guys, we've been listening into this press conference as it's been taking place in Las Vegas. What we're going to do, though, is switch gears here for you. Going to take us out to the White House here very shortly. We did have a White House press briefing earlier here this morning, and the Surgeon General mentioning that we all need to be careful when it comes to misinformation and the COVID-19 vaccines. We're going to be going into that press briefing for you after a quick 2-minute break.
Today, we have a special guest, a Surgeon General Vivek Murthy. The Surgeon General has been one of our leading voices on public health in the administration, in particular. Today, he published an advisory on health misinformation as an urgent public health crisis, and he's here to talk more about this issue and take a few of your questions. With that, I will turn it over.
Hello, everyone. How are you? It's
nice to see you all today, and thank you, Jen, for that very kind introduction. As all of you know, we've come a long way in our fight against COVID-19, and we've come a long way thanks to the efforts of many, many people across communities in the United States. Right now, we are seeing COVID deaths markedly down from their peak in January. We have 160 million people who have been fully vaccinated, and hundreds of thousands of people each day are choosing to get vaccinated. That is all good news. But we are not out of the woods yet. Millions of Americans are still not protected against COVID-19, and we are seeing more infections among those who are unvaccinated. And that's why I want to talk to you today about one of the biggest obstacles that's preventing us from ending this pandemic. Today, I issued a Surgeon General's advisory on the dangers of health misinformation. Surgeon General advisories are reserved for urgent public health threats. And while those threats have often been related to what we eat, drink, and smoke, today we live in a world where misinformation poses an imminent and insidious threat to our nation's health. Health misinformation is false, inaccurate, or misleading information about health, according to the best evidence of it. Innocuous on social media apps, on retail sites, or search engines. The truth is that misinformation takes away our freedom to make informed decisions about our health and the health of our loved ones. During the COVID-19 pandemic, health misinformation has led people to resist wearing masks in high-risk settings. It's led them to turn down proven treatments and to choose not to get vaccinated. This has led to avoidable illnesses and death. Simply put, health information has cost us lives. Now, health misinformation didn't start with COVID-19. What's different now, though, is the speed and scale at which health misinformation is spreading. Modern technology companies have enabled misinformation to poison our information environment with little accountability to their users. They've allowed people who intentionally spread misinformation, what we call disinformation, to have extraordinary reach. They've designed product features, such as like buttons, that reward us for sharing emotionally charged content, not accurate content. And their algorithms tend to give us more of what we click on, pulling us deeper and deeper into a well of misinformation. Now, we need an all-of-society approach to fight misinformation, and that's why this advisory that I issued today has recommendations for everyone. First, we include recommendations for individuals and families. We ask people to raise the bar for sharing health information by checking sources before they share, to ensure that information is backed by credible scientific sources. As we say in the advisory, if you're not. Second, we're asking health organizations to proactively address misinformation with their patients. Today, the American Academy of Pediatrics is announcing an educational campaign to help parents navigate online health information. I'm encouraged to see this commitment, and again, this is just the beginning. Third, we're asking educational institutions to help improve health information literacy. We're asking researchers and foundations as well to help us learn more about how health information spreads and how to stop it. Today, the Rockefeller Foundation is announcing a $13.5 million commitment to counter health misinformation. The Digital Public Library of America is announcing that they will convene a set of librarians, scholars, journalists, and civic leaders to confront health misinformation together. Fourth, we are saying we expect more from our technology companies. We're asking them to operate with greater transparency and accountability. We're asking them to monitor misinformation more closely. We're asking them to consistently take action against misinformation super spreaders on their platforms. Fifth, we're also asking news organizations to proactively address the public's questions without inadvertently giving a platform to health misinformation that can harm their audiences. And sixth, we know that government can play an important role too, by investing in research, by bringing individuals and organizations together to address misinformation, and by supporting groups that are working on this issue. On a personal note, to know that nearly every death we are seeing now from COVID-19 could have been prevented. I say that as someone who has lost 10 family members to COVID-19 and who wishes each and every day that they had had the opportunity to get vaccinated. I say that also as a concerned father of 2 young children who aren't yet eligible for the vaccine. but I know that our kids are depending on all of us to get vaccinated to shield them from this virus. Every week, I talk to doctors and nurses across our country who are burning out as they care for more and more patients with COVID-19 who never got vaccinated, all too often because they were misled by misinformation. We must confront misinformation as a nation. Every one of us has the power and the responsibility to make a difference in this fight. Lives are depending on it. You can read the full advisory at surgeongeneral.gov/health misinformation, and I hope that you will see it as I do, as a starting point from which we can build a healthier information environment, safeguard our nation against future threats, and ultimately empower people to lead healthier lives. Thanks so much for your time, and I'll turn it to Jen.
I wanted to ask you whether you see any evidence at all that the misinformation or disinformation that you're seeing comes from any nefarious sources. Are you seeing sort of structures behind the scenes that point to who or what might be behind that? We've seen Russian disinformation in the past. We've seen kind of that sort of hybrid work. There could be nation states behind this disinformation.
Well, Andrea, thank you for the question. The misinformation that we're seeing comes from multiple sources. Yes, there is disinformation that is coming from bad actors. But what is also important to point out is that much of the misinformation that is circulating online is often coming from individuals who don't have bad intentions, but who are unintentionally sharing information that they think might be helpful. And that's why in this advisory, we make it very clear that among the things we're asking individuals to do is to pause before they share, to check sources, and if they're not sure if a source is credible, to not share. One of the things we have said, again, is that when it comes to misinformation, not sharing is caring, unlike what many of our moms taught us earlier in life.
Thank you very much. Surgeon General, is misinformation the #1 reason why people are not getting vaccinated?
Well, Caitlin, it's one of several reasons why people are not getting vaccinated, but it's a very important one, because what we know from polls, Caitlin, is that 2/3 of people who are not vaccinated either believe common myths about the COVID-19 vaccine or think some of those myths might be true. Myths like you can get COVID from the vaccine, which is absolutely not true. So we know that it's not the only driver that's leading people not to be vaccinated, but it is a very important one.
And do you personally believe that public figures and public companies that are helping spread misinformation about the vaccine should be held accountable?
Well, I think in a moment like this, when we see misinformation literally costing us our loved ones, costing us lives, we can be more accountable and responsible for the information that we share. And those of us who may have larger platforms, I think, bear a greater responsibility to think about that. But the bottom line is all of us have an important role here to play. And technology companies have a particularly important role. We know that the dramatic increase in the speed and scale of spread of misinformation has in part been enabled by these platforms. So that's why in this advisory today, we are asking them to step up. We know they have taken some steps to address misinformation, but much, much more has to be done. And we can't wait longer for them to take aggressive action because it's costing people their lives.
Go in the middle, and then Rachel, and then unfortunately has to go. Go ahead.
So the reality is a lot of the health misinformation you were citing came from this lectern last year. I mean, what do you think the best approach is to counter or deal with misinformation that comes from public officials, people in a position of authority?
Well, what I would say is that when it comes to determining what is accurate in terms of health information, science has to guide us. And the good news is that we have credible science individuals in our country. We have doctors and nurses in communities. We have public health departments and the CDC. We have medical schools, nursing schools, and healthcare institutions. These should be our sources of credibility when it comes to evaluating whether information is true or not. I think one of the greatest roles that public leaders can play is to point to scientists and to credible sources and have them speak directly to the public. I'll note for you that that's one thing that this administration has done, is work hard to put scientists and healthcare professionals in front of cameras to have them speak. We have to do more of. The problem right now is that the voices of these credible health professionals are getting drowned out. And that's one of the reasons we are asking technology companies to help lift up the voices of credible health authorities. It's also why they have to do more to reduce the misinformation that's out there so that the true voices of experts can shine through.
Thank you so much for taking my question. So are there specific elected leaders that you believe are part of the problem with pushing this misinformation? And we had an ABC News Washington Post poll that showed that 93% of Democrats say they're vaccinated or will be vaccinated, but only 49% of Republicans say the same. So how do you break through to the people who may be trusting some of these elected leaders that are pushing maybe some of this misinformation more than they actually trust members of your own administration?
Well, thanks, Rachel. You know, I think about this as I think about doctoring and as I think about my approach to patients, which is I recognize that each patient that I was blessed to care for is an individual, you know, regardless of what their political affiliation or their past may be. They're an individual, and my goal was to understand what their needs and desires were, what their values were, and then to help them improve their health. We have to take a similar approach here when it comes to reaching people with information about COVID-19 and the vaccine. We've got to recognize that sometimes the most trusted voices are not the ones that have the most followers on social media or the ones that have the most name recognition. Sometimes the most trusted sources are a mother or a father or a faith leader or a local doctor or a nurse. And that's why to reach people with accurate information, what we have to do is partner with those local trusted. One of the things that we point out, an important role for government, is to support local organizations, including healthcare professionals, so that they can get out there and speak directly to people and share that information. These public health efforts move at the speed of trust. And we have to recognize where trust is, you know, where those relationships are, invest in them, support them, so that people can ultimately get the information they need to improve their health.
Thank you so much
Jen,
for joining us.
Follow-up from the Surgeon General.
I think he has to go, unfortunately. Thank you so much.
Thanks so much, Jen. Thanks, everyone.
Okay, I think we're getting ready to start the briefing. I think everybody has a lot of questions, so why don't you? We're going to proceed with the briefing, and then we're happy to take lots of questions in the room. Okay, so unemployment claims, which you all saw the data come out this morning. Today's data on new unemployment claims is further proof that the president's economic plan is working. Today marked yet another new pandemic low in initial unemployment claims, the lowest level since March of 2020. And the 4-week average of new claims continued to decline, dropping to its lowest level in 16 months, down 55% since when President Biden took office. This is evidence of the strengthening labor market we're seeing across the economy. Unemployment is down, wages are up, and 3 million new jobs have been created in 5 months, the fastest rate in U.S. history. We just gave you a few headlines over here, just in case you haven't read all of your own coverage. And because of the president's rescue plan and his work curbing the pandemic, the United States is expected to return to full employment by next year instead of the president first took office. Another piece of news today, we heard the president, of course, announce today that $15 billion in child tax credit payments were distributed to tens of millions of families, covering 60 million children. Working families will receive these payments on the 15th of every single month for the next year, thanks to the American Rescue Plan. 86% of American families will receive their payment by direct deposit. It will show up in their bank accounts as Child CTC. Others will receive their check in the mail today or in the next few days. And just as a reminder, the American Rescue Plan is providing the largest ever child tax credit, and this is a historic increase that will provide middle-class families with critical tax relief, and many project it will help cut the child poverty rate in half. I have a little update for all of you on ransomware as well as vaccines, and then we'll get to your questions. In April, the president directed agencies to take aggressive action to counter the ransomware threat at home and abroad. We have coordinated these efforts, regularly convening an interagency task force that drives coordinated whole of government action to counter ransomware. Participation spans the whole government, including law enforcement, the intelligence community, center risk management agencies, regulators, and other national security agencies. Today, as a part of our ongoing ransomware efforts, the Department of Homeland Security, Department of Justice, Treasury, and State announced new resources and initiatives to protect American businesses and communities from ransomware attacks.
All right, guys, just to let you know, some of you are going to be seeing a quick 2-minute break as we continue from the White House press briefing.
One-stop resource for public and private sector organizations to reduce their risk of ransomware attacks. The Department of Treasury announced a FinCEN exchange on ransomware to discuss efforts by the public and private sectors to increase targeted information sharing and analysis and pursue criminal actors and networks that engage in such attacks. And the Department of State announced it will offer up to $10 million in rewards for information leading to the identification or location of any person engaged in state-sponsored malicious cyber activities. This is a part of our ongoing efforts and our ongoing work of our interagency process that is a newer initiative in this administration. Finally, last night, Haiti received 500,000 doses of COVID-19 Moderna vaccines donated by the United States through the COVAX facility, and we will send in a significant amount of additional doses to Haiti soon in consultation with local health authorities. The embassy in Haiti has worked closely with Haitian Health, the Haitian Health Ministry, Pan American Health Organization, and UNICEF to ensure that these vaccines arrive safely and securely, and that they are also distributed equitably and without interference to the people who need them most. We remain, of course, a partner of the Haitian people in building a more stable and secure Haiti, including in its fight against COVID-19. Go ahead, Alex.
Thanks, Jen. Can you talk a little bit more about this request for tech companies to be more aggressive in policing misinformation? Has the administration been in touch with any of these companies, and are there any actions that the federal government can take to ensure from the start there's not a lot of action on some of these platforms?
Sure. Well, first, we are in regular touch with these social media platforms, and those engagements typically happen through members of our senior staff, but also members of our COVID-19 team. Given, as Dr. Murthy conveyed, this is a big issue of misinformation, specifically on the pandemic. In terms of actions, Alex, that we have taken, or we're working to take, I should say, from the federal government, we've increased disinformation research and tracking within the Surgeon General's office. We're flagging problematic posts for Facebook that spread disinformation. We're working with doctors and medical professionals to connect to connected medical experts who are popular with their audiences with accurate information and boost trusted content. So we're helping get trusted content out there. We also created the COVID Community Corps to get factual information into the hands of local messengers. And we're also investing, as you all have seen, in the president's, the vice president's, and Dr. Fauci's time in meeting with influencers who also have large reaches to a lot of these target audiences who can spread and share accurate information. You saw an example of that yesterday. I believe that video will be out tomorrow. I think that was your question, Steve, yesterday. I did a full follow-up there. There are also proposed changes that we have made to social media platforms, including Facebook, and those specifically are 4 key steps. One, that they measure and publicly share the impact of misinformation on their platform. Facebook should provide publicly and COVID vaccine misinformation, not just engagement, but the reach of the misinformation and the audience that it's reaching. That will help us ensure we're getting accurate information to people. This should be provided not just to researchers, but to the public, so that the public knows and understands what is accurate and inaccurate. Second, that we have proposed that they create a robust enforcement strategy that bridges their properties and provides transparency about the rules. So I think this was a question asked before, there's about 12 people who are producing 65% of anti-vaccine misinformation on social media platforms. All of them remain active on Facebook, despite some even being banned on other platforms, including Facebook, ones that Facebook owns. Third, it's important to take faster action against harmful posts. As you all know, information travels quite quickly on social media platforms. Sometimes it's not accurate, and Facebook needs to move more quickly to remove harmful violative posts. Posts that will be within their policies for removal often remain up for days. That's too long. The information spreads too quickly. Finally, we have proposed they promote quality information sources in their feed algorithm. Facebook has repeatedly shown that they have the leverage to promote quality information. We've seen them effectively do this in their algorithm over low quality information, and they've chosen not to use it in this case, and that's certainly an area that would have an impact. So these are certainly the proposals. We engage with them regularly, and they certainly understand what our asks are.
And one of the problems with vaccines right now is that they've become politicized. You guys, the White House, is obviously aggressive in confronting misinformation, but is there at all a concern that that could backfire and further contribute to politicization, and is there anything that you can do to prevent that at this point?
Well, you're absolutely right, I should say, Alex, in that we have to be very careful, and we are of being quite careful, of not politicizing the effectiveness of vaccines, the fact that they can save lives, young people, old people, middle of the road people. It's important for us, we've made a calculation to push back on misinformation. You're right. But that's one of the reasons, as Dr. Murthy was conveying, we have empowered, engaged, funded local voices, because they are often the most trusted voices: doctors, medical experts, clergy, people who are members of civic leaders and communities. That's where we are putting most of our resources, even as we are working to combat misinformation that's traveling online or traveling, unfortunately, out of the mouths of elected officials from time to time. Go ahead.
I want to follow up on the ransomware question. So the president told us last week that there's this meeting tomorrow of the U.S.-Russian working group on ransomware. Can you say a little bit more about that?
It was actually yesterday.
Okay. And can you give us any kind of a further readout of what decisions were made, if any? Last week, the president also said that it made sense to potentially go after servers that were being used in these ransomware attacks. Has the administration made any decisions about whether to proceed with that kind of action?
So I would say that the meeting, which I believe was yesterday, I will double confirm for you, Andrea, and for others, but is part of ongoing engagement that has been occurring at the expert level since the president met with President Putin. So it's been ongoing. No one meeting is necessarily decisive. It's about having a continued discussion about our expectations and steps that need to be taken to address ransomware attacks, cyber attacks, and what the capacities are and information, of course, that we have. In terms of specific actions, the president, of course, reserves the right and the option to respond in a time and a manner of his choosing, should he believe actions warrant. But I'm not going to preview that from the podium today or probably any day. Go ahead.
So a senior administration official had told us in the aftermath of that conversation that we should expect action within days and weeks, and some of it would be visible, some of it would not be visible. I understand that you can't share a lot of information, but can you say whether any action has in fact been taken that perhaps is not visible to us?
There's nothing more I can preview or detail for you from here. I certainly understand the interest. Go ahead.
The president has designated $10 billion for testing in schools, but we've seen some states like Idaho and Iowa, they say they don't even want the money. So is that a mistake, and who should be held responsible if children in those schools get sick?
Well, certainly we've always said from the beginning that local school districts are going to make decisions about how to use the funding and resources available, but also how they're going to apply the mitigation measures that have been laid out by the CDC. And certainly we would expect that members of their local community, parents, others who care about the health and well-being of their children would voice their concern if they have it. But it's always worked that way in terms of local school districts implementing policies. The role of the CDC is to provide public health information. Our role from the federal government was to secure funding to ensure schools that need resources. They don't all need resources, but have access to those funds should they need it. Many have used it, many have applied it, and many schools will be opening as a result of that funding.
Is there a concern, though, about not being able to even track an outbreak if there is one because of the lack of testing, possibly?
Well, the CDC certainly does track where there is a rise in cases. As you see, they put out publicly available data. I expect they would continue to do that, but I would point you to them for more information on how they would track.
Can I just ask one quick follow-up on inflation? We heard from the Fed Chair Jerome Powell. He's testifying on Capitol Hill this week. He noted that inflation has notably increased, but he believes that it will remain elevated in the coming months and before moderating. We've heard from Republicans who say the administration is sort of flooding the economy with cash. Even Democrats, like Senator Joe Manchin, I talked to him yesterday, he says that he has concerns about inflation. Is the White House underestimating the impact of all of this government spending that it will have on inflation?
Well, our experts believe, and the data shows, and the Federal Reserve Chair, who operates independently, conveyed yesterday that most of the price increases we are seeing are expected to be temporary due to the consequences of restarting an economy shut down during the pandemic. And we're seeing that in certain industries more than others as prices go back to where they were pre-pandemic. And that certainly we had an expectation that would be an impact. So areas like spike in car prices due to supply chain challenges on the restart, or spike in hotel room costs as the hospitality industry gets going. A number of these are transitory, or they're impacted by other factors, including supply chain issues, which we're working with Democrats and Republicans to help address through the CHIPS legislation. But I want to be clear, we understand the threat that inflation poses. We will be vigilant as responses are needed. As it relates to legislation we're continuing to advocate for, the way to keep prices in our economy down is to increase the supply of goods that consumers want to buy and keep the cost of producing and getting them to market lower. That's exactly what the President's bipartisan infrastructure framework and the Build Back Better plans will do. And I would also remind you all, it's an 8-year investment in better roads, bridges, and transit systems. So this is not an immediate influx in the next few months of funding. It's over the course of several years, because this is a long-term issue. And it will also, as we work to pass the Build Back Better reconciliation package, increase the availability of childcare, more workers will enter the workforce, increasing our output and helping to keep prices down. So we are quite mindful of it. We do monitor it. I would also note the Federal Reserve, who's independent, has also projected that the inflation numbers will come down to about 2.2 next year from where they're projecting for this year, which is something we also watch closely. Go ahead, Caitlin.
Are you confident that the government is going to be able to find the parents who qualify for the child tax?
And just a heads up, some of you are going to be seeing one last quick 2-minute break.
As you've seen, as we've implemented a number of our programs to date, we have a number of means of trying to identify individuals who are eligible for these programs. Some of it is by promotion in communities for individuals who may not have had to pay taxes or may not be in the system. And certainly we will be vigilant and do everything we can to reach every single person who's eligible, get out the word to communities that there may be people who are eligible even if they don't make enough money to pay taxes.
So what are the other avenues specifically that you're using to find these parents?
Well, I think you've seen us use a number of avenues in the past few months where there were not individuals as it related to our $1,400 checks that we put out just a few months ago. We put out a website where people could go if they had not paid taxes because they did not make enough money to pay taxes. We also, of course, work with local communities to get out and get the word out and make sure people know they are eligible. Again, I think that starting today, the vast majority of people who are eligible, of course, will get their checks through direct deposit and through direct checks. So we're talking about a small percentage of individuals who we would be looking to find. And of course, we will be vigilant about doing everything we can to find them.
And one follow-up on that, will the president accept a spending bill that does not extend the tax credit for 4 years like he wants?
Well, there are a range of details I know you are all eager to see and to have, and there's been reporting about it. We will certainly leave it to Leader Schumer and Democrats on the Hill to put out all of the specific details. But the president certainly understands that there could be changes even to his original proposal and even from here as the final negotiations continue.
So he would accept that? Sorry.
I'm not going to negotiate from here, Caitlin, but we'll look to see what the final package looks like. The president has advocated for an extension of the child tax credit because he thinks it is a benefit that helps working families. That's why he's proposed it in multiple packages, and we'll look to see the final details. Go ahead, Weijia.
Jen, I know you said this is moving, but some Democrats have expressed they believe the child tax credit should be permanent. Does President Biden agree with that, or does he think the 4-year extension is adequate?
Well, as you know, Weijia, he put in his proposal a 5-year extension. He certainly understands that there was going to be, and there was, a range of views. Some wanted it shorter, some wanted it longer, some didn't want it at all. That's part of the negotiations and the discussion. I think one of the calculations here that senators and Congress have to work through is what components can be worked through that you can pay for in the package. That's a factor as it relates to certainly to the child tax credit, which, as I understand, costs about $1 billion a year. So we'll let them work out the length of it, and we look forward to seeing the final details made public in the coming days.
On the bipartisan bill, some Republicans have just said that they're not prepared to vote on something that is not written yet. They just just expressed this on the Hill. Senator Romney said it would be a dereliction of duty to vote, even procedurally, on something that has not been written. Does the president agree with Senator Schumer's timeline to hold a vote before all the language is finalized?
Well, first, I think it's important to remember that there was an agreement that many senators were a part of, Democrat and Republican, on the framework. That is the basis of this piece of legislation, right? That they agreed to. The president certainly expects that everyone will stay true to their commitment, as he will. Of course, the president believes that his most important role he can play is to continue to advocate for the key components of what's in this package, why it's important for people to support it in Congress, and why the American people should be excited about investments in roads and railways and bridges and investments in making sure we're addressing our climate crisis. He will leave the mechanics and the timeline up to Leader Schumer. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. Now that you've had a few days to think about it, does this White House still think the protests in Cuba are happening because people are upset about a rise in COVID cases there, or is there some thought maybe given to the possibility that they are protesting because they are sick of communism?
Well, Peter, first I would say communism is a failed ideology, and we certainly believe that. It has failed the people of Cuba. They deserve freedom. They deserve a government that supports them, whether that is making sure they have health and medical supplies, access to vaccines, or whether they have economic opportunity and prosperity. And instead, this has been a government, an authoritarian communist regime that has repressed its people and has failed the people of Cuba. Hence, we're seeing them in the streets. But I would note that the ideology of the government, which has failed, has led to a lack of access to economic opportunity, to medical supplies, to COVID vaccines. So all of those pieces are true.
And there are protesters now in this country who are chanting as these protests in Cuba are going on, where is Biden? So where is he? What is he doing to protect these people who are rising up against the leaders of this failed experiment?
Well, first, he is certainly advocating for and speaking out as we've put out a statement, multiple statements. Maybe one of you will ask him a question about Cuba today. I will leave it to all of you to determine that. But one, he has made clear that he stands with the Cuban people and their call for freedom from both the pandemic and from decades of repression and economic suffering to which they've been subjected by Cuba's authoritarian regime. There's an ongoing review of our own policies. And as we look at those policies, one of the big factors is ensuring we are not doing anything to pad the pockets of a corrupt authoritarian regime. And that is certainly a factor as he's considering. But we're looking closely at how we can help in a humanitarian way, how we can help support the voices of the Cuban people. And there's an ongoing policy review in that regard.
And we'd be happy to ask him about it later if he calls on us. But one more.
Anyone can ask anything they want, but go ahead.
Why is the Secretary of State Blinken trying to address human rights in the U.S. by inviting experts, UN experts from Cuba and China here?
Well, first I would say that the Secretary put out an extensive statement on why he is why he believes that we need to play a role in lifting up and pushing countries to do better on human rights, on ending systemic racism in their countries. And certainly human rights is always going to be a priority for the Biden administration and for this State Department. As the Secretary said in his statement, he believes responsible nations must not shrink from scrutiny of their human rights record. Rather, they should acknowledge it with the intent to improve it, and also push and lift up and shine a light on other countries that need to do better. And that is the role we're playing here from the United States.
So you just rattled off all these problems with Cuba. They've got dissenters disappearing down there. In China, they've got 1 million religious minorities in internment camps. Why are they going to come here and tell us how to improve our country?
I certainly don't think that's the format of the event, but lifting up and elevating human rights, systemic racism, the steps that have been taken, the poor treatment of Uyghurs, as I think you're referencing here in China, and pushing other countries with a spotlight on them to do better is certainly a role we can play from the United States. Go ahead.
Can I ask you about South Africa very quickly? There
Sure.
have been days of looting and unrest there in South Africa. They've now destroyed hundreds
of businesses. At least 117 people there have been killed. Does the White House have any reaction to what's taking place there? And what, if any, role does the U.S. government have here to help try to quell the situation?
We certainly track and watch closely, and certainly have concerns about unrest that we see in the streets in South Africa. In terms of the specific actions, I think the State Department is probably best equipped, but I'm happy to talk to our national security team if there's anything specifically we can convey from here.
Let me follow up. Yesterday I asked you about Afghanistan. Is there anything more you can tell us about those special immigrant visas as they relate to the Afghan?
All right, guys, just want to break in here. We do have some shots. Viewer discretion advised, as there is just some evidence there that there was a shooting here in the heart of Hollywood. You can see a heavy police presence still looming here as they conduct this investigation. But Los Angeles Police Department confirming that there was a shooting, but it does look like that things are not still in a space where people would need to stay clear of the area, just clear of this area where they're going to be conducting the investigation. So a lot of black and white squad cars. You can see there police did respond here to this area for a police shooting, and it looks like the area is now cleared from the incident, but of course they're going to have to be remaining here on scene to conduct their investigation. A lot of times when this happens, that means police have to make sure to collect evidence, take all the photographs, and of course get all those incident reports written up from anyone who may have been around the scene during this time. That means talking with witnesses, talking with the officers who were first on scene and involved directly with this situation. But just wanted to break in, show you guys that we do have Skyfox up in the air, giving us this live look again of a shooting that did happen out in Hollywood here on this Thursday afternoon. Thanks again for being here with us on Live Now from Fox, where we always try to bring you the latest breaking news that's happening all across our country. And just getting a little bit more information, you can see there is a big police presence as we zoom out there. That's because an officer had put out a call that they needed more assistance on scene here. We did also learn that one person has been taken to the hospital with a gunshot wound, unknown though on confirmation of the exact extent of those injuries. But you can see here too, they do have a wide area here on the boulevard. You can see all those Hollywood stars there lining up on the sidewalks. Well, a lot of crime scene tape also there. So it is going to be probably a lengthy investigation here, as police are going to have to conduct this investigation, as we said, with getting all of their information written down for those reports. So once again, you are watching this live, raw, unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox, where we always take you out to breaking news happening across our country. And you can see some tourists and people standing by this area, again, just all taking in the scene. Again, one person taken to the hospital after a shooting took place out in Hollywood. We're going to be taking some of you out to a quick 2-minute commercial break, bringing you more news that's happening across our country when you return. And what we're going to do is move away from this scene. Again, LAPD confirming this shooting and confirming that they have taken one person to the hospital with a gunshot wound. If we do get more information, of course, we can always bring that here to you later on Live Now from Fox. But until that time, let's go out, as we do have some Republicans holding a press conference on the Hyde Amendment following a committee markup. Let's jump into that live here for you on Live Now from Fox.
Mr. Chairman,
What?
Gentlemen, today was an historic day in the wrong direction.
I knew Henry Hyde. Henry Hyde was my congressman when I lived in Illinois. I campaigned with him before I moved to Tennessee years and years ago. But today we have seen the Democratic majority actually impede and stop the entire appropriations process by taking another step in the wrong direction. Plain and simple, repeal of the Hyde and Weldon rules will not fly. They're non-starters, they're game enders, and I sincerely hope that the majority reconsiders this radical position and realizes that the American taxpayer does not want federal funds used to fund abortion. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you. And if we could, we'd next have one of our new members, Representative Henson from Iowa.
Thank you, Congressman.
And what we're going to do is put you in a double box. Continue to watch that breaking news. Again, we did have one victim. That person has been taken to the hospital. So you're taking a look at that in that right-hand box. And we did just learn it was a male victim. He was shot by police. So this is an officer-involved shooting investigation that's going to be taking place out in Hollywood.
Saved almost 2.5 million lives since it was put in more than 40 years ago, before I was born and before my mother chose life. In Iowa alone, it saved more than 40,000 babies, 443 of them already this year. So plain and simple, the Hyde Amendment saves lives. And really the conversation today was about respecting taxpayers. It wasn't about a woman's choice, it was about whether or not taxpayers should pay for abortions. And overwhelmingly, taxpayers don't believe they should. So what this showed me today was that the conversation in there was completely out of touch with the conversations that are happening at kitchen tables, not only in Iowa, but across the country, where people are working hard or they're out of work. They're caring for loved ones coming out of a pandemic, and now they're being told, we know you're opposed to abortion, but we're going to make you pay for it anyway. So I'm disappointed in the decision today. I will keep fighting to make sure the Hyde Amendment provisions are added back into any final product that we put out of this Congress, because I think it's fundamentally about a respect issue for the hardworking taxpayers of this country. Thank you.
And next I'd call another one of our members, Mr. Fortenberry, up from Nebraska.
Let me thank my good friend, Congressman Tom Cole of Oklahoma, for leading today's important amendment and discussion. We really do live in an age of contradiction. This is an age of contradiction. We want tolerance for all peoples. We want inclusivity. And we call out and cry out for justice, but we leave one group of persons behind, expectant mothers and their preborn children. Now, you've heard this statistic over and over again. This amendment today was about not providing taxpayer money to pay for abortion. 60% of Americans agree with that. Even Americans who do not ascribe to a pro-life perspective, like we all do, still agree that no taxpayer money should be used for the provision of abortion. Most Americans, therefore, are saying we should respect one another's individual beliefs. We should respect one another's rights of conscience. We should respect one another's values. That's why this discussion was so important today, and it breaks all of our hearts that we did not win this, but moving forward we intend to stay dug in and to fight to the end for this most important provision that protects deeply held reasoned beliefs of the majority of Americans.
Okay, let me next call up any additional members that might want to speak, but I particularly want to ask Mr. Rogers, because I think our former chairman of the full committee knows something about passing a bill. So he might be the nice guy to kind of bat clean up here, and then anybody else after that, after the chairman's done, please feel free to come to the podium.
Thank you, Tom. The short-term result of what we just did in full committee markup is kill this bill. With this provision left out of this bill, it can't pass the Congress. And so the funding for the labor HHS departments will go blank unless something is done. So hopefully the other side, the Democrats, will come around to their senses and realize that they're killing their own bill by leaving out the Hyde Amendment. Henry Hyde was a great American, a great legislator. I knew him well. And when he spoke on the floor, they lined up at the doors to get in. mainly because of his position, the moral position that he led us in, was to protect life. And so we hope the Democrats will come to their senses, clean up this bill so we can have a departments that actually work. Now, thank you.
Go ahead, John. Introduce yourself.
Thank you. I'm John Rutherford from Florida's 4th Congressional District, and I'd just like to say that I think the Democrats have really made a reckless procedural decision here. When you recognize the fact that the 2021 Marist Report survey showed clearly that 3 out of 4 Americans believe these sorts of restrictions like the Hyde Amendment and the Weldon Amendment, that they support that. And so the Republicans in appropriations are standing solidly with the American public. And I think that's the message that the Democrats have failed to hear today. And so this bill, as has been mentioned earlier, has absolutely no chance of passing Congress. Thank you.
Yeah. Anybody else? Not, we're prepared to take questions if anybody has any.
Exactly. I mean, with a 50-50 Congress and the Senate and so close here in the House, it is a struggle. It is a struggle to try and prevent this from getting passed.
Oh, I think, look, it's going to be impossible to pass unless the Democrats put the Weldon and the Hyde amendments back in the bill. You're not going to get to 60 in the United States Senate. You still have the filibuster there. I'll point out, while we didn't win the vote today, we actually picked up a Democratic vote. There were no Republican votes on the other side. There are a number of Democrats that feel strongly about this, and there's just simply no way in a 50-50 United States Senate and a House as closely divided as this that you can move something this dramatic forward. It does run the risk, though, of derailing, as Chairman Rogers said, the entire appropriations process. That's a big risk. And so, again, we would ask our friends to go back to what we've been doing successfully for 45 years, work with us. We'll work with them on the bill, but we're not about to, run up the white flag on the Hyde or the Weldon amendments.
Thank you again for being here with us on Live Now from Fox. Just want to make sure everyone who's here with us knows what we have going on. So Republican remarks are happening there in your left-hand box, but in the right-hand box is where we had that breaking news out of Hollywood, as we do have a officer-involved shooting investigation underway. Now, again, a large police scene is seen here because an officer on the scene had put out an alert that they needed assistance. So that's why you're seeing a lot of black and white squad cars out here on Hollywood Boulevard. So there was one male victim who was taken to the hospital for a gunshot wound. We don't know the condition at this time of that person, but you can see police are going to have a lengthy investigation in front of them. They do have a big portion here in Hollywood blocked off with that crime scene tape, and as our chopper makes its way around these buildings, you're just going to start to see just how many squad cars did respond out here to this officer-involved shooting that happened again this afternoon here. So we have been listening in to this live event, showing you this live breaking news out of Hollywood, and that's what we do for you here on Live Now from Fox, always taking you out to the latest that is happening across our country.
In terms of being on the right side of the issue, but also politically. I mean, the numbers just simply don't add up. So the quicker we can dispose of this and the Democrats sort of come back to their senses and restore, again, language that's been traditional in this bill, better off we'll be, the quicker we can move on appropriations. If they persist in this, again, we're going to get to September 30th. We're going to have a continuing resolution. We'll get to the end of the year. We'll have a continuing resolution, and they'll be living with Donald Trump's budget into the second year of the Biden administration. I doubt that's what they want to do. So my bet is they're going to come around, but could have been a lot less painful if they just did it today, or been best if they just hadn't tried to do this at all. They just left the traditional language in the bill.
Do you see this as the largest sticking point at this point in the appropriations process?
Do I see it as what I'm
As the largest sticking point so far in the appropriations?
I do personally, because again, it's a deeply held moral belief. It's a position the two parties have gone, look, we didn't go pick this fight. This is a fight they picked with us. Again, I think they're overreaching given the size of their majority. They didn't pick up seats in the last election. They lost seats in the House. And obviously in the Senate, on any given day, it can go in either way. There's just no way to achieve it. So I think this is placating their base, probably, is the political calculation. But at the end of the day, we need to get the business of the American people done. That means passing the appropriations bills. If this is going to be the fight of the fall, we're not going to be moving much in the way of legislation, because I think our side is absolutely immovable on this. Anybody else want to? You'd have to ask them. You'd have to ask them that question. Look, I think they have every right to make an argument. They have every right to advance what they want. But we needed to make it crystal clear to them that this is not. There's not a crack on our side. There's not an inch of movement here. And we want them to understand that. And we hope they do. Again, I understand they've got pressure from some people in their base, but we see this as a big moral issue. And again, we see it as the essence of the system that's worked fairly well for 45 years. They're the ones upsetting the apple cart here. They're the ones coming in after the fact in an election where they lost ground in the House, have the narrowest possible majority in the United States Senate, and say, we're going to change something that's been this way for 45 years. And oh, by the way, we don't have a single Republican supporting us in doing that. So, yeah, I'm not going to name, but you can go check the deal. We picked up a Democratic vote.
Can you reiterate again to the American people that if the Democrats don't come to their senses on the 15th of September, then we could go back to the previous administration?
Oh, well, of course, we're operating under that budget now, and that's exactly what will happen. Again, unless Democrats abandon this position, sit down and bargain with us in good faith, they run the risk of ending up with a continuing resolution, so-called CR. That simply means we continue to do the things that we did last year. And I will tell you, as an appropriator, that's not something my fellow appropriators want to do. We're willing to sit down and work with people. We understand they have priorities. We think there's some urgent things that need to be done. There's some areas of agreement in the bill, but we're not surrendering on Hyde. So again, if the Democrats can make the decision, if they want to live with Donald Trump's last negotiated budget, that's up to them. That'd be pretty popular with some of our guys. I would just tell you those appropriators, guys that think we need to increase defense spending. We have, every year you have to move around. I'm actually supportive of some things the president wants to do at the National Institute of Health, the Center for Disease Control. There are things we can do together, but this is a fight that will keep us from working together. And we won't yield in the fight. It's not going to change the outcome. So better to accept the inevitable now so we can get on and find the areas where we can cooperate. And hopefully we sent that message loud and clear to our friends on the other side of the aisle today. You bet. Anybody got anything else? Okay. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. Chairman, you summed it up perfectly. Good job.
And just a heads up, some of our folks are going to be seeing a quick 2-minute commercial break as we continue to bring you news stories across our country. Thank you once again for being here with us on Live Now from Fox. Today, many in the Biden administration are taking a victory lap as American families are receiving their first monthly payments under the expanded child tax credit. Earlier here today, we did have some Senate Democrats who were speaking to child tax credit. We're going to play it back out here for you on Live Now from Fox.
Sherrod Brown and Ron Wyden and Cory Booker and Raphael Warnock. And Stabenow has gotten the message out, and I have become a great devotee of it. So we have everybody here. And, of course, our finance chairman will work on it as we go forward in our budget resolution with instructions. Okay, so thank you for being here. So, to quote our dear friend, former Senator and current President Joe Biden, this is a big effing deal. One of the biggest effing deals that's been passed in decades and decades. Today's the day that we say to the parents of America, help is on the way. Today, the child tax credit payments, which Democrats secured as part of the American Rescue Plan, will begin going out to American families across the country. Tens of millions of families are going to see extra money hit their bank accounts because of this program. Over the past 20 years, child care has become ludicrously expensive. Caring for a child is about equal these days to the cost of buying a new car every single year. Poor families struggle to keep their kids out of poverty. Middle-class families struggle to stay in the middle class because the costs of raising a child are so expensive. On top of that, everything from diapers to housing to health care to college tuition has risen in price while wages are flat. The Roosevelt Institute has put out a study, which I'm going to send to all my colleagues. For the bottom 70% of America, earning power was flat from 2000 to 2020. Earning power is flat, things go up. My daughter buys diapers for my grandson. I'm amazed at the price compared to when we used to buy diapers for her. Just incredible, one little thing. And of course, then with the pandemic, life got even harder for families that are just trying to give their children the best opportunities. So this child tax credit is a double successful hit for the middle class and for the poor. For the middle class, to help people stay in the middle class. For the poor, close to half the children in poverty will get out of poverty. When a child is born into poverty through no fault of her or his own, they often don't get fed properly, educated properly, proper health care, proper housing. And by the time they're in their 14, 15, 16-year-olds, they're in a deep ditch. Now, some of them, to their credit, climb out of that ditch, but many don't. This will prevent many more from getting stuck in that ditch. So it helps the middle class and helps the poor, both. A vast majority of parents will receive that monthly check of $300 for each child under 6, $250 for each child between 6 and 17. We are sending taxpayer dollars right back to American parents. This will amount to a substantial and potentially life-altering tax cut for American families. This is one of the largest tax cuts average American families have gotten in a while. 4 million kids, as I said, will be lifted out of poverty. I've met with families in New York. You know, when you're a poor person and you're worried about having enough money to pay the rent so your kids won't be kicked out of their house, or having enough money to buy food so they can have some meat, this is a godsend. This is a godsend. So Republicans have claimed to be the party of tax cuts, but in reality, they're only the party of tax cuts for the wealthy and well-connected. This tax cut, which comes in the form of a check to so many American families, every Republican voted no. They all voted yes when you cut taxes on the top 1%. They all voted no when you cut taxes on the middle class and the poor. We, the Democrats, are the party of tax cuts for the middle class. And I'm proud that the Senate majority is making it clear that we're fighting to give American kids and American families a much stronger, brighter future. Senator Stabenow.
Thank you. This is a very, very important day. 9 out of every 10 children are in families that will be helped starting today with the expanded child tax credit. This also really is about who we are versus who the Republicans are, and it couldn't be clearer. 2017, Republicans passed a $2 trillion tax cut mainly for the wealthiest Americans. And we are demonstrating today who we're fighting for, who we care about, that we see and support and have the backs of the majority of Americans who are working hard to hold things together every day. Last week, I spent all week around Michigan talking to families, listening, explaining what was going to be coming, had moms and dads coming up to me literally with tears in their eyes saying, I can't believe that you actually understand what's happening in my family and that there's going to be support. A wonderful woman, Anita Cobb, who lives in Lansing, said that the tax cut would absolutely help family like hers. And she said, the past few years have taken a toll on us. Virtual school, scrambling for childcare, and all the other countless frustrations we feel as parents. My family is so excited to have this cushion that is sure to make things easier for us, and we can all use a little easier time in giving us a little more breath, a little more breather room. And I agree, people need a little more breather room, and that's what this is about, helping them cover their costs. And the truth of the matter is that too often around here, and certainly when the Republicans
Rochester, the mayor of Denver, had said, I'm going to borrow a whole bunch of money that we've never borrowed before. And you'd ask him, well, that makes me nervous. What are you going to spend it on? Are you going to spend it on our parks? No. Are you going to spend it on our infrastructure? No. On mental health? No. On homelessness? No. On schools? No. What are you going to do with it? I'm going to take the proceeds of this and I'm going to give it to the 2 richest neighborhoods in Rochester or Denver. That is what their tax policy has been at a time when we have had the worst income inequality that we have had since 1929. This completely changes the page on that, turns the page on that, and makes sure that the people in America who actually need the help most get help and get it on a monthly basis to secure the middle class and to give people a chance to get their kids out of poverty. Because of what's happening today, over half the kids in this country are going to be lifted out of poverty, and I think that is a demonstration from Washington.
All right, guys, another news alert. We break in here with some more breaking news happening out of Los Angeles. Chopper up above, you can see that we have a construction site there in a little bit that upper left-hand area. As of right now, we're getting just a little bit information, but some power lines fell down and hit some rebarb, which then conducts that electricity. And unfortunately, we do have, we're hearing 3 people injured because of these power lines that went down. And of those 3 injuries, we did hear that 1 is in critical condition. Now, we do have a lot of medical personnel as well as firefighters out there on scene. Firefighters earlier did have some flames visible at the top roof area of that construction site. They did put some water on that flames, and they have put out that fire as far as what we could see so far. You can see here all those construction workers standing well across the street. And again, this is live breaking news coming to us out of Los Angeles as we are giving you this look up above with Sky Fox.
And this is what we do right here on Live Now from Fox, bringing you the live events that are happening in real time as well as breaking news. And that is what we have for you right here in Los Angeles as we continue our coverage. Sky Fox up ahead. And now we are learning that at least 3 workers have been injured at this construction site, and there are some reports that maybe, just maybe, they could be looking for maybe some more people that could be injured there. So this is a live look right now as Sky Fox continues to showcase these aerials. Just moments ago, we saw some of the workers that were able to make it out of this site, and they are across the street just looking at their comrades and hoping for the very best. But the last piece of video that we did see was a worker that was up and being transported into an ambulance, and he was alert there. So that was some good news that we were seeing right there. But you could see 2 segments here, maybe even 3 under construction here in Los Angeles as we continue to bring you these live breaking news events right here on Live Now from Fox. And we'll continue to carry this as long as we have the Sky Fox aerials here for us of this breaking news alert here. And and we are just getting some information that Sky Fox will be leaving in just moments here. So once we get some more updates, we will bring it to you right here on Live Now from Fox, everybody. Let's slide in a quick 2-minute break while we have the opportunity. Salute.
After a couple of years on our work in the gang initiative to introduce the individual that.
Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox, showing you just an update here from Georgia. This is their gang task force coming together to talk about how they can try to clamp down on some of the violence that they are seeing in major cities like Atlanta and so much more in Georgia.
Who began conversations with me a number of years ago and what we thought we could do on a statewide basis to combat gangs, and who is literally leading the charge with us and standing with us shoulder to shoulder. It's my honor to introduce to you the governor of the state of Georgia, Mr. Brian Kemp.
Well, thank you, Vic, and good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for being here. Certainly honored to have the First Lady and one of the First Daughters, Amy Porter, with us this afternoon. Really just to do a couple of things, give you guys an update, but also just to thank the men and women of the Georgia Bureau of Investigation for their incredible work on the gang task force over the last 2 years, as Vic mentioned, but also to reaffirm our commitment that we have in the months and years to come. I also want to thank Attorney General Chris Carr for being here, his anti-gang network, as well as his human trafficking prosecution unit have been working hand in hand with GBI and our administration. I appreciate Attorney General Carr's leadership as well. And Vic just mentioned this about me being on the campaign trail when Vic was still at the Cobb County District Attorney's Office. And, you know, we talked a lot about the threat of criminal street gangs and how that threat was really a concern in all communities across our state. We knew then that it wasn't just a Metro Atlanta issue, and we knew that this crisis needed strong action, and we have certainly taken that. As you will remember, unfortunately, many in the media didn't believe that criminal street gangs and violent crime caused this real issue that we're seeing today. But Marty and the girls and I knew, because we have traveled this state and we have talked to local sheriffs and local police officers and prosecutors like Vic, and we knew what the truth was. And that's why when we were sworn into office in January of 2019, the creation of the gang task force in the GBI was the top priority of my administration. And since the task force inception in mid-2019, they have certainly been hard at work and made incredible progress. Director Reynolds and the GBI Director of Legal Services, Jarrett Usher, with the task force will provide more details here in just a few minutes. And I will tell you, it doesn't always make the evening news, but street gangs are at the center of violent crime and human trafficking in communities, rural and urban, regardless of race or ethnicity. We know this is true because that's what the Gang Task Force is experiencing on the ground, and that's what local law enforcement officers are experiencing daily. And we see it certainly right in front of our eyes here in Metro Atlanta and the surrounding area. While we're here today, I'd like to thank GBI, but also all other state and local law enforcement agencies, led by the Department of Public Safety and Colonel Wright and his team, who are involved in our crime suppression unit efforts to crack down on crime in Atlanta. The crime suppression unit has apprehended 90 wanted criminals, impounded hundreds of vehicles that have been used in dangerous street racing, taken stolen guns off the street, and conducted thousands of traffic stops across our capital city. This enhanced law enforcement presence, alongside the Gang Task Force and local police departments, is making progress in getting dangerous criminals off our streets and restoring law and order here in the Metro Atlanta area. And I just want to thank them for their dedication. This is very dangerous work, as you can imagine, but I just appreciate their commitment to this mission, and I appreciate their willingness to continue to be ready to assist in the weeks and months to come. 2 years in now, the GBI Gang Task Force has certainly made an impact on gang and violent crime crisis facing our communities. And as we move forward, I know that Vic and his team, as well as my office, are not going to rest on our laurels. This work is more important today than it was when we first started talking about it on the campaign trail. The Gang Task Force strengthened public safety. They're ending human trafficking and supporting our law enforcement and local police departments. And that will continue to be a top priority of my administration as well as my family's. That's why I'm looking forward to speaking to the House Public Safety Committee this coming Monday, July the 19th. Throughout my administration, the members of the General Assembly, including members of the House, along with Speaker Ralston, have been steadfast partners in our efforts to prioritize and invest in public safety. The Speaker, the members of the House, and I all agree a lack of elected leadership in our capital city is creating an anti-police, soft-on-crime environment, which is allowing violent crime to skyrocket and endanger the safety and security of families across the Metro Atlanta area. Our commitment has been and will continue to be. We will do everything in our state's power to step in, protect our citizens, and ensure that Georgians' best days remain ahead to live, work, and raise a family in the state of Georgia. I also want to thank our First Lady, the members of the Grace Commission, and the leadership of Attorney General Carr Director Reynolds and the rest of his team for what they are doing to end human trafficking. A lot of this is being committed by men and women that are involved in these street gangs, and we will continue to be relentless going after these bad people, but also supporting the victims of this hideous crime. We appreciate what all these local law enforcement agencies and prosecutors are doing every day. We will continue to keep them in our thoughts and prayers, and they will have our support in the days ahead. With that, I'll turn it back over to Director Reynolds.
Thank you, Governor. You know, a little over 2 years ago, when I became the director of the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, Governor Kemp charged this agency with going after criminal street gangs. Based on that challenge, we began developing initiatives and both internal and external plans to eradicate these criminal street gangs in our state. You know, as we take a moment and look back over the last 2 years, we're certainly proud of what we've done, but we also realize, as the governor said a moment ago, we have a lot of work left ahead of us. From an internal perspective, one of the very first things we did was to develop a statewide GBI gang task force. We began a process of selecting agents from around the state to form this unit under the leadership of very experienced supervised agents. We also formed early partnerships with agencies like the Georgia National Guard Counter Drug Task Force, our friends down in Spalding County Sheriff's Department under the leadership of Sheriff Darrell Dix and his staff, with the Atlanta Police Department, with the Department of Homeland Security Investigations, and I want them to know we appreciate their early support and their continued support. We also appreciate the support, the steadfast support of our Attorney General, Mr. Chris Carr, who has stood with us shoulder to shoulder in this battle. We also made sure that in every regional office in the GBI around the state, we had agents who were specially trained as regional gang specialists. So no matter where in Georgia a gang crime was committed, we wanted to make sure that the locals could reach out to a specially trained GBI agent to assist them in any type of investigation. We began putting this task force together in March or so of 2019, March, April, and May, and we hit the ground running that summer. During fiscal year 2020, which ran from July 1 of 2019 to June 30th of 2020, the GBI was involved through our gang task force or our regional gang specialist in some 343 gang-related or gang-motivated investigations. As we amped up our intensity in this area, and in all candor, as we began to learn how to work these cases appropriately and correctly, we then became involved in FY21 in some 541 gang-related or gang-motivated investigations. Many of these investigations were what we call assistance rendered to our local partners, allowing the GBI to be that force multiplier that the Bureau is intended to be. These investigations have involved close to 70 different criminal street gangs and their subsets. Gangs like Gangster Disciples, the Bloods in various subsets, the Crips in various subsets, Ghostface Gangsters, Aryan Brotherhood, MS-13 are just some of the gangs that we've seen all over the state of Georgia. From an external perspective, we began what we deem as a robust training and education program for our partners around the state. This was primarily done through the GBI's legal division, which is headed by Ms. Jared Usher, and you'll hear from Jared in just a moment. These GBI lawyers assisted around the state in several large-scale cases, and you'll hear a little bit about that from Jared as well in a moment. And with the encouragement of Governor Kemp, we also developed the first statewide gang database. Although the legislature had approved that in 2010, it hadn't been taken on yet by any agency, and so we made a decision to proceed with that with the governor's direction and encouragement. And phase one of that program has now been up and running a little bit over a year. We're now in the process of completing phase two, and what phase two will be our partners inputting gang information from their local jurisdictions into that database. We anticipate sometime in the late fall having our first 6 to 8 beta sites working into phase two, and anticipate rolling it out to the entire state sometime in early months of 2022. I also want to say in regards to that database, we owe a huge thanks to our partners at Department of Community Service, Commissioner Michael Nell and his IT department, hand in hand with Jared as we've developed this statewide database, both in phase 1 and now in phase 2. We also owe a big thanks to Commissioner Tim Ward and his staff at the Department of Corrections who have worked with us as well. You know, before I call on Jarrett to say a few words in just a moment to give you some brief outline of what the legal division of the Bureau has done since we began this initiative, let me just briefly tell you what I believe is the most important accomplishment that we've had over the last 2 years. And I've heard our Attorney General Chris Carr say this before, you know, when a governor becomes involved in a subject matter, people tend to listen. The acknowledgement that we have a gang crisis in this state and the subsequent conversation around the state that has taken place as a result of that acknowledgement, I believe is the most important thing that we've done in this in the last 2 years. We're firm believers here that to solve the problem, we have to first acknowledge the problem. And now that it's acknowledged, our goal is to go about day in and day out solving it. It's a pleasure now for me to call on an individual who has been with us from the very beginning in both acknowledging.
All right, folks, we will keep an eye on that. Just wanted to let you know we are still keeping an eye on the story there in Los Angeles with the Hollywood shooting. At least one LAPD officer involved in the Hollywood Walk of Fame shooting that happened just moments ago. And right now, the public is asked to avoid the area. We'll keep an eye on that story for you right here on Live Now from Fox. But we do want to go to the other news alert here for you. In Maryland right now, a jury has found Jarrett Ramos criminally responsible in the 2018 Capitol Gazette shooting that left 5 dead. This is some reaction after the courtroom.
He was living his daily life every day. He was taking great care of his cat. He just had an agenda. And his agenda was, when it was the right time, he was going to attack the Capitol Gazette. And he was patient. And I think that came through to the jurors, that he was willing to wait. And that was just not evidence that the defense could ever overcome or hope to overcome. And so what you saw today in the defense's closing was an attack on some of the most excellent expert witnesses that I've ever had the privilege of putting on. Dr. Patel, Dr. Cowan, Dr. Bender, and Dr. Sadoff. And I feel extremely fortunate that we have that level of competent forensic scientists, forensic psychiatrists rather, that we can call as expert witnesses in these kind of cases. We're very fortunate.
Can we hear from Mr. Russell, because we have the family?
Sure. Yes.
Absolutely.
I'll hold that for you.
Thank you. What's your reaction? What message to the microphone? What message does this send?
Well, I think the most important thing is that this hopefully begins to give some closure and some opportunity to heal for the families and the people who have survived this horrible event. That's been our motivating factor the entire time, is just trying to, in whatever way we can, help those people get back to a sense of, to make sure that justice is served in this situation, and that's been what's motivated us the entire time.
Thank you. We have the family coming out.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so that was just the tail end right there. It looks like more people are coming to the podium to speak. Let's listen.
Yeah, a little bit more. Make room.
Yeah. Hey, I'm tall.
I'm going to be with you, Mom.
Sorry. I'm sorry.
My name is Andrea Chambly. I'm the widow of John McNamara. And I'm here with Oz and John Sanfelice and Jennifer Donatelli and Paul Gillespie and Cindy. Oh,
Rittenauer.
Rittenauer, Rebecca's sister, Rachel Pasella, Montana and Summer Geimer, Dana Winters Ranger, and Erica Fishman.
Could you give us your reaction to the video?
thank you to the police and the state's attorneys.
Yes.
God bless them.
Yeah. I think when people talk about the 5 victims of this violent crime, you can look around and see there's a lot more than 5. It ripples all over the county, the state, and the country. There are a lot of people who couldn't be here today because they have to choke on their own words when they talk about this horrific crime. I was waiting to die. I was praying. And at a certain point, I remembered that I needed to start praying for John and not just myself. That's what Celine explained. Those are words of the survivor hiding under a desk during the Capitol Gazette mass shooting tragedy. No, no, no. Those were the words of a victim who did not survive. She asked to stay alive long enough to see the 5-year-old that was waiting for her at home. She didn't make it. The crime was monstrous. Today we thank the jury for their service, for listening to the dizzying testimony, for viewing the horrific videos, for looking at the monstrous pictures. Our government representatives secure themselves in a building like the one that Jared Ramos decided he would not breach. He knew that the guards at the door, the metal detectors, the armed for officials meant that he would not be successful. He knew he would be successful in a local business, a newspaper. It's time our government officials protect more than just themselves. Dangerous men with easy access to firearms should not be able to murder us in our newsrooms, in our offices, in our yoga studios, in our movie theaters, in our high schools, and in our elementary schools. These crimes can happen in any town and in every town. It can happen anywhere as long as dangerous people have easy access to firearms. I call on our government officials to protect us as well as they protect themselves, and not to require that every building in the country be fortified with multi-million-dollar protective barricades to enter. Instead, I call on our officials to keep firearms out of the hands of dangerous people. I call on our governor, who vetoed background checks, and all of our public servants at all levels to step up and do what other public servants around the world have been able to do. Protect their constituents, their fellow citizens, and their countrymen safe from dangerous gun violence. Even with the verdict today, our fight is not over until we do all that we can to prevent gun violence. Thank you all for being here.
You're wearing red, white, and blue. Can you tell us what it was like to sit through this trial and what it feels like?
Well, we talked about wearing red, but we started talking about it when most of us were already on the road. So I guess we were all just synced in our thoughts. We wanted to wear red to show our solidarity with each other, with the people who helped save the survivors, with the jury, and with all of you who report the news every day. Black, white, and red all over.
God bless the jury.
Yeah, do any of you have a reaction to them taking just 1 hour after hearing 12 days of testimony, just 1 hour to come up with their verdict?
They were very smart.
It didn't, if you watched the evidence, you watched the trial, you saw that it was obvious that this man was a monster who needed to be put away permanently. And that's what they've done. We'll all sleep better tonight knowing that people like Jared Ramos are off the street. Again, I want to thank the police and state's attorneys for what they've done. 3 hard years. 3 hard years. We've suffered. And they put an end to our suffering. Thank you.
your name, sir?
John Sample, some solution.
I'd just like to add, John's exactly right about the weight of the evidence. I'm really glad I live in a country where we don't just throw people away who commit these horrible crimes. We give them a fair trial, and I don't begrudge any of it. I'm so glad he had competent attorneys who put aside their own feelings, I'm sure, and gave him the full and fair defense that he got. But the truth is they had no evidence to show that he couldn't understand what he was doing was criminal or that he couldn't stop himself from doing it. He clearly displayed that he was criminally responsible.
Thank you to Dr. Sadoff and thank you to Dr. Patel for making it so obvious that this man was criminally responsible.
Mrs. Bickman, did you
Yeah,
want to say something?
Erica wants to say something.
Yes, thank you for coming here, and I would like to thank all juries and the judge, attorneys, and first responders, everybody helping us and supporting us. That's very thankful. I really appreciate that. And when I buried my husband, I put Constitution because I hoping there is justice, and today that Justice Day, I'm really glad for that. And as he said, like it's terrifying, very painful 3 years passed, and finally my poor husband's soul have a little rest. And thank you so much.
Thank you.
I just wanted to say thank you to the state's attorney and to the police. And one thing that I've noticed sort of in experiencing this trial over the last 2 to 3 weeks is the same thing I noticed right after the shooting, which is the strength of the community that is around us here and their willingness to support us. We've had people who have been bringing us breakfast and lunch every day, who've been making sure we're all taken care of. And I'm just always very impressed by just how wonderfully supportive the Annapolis community is of us, and I'm also greatly appreciative of that support. And I also would like to just recognize my editor who left a paper recently, Rick Hutzel, who saw us through the last pretty much 3 years of professional hell. And I'd also like to thank my current editor at the Capital Gazette, who is now pretty much on her own and putting that paper out, and she is incredible.
Press on.
Paul Gillespie, you were a witness, you were a survivor, you were shot narrowly tell us your head. What are your thoughts right now?
I'm glad it's over. I'm glad that he is going to jail. Because, he deserves to go to jail. He ruined a lot of lives and continued to ruin them, and now hopefully he won't be able to ruin them anymore.
Anyone, I don't know if you can, but I've never seen the members of a jury come out and get a spontaneous roaring round of applause. So obviously it wasn't planned. Did anyone speak to what you were thinking and what?
As they were walking out and we were all applauding, I just thought it was incredible that I had 3 or 4 of them come up and shake my hand as they were walking by. So they knew, I think they probably known for a while that, he needs to go to jail.
When you saw the verdicts came in so quickly, did you kind of know how it was going to come out?
I might have saw a few smiles on a few jurors' faces. I
guess when you hear that the verdict was coming.
Oh, yeah. We rushed back over here as quickly as we could get here.
Did you take it as a good sign?
Yes. I thought it was awesome. I mean, they had to know. I mean, even with all these weeks of testimony and stuff, I think they, kind of knew what he'd done, and he he wasn't crazy.
Is there anyone else who wants to say anything?
Answer any questions. My name's Summerly Geimer. I'm Wendy Winter's youngest child. I'm here with my sister today. My other two siblings couldn't be here, but we are all glad that at least some of our family could witness a fair trial, and we are so grateful to the state's attorney and everyone in the offices and all the first responders and everyone who testified and had the courage to get up there and tell their story, and especially to the jury who had to see what the survivors saw. And they saw some very horrible, harrowing images and videos, and it felt a lot like reliving her death for the first days. But I'm glad that we're able to see this through, and we're just very grateful for the efforts of everyone that had to be here for this.
One of the legacies that the state's attorney said was the legacy of your mom. Can you talk about what you want the legacy of this trial to be?
Yes, I do believe the legacy of Wendy Winter should live on. I hope that her name may be the one that lives in infancy instead of the defendant. I do not believe that he should live on as a name that needs to be remembered. I cannot wait to forget his name.
Wendy saved my life.
Really a hero. You saved my daughter's life too.
I can, yeah. Touching on Wendy, when we got in there and I had heard, what happened being described, I almost burst into tears because there's no way I'm going to be able to, there's no words that I can say to say how much I believe that Wendy is a true hero, especially, grabbing that trash can and running to go to protect my sister. Hearing that absolutely broke me. And when I didn't know what to expect coming back when I found that the jury had been called back, they had called us back within an hour. I didn't know what to expect. I've never been in any kind of situation like this before. I don't think any of us really, but when I got in there and I heard everything that happened, it just a huge sigh of relief. You could hear it throughout the courtroom, but you could also feel it physically to know that, like how I can finally let my sister start to rest in peace and could just think about all the good times that I had instead of having to relive this horrible tragedy over and over again.
Can you say your name one more time?
It's Cindy Rittenauer. Cenour.
I would like to say something. My name is Oz Sanfelice. I'm Celine Sanfelice's mother. I'm by no means a good speech person like my daughter is, but I want to say that this horrible experience has put us in a club that nobody wanted to be a part of, but unfortunately we're a part of this club. And in the end, once all this is over and the sadness goes away, not that we'll ever forget it, but we have developed some very, very close relationships that can maybe help us heal. And that's what we need to do now. We need to move on, forget about this court business, and just heal. And I wish that for everybody.
God bless the enlighteners.
Yes.
God bless the police who got there so quick and saved my daughter's life.
Thank you all. Keep on keeping on.
A sad moment there for friends and family of people that passed away during the 2018 Capitol Gazette shooting that killed 5 people in a workplace attack. You're watching Live Now. A 2-minute break here. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. Next live event here that we have for you out of Austin, Texas, where the police kind of give an update there on crimes that they are seeing in their city and ways they are looking to reduce that.
A fellow arranged a chartered plane to take the Democrats back on Saturday. Any takers? How much did that cost? Yeah, right?
Do you want me to text them from there or you want to do it?
You can text them.
Okay.
Or you know what? I'll grab them.
Go grab?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you. And then we're all hunky dory down.
That's right. Oh, I know. Huh?
All right. Sorry, I'm just making some space for his notes, so if I touch your mics, I apologize. Is it wide enough?
Yeah.
Sometimes the clips are kind of narrow, you know. There we go. Look at you. All right. And then Chief is going to be able to take a...
All right, so in just moments, we are going to hear from the chief where he will be providing updates on violence intervention program targeting gun crime here. This is the latest from a release that they put out just moments ago before this news conference is set to go here. Through program, the Austin Police Department has seized 78 firearms and made 44 arrests. The seizures and arrests were made with the assistance of the organized and violent crime divisions of the Austin Police Department. The department would like to ask for your continued support in stopping the rise of violence and gun crime in Austin there. So just moments away, we will be getting you this update, and I'll be taking some questions from the media here. Oh, we do have some time. We are moments away as well from President Biden going to be speaking with Chancellor Merkel of Germany, and that'll be coming up in a little bit. We'll have the full news conference for you, as always, right here on Live Now from Fox. While we have the time, let's take another quick 2-minute break.
Okay, do you want me to do that? If not, I can like be right there.
Yeah, you know get Pam. Get Pam to fix it. She knows everything about truck line. Pam will be able to fix that. Or Kevin McPherson. Yeah.
And welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox, where we continue to wait here for the Austin Police Chief giving an update in just moments on the latest crime numbers and his reduction methods that he is hoping to bring down right now, because this was the latest from the department putting this out. They have since seized 78 firearms and made 44 arrests in this violence intervention program that they launched there a little bit earlier in the year. In an effort to combat a rise in violent crime, the Austin Police Department launched the Violence Intervention Program aimed at preventing gun crime. Department's Organized and Violent Crimes Division, Travis County District Attorney's Office, and the state and federal partner organizations. This is a program that is going to go through the end of August of this year. The Austin Police Department is working with prosecutors as well and county attorney officials to increase the visibility, thoroughness, and prosecution of violent offenses. The goal of the program is to improve the safety of the Austin community through a series of proactive measures. The chief said earlier that we are intentionally focusing on our combined efforts on cases that are violent in nature, and this plan will work well to fight back against criminals who would do harm to Austin residents. The Austin Police Department's Major Crimes Suppression Unit, Firearms Unit, Mid-Level Narcotics Unit, and the Homicide Unit will collaborate with federal partners, including ATF and other federal officials, as they're trying to get firearms off of the streets there in Austin. The police department says their federal partner agency programs will increase the number of federal referrals for firearm offenses and trying to bring the crime numbers down in that city. So we'll wait for that update here in just a little bit, right here on Live Now from Fox. That we had from earlier, and once we get another live event here, we will bring it to you right here on Live Now from Fox, everybody. Just moments away also from President Biden to be speaking. We'll bring that to you in full, of course, when it happens. So a lot of moving parts here in the next hour. We look forward to bringing it to you all right here on Live Now from Fox, everyone. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox, everybody. We continue to bring you always the very latest right here, bringing you the updates as they are happening in real time, everyone. And we are awaiting President Biden in just moments. A joint news conference. We'll bring that to you when it does happen in full, in its entirety, right here. So we'll be keeping an eye on that. We had that shot there in Texas, still waiting for that update regarding some crime reduction efforts in Austin, and we will keep you in Texas right now because our very own Andrew Kraft had an interview with hold on one second. While we have it right here, looks like we do have the chief here coming up talking about the program here.
All right, good afternoon. My name is Joseph Chucko, and I'm the interim chief of police here in Austin. I want to thank everyone for coming out today I want to keep the public updated as much as I can about our efforts related to driving down gun violence in our community and our overall violent crime rate. This is an update to the program that I introduced in mid-April, known as the Violence Intervention Program, or the VIP for short. As a reminder, this program is a multi-agency effort. It includes elements of our organized crime division, our investigative units, our tactical units, the district attorney's office, and our partners at the U.S. Attorney's Office. It is highly focused on the identification of our most prolific violent offenders that are using guns to commit violent crime. It is gun crime that is driving our violent crime rate in two particular areas: homicides and aggravated assault that is not associated to domestic violence. Additionally, I'm concerned with the number of robberies that are being committed in Austin using guns. And for all of these reasons, it is incredibly important that we take an active role firearms off the street and to hold those that are doing the harm accountable. The program will continue at least through August 31st, at which time we'll reevaluate continuing the program or further modification of the program. Our most recent numbers related to the VIP are as follows. We've arrested 57 individuals for a total of 158 individual, either gun-related or other violent crime charges, and we have seized 108 illegally owned firearms. I've said that this is a marathon and not a sprint. It's through the consistent efforts of our officers and detectives that conduct good, thorough investigations that we're able to locate, arrest, and charge these offenders, and to make sure that we are working with our state and federal prosecutors to ensure that appropriate prosecution efforts are brought to bear and the results of those prosecutions are highly visible. These individuals are some of the most violent criminals in our community, and we want to assure Austin residents that we have done all that we can to keep them safe. I also wanted to take this opportunity to talk about an expansion of the VIP program. It will be coming to our downtown area command and particularly to our downtown entertainment district. It was just a month ago that the Austin community experienced a horrible event with 15 people shot, one of whom died in a senseless act of violence. Uninvolved, innocent persons in that fray. This is an area that is densely packed in the evenings and on the weekends and has seen more than its share of violent crime in recent months. We've had 7 incidents where people have been shot in the downtown area since January, with a total of 21 victims, with injuries ranging from minor in nature to life-altering and life-ending. For that reason, we'll be adding additional officers, both on the streets as well as in our real-time crime center, monitoring our public safety camera system to find and seize illegally owned firearms. We have seized approximately 55 firearms in the downtown area since January of this year. And we'll be bringing officers from our criminal interdiction unit to work with our patrol officers assigned to downtown on initiatives to find these weapons, and if they are possessed illegally, to arrest the offenders. Our message at this point is simple. If you are coming downtown during the entertainment hours, don't bring a gun. More guns downtown do not equate to greater safety. My officers cannot determine simply by looking at someone who is the good guy and who is the bad guy. Only through investigation are we going to be able to determine legal gun ownership. And in an area in which we have intoxicated persons and fights that break out on a regular basis, it can only be a recipe for disaster. We cannot be successful in this effort if we don't have the help in our community. I'm asking that if you have information on individuals or groups of individuals who are in possession of illegally owned firearms, are committing acts of violence, or committing other crimes involving firearms, that you call the police, or you can call Crime Stoppers. You can call 911, you can call 311, or you can call the Crime Stoppers tip line at 512-472-TIPS. You can earn a reward of up to $1,000 if you call Crime Stoppers, and you can remain anonymous. Finally, I want you all to know that APD will be collaborating with the city's newly formed Office of Violence Prevention, which is housed under Austin Public Health. We want to provide data and any other assistance that we can to address root causes of violent behavior and to help mitigate and prevent trauma in our community. I will be working with the Office of Violence Prevention on strategies to address this social ill. I want to thank y'all for taking the time to highlight this very important topic, and I will take questions.
September 1st, permitless carry takes effect. How do you think fighting violent crime in the downtown area and around the city will change? And is there anything that Austin Police are doing to prepare for it?
You know, we are preparing our officers by preparing bulletins that will provide guidance on how to handle situations for people that are openly. Remind folks that this is not a new phenomenon here in Austin or in Texas. The open carry law has been in place for some time, and I'm not sure, and we'll have to wait and see how much permitless carry is actually going to change that. But we will be prepared to have our officers handle those type of situations. But as I stated earlier, it's bringing more guns into these type of situations does not make it any easier for our officers to successfully de-escalate them, and we wouldn't want innocent people getting caught up in everything.
Will any of the funding from the new budget approved going toward the APD affect this program the city approved recently?
I'm sorry, could you say that again?
The city budget that was approved for the next fiscal year, the funding that was designated for APD, is any of that going to this program specifically? You know, we are, by me assigning these units and kind of starting up this whole program, we are expending funds towards it through salaries, through our efforts, sometimes through overtime, to keep this going. So yes, that will be part of the budget going into the next budget season.
Could you share a little bit about kind of the day-to-day, either on the street or in the office, what this violence intervention program, what's happening differently now than before this started?
You know, it's really focused on from an intelligence-led, evidence-based kind of approach to finding those, identifying those offenders. Not the first time that maybe they've done something, but that they are, doing things on a more regular basis, more prolific. Then once that person is identified, in making sure that we get them arrested as they continue to commit those offenses, and then working with our prosecutors, whether it's going to go federally for a federal firearms charge, or it's going to stay local with DA Garza's office. Either way, in both offices, they have prosecutors that are assigned to this project.
Seems like a lot of the resources are focused downtown after we've seen so much violent crime. How does that hurt response times for areas where outside of downtown? I'm thinking about Homicide 46 in particular.
You know, I think that we've always kind of staffed and done things downtown a little bit differently based on the way that it's laid out because of the entertainment district. I have many, many officers that are on foot. They might be on bicycles, they might be on all-terrain vehicles, or they might be on horseback. And so we will continue those efforts and make sure that we have the appropriate staffing downtown while still maintaining staffing in other parts of the city. And that's something that we have maintained and continue to do in months past and will continue to do in the future.
Regarding the homeless camping enforcement, 0 citations so far, but camps are starting to get cleaned up. What, Chief Chacon, would constitute giving someone who's experiencing homelessness a citation, and what would constitute?
So right now in phase 3, we have not had to write citations yet because we are gaining voluntary compliance. As people are approached, they are packing up and they are moving. If they fail to do that in this stage, then we will be issuing citations. If they are clearly in an area that is dangerous because it's subject to flooding or wildfire, and they refuse to move, then an arrest might be made. But we're doing everything we can to make that the absolute last resort.
I'm going to keep going here as long as I can. There has been some talk about the shortage of staffing here. Is there anything APD can do in the meantime? Council hasn't approved those 2 cadet classes for the proposal. 1 cadet class is already underway, but they're not going to graduate for some time now. Is there anything that Austin Police can do to try and increase staffing in the meantime? Whether it's look to outside agencies, create a different cadet class, anything?
You know, some of the things that we're looking at right now are retaining, providing benefits for our folks that are eligible to retire, and retaining those retirement eligible officers for longer periods of time, as well as looking at those who have resigned in recent, last couple of years that are eligible to come back to our department to see if we can hire them back.
Reserve officers?
No, these wouldn't be reserve officers. They'd be full Austin police officers. If they resigned in good standing, then they're eligible to be rehired.
And how badly do we need additional officers?
I called it a crisis because it's a crisis. We are down about 150 positions that are vacant right now, which has caused me to move officers from specialized units to back to patrol. That has me greatly concerned because as I reduce those other specialized areas, it makes it very difficult, and that is not good for our overall crime rate in Austin. So we're looking to increase those numbers, fill those vacancies as quickly as we can, get people back to those specialized positions, and so that overall we can continue both violent and property crime rate to have that on the decline here in Austin. Thank you very much.
Yeah, a quick question, clarification, a number you threw out. You said 57 arrests were made, but then you also mentioned 158. I think I was confused.
So 57 individuals that have been arrested, and within that 57, there's 158 individual charges. So you might have one individual that has more than one charge. Sure.
Yeah, can we have time for Spanish? And then, did we want to...
Right there. So the Austin Police Department and the police chief just giving an update, and they are in need of police officers in the department. So much so that if you were a retired Austin Police Department official and you were in good standing, they want you back and they'll hire you back really pretty much on the spot. Update there from Austin, and we continue to wait right now for the President of the United States. We still are in a holding pattern for that. Haven't seen much of a podium shot of that, so we'll keep an eye on that. But I want to keep you now in Texas here. This is Representative Sheila Jackson.
Committee.
She's holding an event right now. This is giving crime victims, saying that they will receive priority federal funding through support of the Crime Victim Advocates Program. So let's listen to some of that.
To ensure that those who need the tools to protect the American people have those tools. And the people who are standing behind me are in fact the actors in helping to secure the American people. We are grateful in the United States Congress to be a part of the solution. I need not stand here to say that we have had across America an unprecedented siege of crime. post-pandemic and during the pandemic. I will offer the thoughts that I think are both right and conspicuous. Part of that crime deals a lot with gun violence and the enormous level of guns in America. But crime is not attributable only to those particular tools of violence if they're used in a crime. We know that there are victims who suffer in many different ways. And so today, we are here to put victims first, whose stories are often not heard or told, to be able to reinforce the work that is being done by the Houston Police Department, other law enforcement, and our DA's office as well. It is crucial that we say to you as victims in Houston, in Texas, and in America, I believe in you, your survival, your recovery, and your justice. Time magazine says fewer than 1 in 3 crime survivors report receiving help, including financial, medical, and mental health assistance during their recovery, according to a new report from the Alliance for Safety and Justice, a national organization that advocates for crime victims and improving public safety. Unfortunately, victim services are underfunded throughout the country, and especially underfunded to handle the current violent crime surge. The vast majority of crime victims do not receive recovery support in the aftermath of crime. Those that do receive support often do not attain it through the criminal justice system. This, we hope, will begin to stop. And we, my colleague, Congresswoman Lizzie Fletcher, and I, thought it very important to put victims first. And so today we will be providing funding that will go to the Houston Police Department Victim Advocates Program. This funding will support the employment of 9 crime victim advocates who help HPD to provide a trauma-informed response for victims of violent crimes by responding to critical incidents and other violent crime scenes when requested by others. They employ victim-centered, trauma-informed approaches to address the critical needs of victims: safety, support, information, access, continuity, voice, and justice. They also offer emotional support, victims' rights information, help in finding needed resources, and assistance in filling out the layers of paper that crime victims have to be able to do, and to help the family through the criminal justice proceedings. So we're glad to have such a large number of crime advocates for victims here with us. We're delighted to have the President and CEO of Crime Stoppers, and of course, a well-known friend, Andy Kahn, who has been joined by any number of dynamic public servants, servant leaders, comforters. Remember what I said. Today is about victims, their stories, and their needs. So let me first of all welcome to the podium, very briefly, Chief Satterwhite. I've already moved you up to judge, but in any event, we hope that you not take that role right now. But Satterwhite of the Houston Police Department. Chief?
Thank you, Congresswoman. I'll take the honorary promotion right there. I couldn't say any better than Congresswoman Lee said. Today's about victims. Too often, for too long, when we look at a crime, our focus is on the perpetrator and what the perpetrator did and what's going to happen to the perpetrator, and everyone forgets about the victim. And that is a travesty of justice right there, because they are so horribly impacted by crime. And sometimes they can't even find their way out of it once they're victimized, because they're already living on the margins, many of them. And so we have to look out for the victim. I am proud to say that the Houston Police Department recognized that just a few years back, and we created a victim services division, a whole division committed to just serving those people who were impacted by crime. And Congresswoman Jackson Lee and Congresswoman Fletcher, that's not here, I can't say thanks enough. The funds that you provide, because we truly are on a razor-thin budgets, and we need the funding to reach out and positively impact more people who are devastated by crime and help them get back on their feet and put that behind them however they can, so they can go forward and have a great quality of life, which is our mission in the Houston Police Department and all law enforcement, to save people and give them a better quality of life. So thank you for that. Thank my team, which I'm about to call up, and Assistant Chief Skiller. You know what? She's in charge. So, but I will say in front of everybody, thank you all for being here, for all that you do. You truly make a difference, and that's something to be very proud of. So with that, I will yield back to you.
We'll keep time because we want you to be able to be here until we finish, all right? So we'll move time. There are partnerships that we appreciate. I am on the federal level. I deal with the FBI and all of the federal law enforcement. And the funding system that permeates not only the federal and state level, but our local level. I'm gratified to have had the opportunity to work with the prosecutorial side. They're often called the people's lawyer, and I think it was very important for the DA's office to be here, standing with HPD victims and as well crime advocates, crime victims advocates, and I now ask DA Ogg, Kim Ogg, to come forward at this time. Thank you.
Thank you to our friend Congresswoman Sheila Jackson.
And welcome back out live right now on LiveNOW from Fox, showing you some breaking news right now out of the Miami area. Partial roof collapse at an apartment complex building here, and you're taking a look at Sky Fox aerials right now, showing a ladder truck there with firefighters taking a look here of the situation. And as they pan out here, showing a little bit more of the response right now. For those of you in the area, this is located northwest side of 68th. This is the Royalton on the Green Apartments. That's what it's called. You got some people there on the ground talking it out. Maybe you're talking about what did they hear, what did they see when this happened. So crews still responding after this partial collapse right now. Not hearing anything about reports of any injuries, so that's very good at this moment, as it is now 4:40 their local time in Florida, with this breaking news images coming of a partial roof collapse. We didn't see really too much damage, so that was really good here. And Sky Fox just showcasing this woman walking away from the scene here. But if they could get us back to that building, that would be great. Thank you. Here we go. So you got the ladder truck there spread out. You got several firefighters there already on the roof, taking a look and trying to size up the damage, see what exactly might have happened, surveying it. And obviously anytime you hear about partial collapse, especially in Florida area, also in Miami, your heart sinks a little bit knowing what happened just weeks ago with that condo collapse here. But this is a much different story, thankfully, and we only have one ladder truck there assigned, and looks like, yeah, they might be putting some tape there around the building now, making sure that no one gets too close to this incident right here. But this is what we do here on the LiveNOW from Fox. If it's live and it's happening now, it's probably a good bet you're going to see it right here on LiveNOW from Fox, especially with breaking news events. We get the like if you were up in the air with Sky Fox showing you these visuals right now. But there is your collapse. Looks like part of it also went onto a patio section as well. But yeah, so they are still assessing this, all unfolding live right now. But the best news right now, no injuries being reported, and the fire crews are continuing to investigate. What we'll do is slide away for another quick 2-minute break here on LiveNOW from Fox.
Lee, and to Congresswoman Lizzie Fletcher for bringing many needed funds to victim services for our largest police department, the only in the city but the largest in the third most populous county in the country. I know that former Chief Acevedo wanted to increase victim services but had been unable to do it, and I congratulate Chief Troy Fenner for successfully getting it done with the two congresswomen. As the child of a crime victim, a mother who was kidnapped when I was 3 years old, I can tell you that in 1962 there were no victim services for her. There was nobody to help her with restitution. There was no counseling. Try and assuage her fears in walking through the court system. And coming from that background to now a government and our local representatives that understand crime victims don't get over it. We simply try to help them get through it. And that takes people to help people. So our current victim services group has gone through local grants from about 4 people to 23 people, and we congratulate HPD on being able to get these extra people through Congress. It's really going to help. Crime victims don't choose their role in the justice system, and they have many needs. And so anything that our governmental leaders in this county do pushes us forward, and this is a way not to end crime, but to try and help the victims of crime get through it. And what we find is then they are also able to help others. So I just want to thank the Congressman. I want to congratulate Chief Satterwhite and Chief Fenner and yield my time.
Thank you very much. We look forward to working with the DA's office on expanding their program. As I said, right now on this moment, in the backdrop of the obvious about where crime is, it is the victims, victims, victims that we talk about today. And as I introduce Chief Skillern and Lieutenant Pleasant, I'm just going to let you know overwhelming majority of voters across demographics support federal investments to expand recovery support for victims. 81%. We're behind the times. We need to move. We need to move with more funding. And at least 7 in 10 voters support using federal funding to expand in the mental health crisis, which contributes to the tragedy of violence and victims. And those mental health persons themselves may become victims. So what we're doing here today, we hope that you will understand, is a recommitment to allow the federal government to focus more heavily as it works to end this surge, that there are victims, for us to grab hold of them. And as a chairwoman of the committee, I will be pushing the Department of Justice to ramp up its victims response with funding and collaboration with state and local governments, those who are eager to be able to work. So let me now bring up Chief Skillern and Lieutenant Pleasant, who are part of this team of HPD. As I do so, let me thank Chief Troy Fenner for his passionate work, his compassion on reaching those victims, being in neighborhoods and telling people he's in the fight with them against crime. Let me also acknowledge Mayor Sylvester Turner, who's created the atmosphere of saying we are neighbors and each one must embrace the other to help fight this surge. And I truly believe we will be the victors. And yes, justice will prevail as well.
Thank you, Congresswoman. Just as she said, violent crime is up all throughout the country, and Houston is not immune. Our violent crime numbers are up as well. And sadly, as violent crime incidents go up, so do the number of victims associated with violent crime. And our officers are out day and night trying to combat this violence, but just as important, Our officers and victims advocates are out day and night.
All right, everybody, we are going out to some more breaking news right now. Live look here of a police chase, and look at this. You see you got the bumper almost coming off of this car here. So this is a slower pursuit right now that you were normally able to show you here. But if it's live and it's happening now and it's breaking news, we got you all covered right here of this breaking news alert here. Let's continue to listen right now to Sky Fox's Fox 11's Stu Mundell, high up above. All right, so he's not talking right now, but we will, and give you this play-by-play here of this pursuit here, where this suspect not want to give up, even though you got a tire that is about to be end of days. And now we are going to go to Stu Mundell, who is high up above right now, providing coverage of this police chase that looks like at any moment it could be over.
California Highway Patrol, they're the ones still behind it. Reckless driving, the original want. Makes you kind of wonder what else this guy or gal might have done behind the wheel, but we do understand it is a male driver, to keep this going. Now, one of the things here, we're actually in the Little Rock area, kind of getting into Palmdale. We're up in the Antelope Valley. This started in the Santa Ana area. Sky Fox up doing news, actually got gas, got fuel, and continued on, and we still got this chase. So it's been going for quite a while. The plan, this is what I'm not giving anything away. My guess is that it would be nice to think that the driver is listening to us on on an app down there, but they are going to try to do a pit maneuver on this guy. This is the 138. It's you can see it's a two-lane road. It's a two-lane road. And basically they were trying to clear the traffic. They've got traffic breaks for the other direction, and I'm guessing that's because they're going to try to do another pit maneuver on that vehicle and bring it to a stop. Sky Fox, it's hot up here today, and we are fully loaded. Well, not fully loaded, but we do have a pretty good tank of fuel, and the three of us. So that's one of the reasons why we're doing this little pirouette. Fly that slow. That's because of the performance of the aircraft, the temperature in the air today. So that's one of the reasons we can get a nice 360 view of that vehicle. The pilot just said if I wasn't in it, they probably would. Here we go. And hello, sir. I'm the CHP. I would like you to pull over. And there it goes. Nice pit. Now, is that going to be enough to stop it? That's kind of the big question. Other California Highway Patrol vehicles not making that aggressive move that we've seen in the past, where they've been basically kind of just blocking that car in. Also, with those flat tires off the road right there, that's what I was waiting for. That's what I was digging a little hole. This thing is stuck. It is not going to be able to get anywhere now. Off the freeway, no tires, just that rim, that front-wheel drive. It's just going to be digging a little ditch right there. That vehicle not going to be able to get out of that. So now it becomes a standoff. You can see some of those California Highway Patrol vehicles right there. K9 all on the bottom. So the dogs are here already. Are they going to deploy them right out the box? I'm sure the dogs would appreciate that, but you know what? We as people, we have rules and we have protocols, and we have to basically, give this person an opportunity to get himself out of the vehicle on his own. I kind of was hoping that maybe the engine was going to shut itself off, do that spin out, and then because of the heat, it would probably be pretty brutal in there, and eventually this guy would just get out of that vehicle. Right now, though, I can take a look at the moving map because we have a minute or two. And when I say moving map, I mean my iPad. And I can get you an idea. Well, we definitely in the Little Rock area. We're just actually just going to be west of Little Rock. That pit, beautiful. And you can see that car definitely stuck there. I'm not going to be able to get out of that. I can almost guarantee it. So that driver, he really should just kind of give it up. I wish I could follow along with y'all on Facebook. Take a look how windy it is down there. Look at that. Look at that. That was something to see. So right now, this is where it has come to an end this afternoon, and I got to give a shout out to a couple of the people on the internet. for doing such a great job keeping us informed, letting us know. There you go, the door's open. Suspect getting out right now, doing as he's told. So it's bringing this to an end very, very quickly. But I gotta give it to a lot of the folks out there on the internet, social media, keeping us informed, cheering us along, as it would be, to get us out here this afternoon to get to this pursuit. I believe, let me ask my pilot, Adam, we're the only ones here, right? Oh, see, well, we're not the only ones here. So, at any rate, we did get that beautiful pit by California Highway Patrol. We did get some of that action. And, of course, we got some Skyfox time. One in custody pursuit that almost was going for 2 hours, I guess, so right in that neighborhood of 2 hours, coming to an end in the Little Rock area. Started in the beach. Yeah. So, this is one of those ones, he enjoyed California. He went from the deserts to the beaches, actually from the beaches to the desert, enjoying some mountain in between, and now in custody out here in the Little Rock area. One in custody, no injuries to any of the California law enforcement. There was Riverside PD was on it. We had California Highway Patrol on it, and I understand we also had some local law enforcement from down in the Santa Ana area as well. So right now, this pursuit coming to an end. 138 still closed both directions, coming through Little Rock. Actually, we're on the west side of Little Rock. One in custody, and this was a long pursuit for sure this afternoon.
And there we go. That was the voice there of Stu Mundell, high above Skyfox, as we saw the conclusion of this. Wow. So this was a chase that lasted for more than 2 hours, really a tour of California. Now this suspect is going to get a tour of the jail, as he is going to be booked here after that 2 hour long pursuit there, and Skyfox getting the tail end of that one. Great job by the police for that textbook pit maneuver. All right, everyone, we are going to go to a 2-minute break right here on Live Now from Fox.
Mothers, fathers, we are so grateful to them, and I'll call their name in a moment. This is very difficult, because I know this next speaker of giving. He is a servant leader. I'm not going to say he was. He is a servant leader. He has brought eons of individuals to our community to let us be more informed and to allow us to benefit from knowledge. He came. I wanted him to know that it is his service in his DNA that brought him here. We did not command him here. We did not demand him here. We wanted him to be comfortable in the midst of this traumatic and trying time. But we also wanted him to know that he is now embraced by an expanded numbers of individuals who will embrace him. Remember the mayor, remember the chief. We have to be neighbors in this time. Scott is my neighbor. Let us hear from Scott.
Thank you. 71 minutes. A total stranger broke into my home and tried to murder me. With a lawnmower blade and a metal walking stick. 71 minutes. 3 weeks ago. As the Congresswoman spoke, I'm not used to being on this side of the podium in this way. But this has to stop. Because people like me didn't do anything. This stranger took nothing, said nothing. Silence for 71 minutes. How you process that is impossible for me to imagine 3 weeks ago. Process is a lifetime. But this crime that we're seeing in this city, as the Congresswoman was talking about, it's this, not just this city. It's our city, it's our state, it's our country. And it has to have consequences that are meaningful, that are significant. And at the end of the day, it doesn't know a color, it doesn't know a creed, it doesn't know how much your checking account has. It doesn't care. And for people like me who never experienced anything like this, we need to have guidance. Being a victim doesn't come with a manual. Being murdered doesn't come with a textbook. And so I love Congresswoman Lee and applaud her so much for her continued advocacy in this. I never thought it would impact me quite so personally, but it means an awful lot to me and to the hundreds and hundreds of people that it will be able to help. So I want to just say, anyone who is hearing this or listening to this who thinks they're safe, who thinks their innocence doesn't make them a potential victim, is wrong. It can happen to you, it can happen to your children, it can happen to anybody. I live 15 feet away from a 3-year-old. I live 100 feet away from 3 children under 8 and a nanny. Had that criminal picked another place, another door to open, there would be dead children. I, through the grace of God, fought for 71 minutes. But everybody can't. And then he died.
You are going to get help, and we hope that this effort that we are waging today, I think what Rania said is the next step of people having to move. They need housing, they need food support, they need various ways. But as Scott has said, this is only 3 weeks ago. And I'm just going to publicly say that I have given him to Lieutenant Pleasant Today, he will not go away without continuing help in this process. And I know that the individual will have the response and to meet justice. We don't know what mindset this person was, but this is the victim. So, Lieutenant, I am entrusting him to you today.
Yes, ma'am.
And as we announced, Congresswoman Fletcher and myself, this grant, this community project that we have secured for you, let me acknowledge Officer Don Vo, Leslie Gerber, and you can wave your hand, Mr. Garcia, Officer Garcia, Elizabeth Zumaran, Jasmine Booker, if we're calling your name, wave your hand. Is this Pinnacle Young? Danico Young. It's not a P, it's a D. Danico Young. Is it Donna Blaha? Zakia McGregor? Mr. Bajo? Pamela Alanis? Oscar Lee, the second, William Petty, Officer Danish Hussein, Teresa Harris, Mimi McLeod, and Amy Johnson with domestic violence. We need to make sure that that is seen and heard. Those victims are certainly have suffered before. And I guess I'll throw in, I'm working to get signed the Violence Against Women Act, which we've already passed in the United States House of Representatives. We need help. And so Congressman Fletcher and I are intending to give help in $1 million, $975,000 for the Crime Victim Advocates Community Project Grant. We are excited to be part of the solution and not part of the problem. And I guess what we'll do is, let me put this down. Let me put on my right attire. No, I'm good. And let me ask Scott and the chiefs and lieutenant, probably not allowed to carry cash around, but we're going to let you hold this check. And maybe there's a bank that will take it right now. Andy.
Yep.
All right. I believe you out. Andy is, all right. And you all can come a little closer, please. So, we're excited about being able to be of help. And we're not going to end this help. Not only were we excited, but the members of Congress who worked with us to ensure that we would have these resources that will come quickly, they were excited as well. Now we want to challenge them to be able to provide us with a greater support. And we're going to ask the community to treat each other as neighbors. We're going to get through this, but as we treat each other as neighbors, to be able to ensure that we protect each other. We don't let these incidences happen without, if we see something, we don't say something. And we don't let these incidences happen without reaching out on behalf of that victim. Maybe that victim is so brutalized, but reach out to HPD. Reach out to...
All right, so that was the event there in Houston a little bit ago. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Everyone, when we come back, we'll get a fresh update on the very latest on what's going on with the Texas voting rights bill and the Texas Democrats that left the state. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. A live look right here at the White House, where we continue to wait for President Biden to do a joint news conference with the chancellor there of Germany. Still waiting on that moment, so we'll keep an eye on that. We do have some other content to get to, of course, right here on Live Now from Fox. One of the big topics and news stories of the week this past week was the whole voting rights bill and the Texas Democrats who fled the state to Washington, D.C. in order to try to get some buzz about the voting rights bill that was happening in Texas. Very own Andrew Kraft talking to the Democratic Texas State Rep James Tellerico on the very latest. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
Democratic State Representative from Texas, James Tellerico. Thanks so much for being with us here. You know, my first question, you and your colleagues have been in Washington, D.C. now for about 3 days, and you've called this a working trip. What do you hope to accomplish for the duration of your time here?
You know, it seems like we've been away from home for a lot longer, even though this is only day 3 or 4. I can't even keep track anymore, given how crazy this week has been. This was the last resort for me and my colleagues. You know, many of us are having to make some personal sacrifices to be here. We're leaving behind our kids in Texas. We're leaving behind our elderly parents in Texas, our sick loved ones in Texas. A colleague of mine actually had to cancel her wedding in order to break quorum and kill this voter suppression bill that Texas Republicans are trying to pass. And I should also mention, Andrew, that you know, being a state legislator is different than being a congressperson, because it's not a full-time job, right? We make $400 a month as state legislators. So we have full-time day jobs that we work to pay the bills, and we're having to leave those jobs behind. So, you know, but all of these personal inconveniences are nothing compared to the sacrifices that brave from Normandy to Selma have made to protect the sacred right to vote. And so this trip was not something we wanted to do. It's certainly not fun for any of us, but we felt it was absolutely necessary to stand up for our democratic values. So on this trip, as you mentioned, we're going to be working the whole time, talking to leaders on Capitol Hill, begging, pleading, imploring them to pass federal voting rights legislation to prevent the bill in Texas from becoming state law.
Let's talk about the bill in Texas as well, Senate Bill 7. I want to know exactly, specifically, what you object to in that piece of legislation and why you think it suppresses Texans' vote.
Yeah, it's a great question. And I should clarify, you know, Senate Bill 7 was the title of the bill in the regular session a few months ago. Okay. Now it's even more confusing. There's Senate Bill 1 and there's also House Bill 6, but they're all kind of different versions, iterations of the voter suppression bill that is built on this myth that the last election was stolen and that former President Trump actually won the election. And so what the bill is, in all its different forms, is trying to do is make it harder for Texans to vote. And the reason that's important in our state is because Texas is one of the hardest states to vote in already. We have one of the lowest voter turnout rates in the entire country. And so this bill would just add on top of that. So it's almost like the straw that broke the camel's back, if you will. What the bill does is it reduces voting hours throughout the state of Texas. It empowers partisan poll watchers while you vote. It makes it harder to distribute mail-in ballots to folks across the state, and it eliminates some of the new accessibility measures put in place during the pandemic, like drive-through voting. Which, Andrew, I don't know if you have kids, but if you have a bunch of kids, it's kind of hard to herd them all into a polling place. It's nice to have them in the van, and you can just drive through and vote real quick. So these were all measures put in place to make it easier to vote, and this bill would eliminate those provisions.
So what do you say, though, to some of the arguments that, you know, a lot of these were put into place to make it easier because we were in a once in a 100-year pandemic, and, you know, a lot of your Republican colleagues don't want to codify some of those emergency measures for elections going forward. Is that a valid criticism?
You know, it was certainly put in place for the pandemic. Like so much in American life, things changed after the pandemic. You know, I know a lot of us are working from home or working from Zoom, and you and I are doing this interview over Zoom. I imagine before the pandemic, we probably would have done this in a studio, which would have been more inconvenient for me, more inconvenient for you, and kind of silly if we could just do it over Zoom. So the same happened in our election code, right? We were able to figure out, wow, drive-through voting is safe and secure, and it actually makes things easier. And so, my colleagues here in Washington, we believe these measures should be kept in place, especially if a local government in Texas decides that it's best for their community. We're all about local control, which traditionally was a conservative value, and sadly is no longer a conservative value. We want local communities to decide for themselves how best. Where Houston is located has millions of people living there. It's bigger than most states in this country. And you also have tiny little counties like Loving County, which only have a handful of people. And so you're not going to have the same voting systems, the same processes in both those places. You need, they have different needs in Harris County than they do in Loving County. We got to let local officials make those decisions on the ground. And so, I don't think it's a valid criticism from my.
All right, everybody, we are going to get back to that full interview in just a little bit throughout the evening, but we do want to go live out here to the White House. This is the event that we have been waiting for all day right now. President Biden with the German Chancellor.
People of Germany, my sincere condolences and the condolences of the American people for the devastating loss of life and the destruction due to the flooding over the past 24 hours in Germany and neighboring countries. It's a tragedy, and our hearts go out to the families who've lost loved ones. Chancellor Merkel has been here frequently over the past 16 years. Matter of fact, she knows the Oval Office as well as I do. But all kidding aside, though this administration